No, I'm not.
There's so many people watching this thing on Zoom now, they wanted to come and see it live. It's entertaining.
It's just not the same watching it on TV. Yeah, no, they have to pay admission. Big crowd this time. I bet you that's good. I don't see any Myanmar people, do you? Yeah, Sandestin. Is that back of the room there? Yeah, maybe.
Is that what you're on?
And I'm not either. All right, we'll call the meeting to order, if you would. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. If you would, please stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bow your head. Lord, we just thank you for the opportunity to give us in this great country that we live in. Please guide us, direct us tonight. Give us wisdom and discernment, Lord. Help us to make the right decisions for the Walton County. For us, let me pray, amen. All right. Did everybody get a chance to look at the minutes? Did we have any changes that need to be made? Can I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second, Tom. Who's Tom? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mac, have any announcements or anything that we need to?
I don't think we have any announcements this morning. We do have the Zoom policy for your consideration, which I think Mr. Hall is going to speak to. We can do that at the beginning of the meeting, or we can do that at the end of the meeting. I don't think we'd add it on the agenda formally. Talk about bringing that back at this meeting.
We'll do it at the end of the meeting then.
Okay. Then today we have 3 legislative items for your consideration and 3 quasi-judicial. We're prepared to make our presentation.
Okay.
Ready.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Carpenter for the Planning Department, CARPENTER. The first item for your consideration is an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Land Development Code. The purpose for this proposed amendment is to provide for a definition of story where a building story is considered as part of either a compatibility analysis or an additional setback required for a certain type of building. Historically, the county has not counted a story that didn't have living space or enclosed space on the ground floor. Parking underneath a building, that parking deck underneath the habitable space was not counted as a story for this purpose. And I want to make a distinction between what we're proposing in the Land Development Code and the definition of a story for the purposes of the Florida Building Code. This will not affect the Florida Building Code definition that deals with safety, elevators, the need for sprinkler systems and those kinds of things. This is specifically related to essentially setbacks. The board last month approved us to move forward. We provided some supporting documentation, a little bit of analysis. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Can you explain the setbacks so that everybody's aware of what you're talking? Because I think it goes from a 15 to a 10, depending on how many floors or stories there are.
Well, we've got a couple of scenarios. Multifamily development has two differing setbacks based on the number of stories. Up to a 3-story building, we have a 10-foot setback. If it's 4 or more stories, we have a 15-foot setback. Presently, if there's no enclosed space on that ground floor, we don't count that as a story. So in certain areas, this could have a significant impact on compatibility of a taller structure adjacent to one that's smaller.
Is there a way to determine, like, if you have a house that's built and it's on pylons and it's, say, 8 feet off the ground, but they're not doing anything under it and it's not considered a story, they could come back later and add to that, though, couldn't they?
Potentially they could. We have a development that has not yet received a development order that we're addressing that very circumstance because we have to process that application based on the condition of the code at the time of application. So this won't affect that particular project. It will affect everyone after that. Once the board approves this, should they vote to approve this, and they have authorized us to move forward with this.
Okay.
I mean, if we just have a structure that's elevated off of the ground where there is no floor underneath that, we would not count that.
Is there a height limit on how high you can go before it would be considered, or is it just that there's nothing under it?
It's nothing under it, essentially. There's no improved space underneath it.
Related just to multifamily and commercial structures, or the single family as well?
It will affect everything.
So, just hypothetically speaking, if a production builder has a 1-story home on one lot and wants to build a 2-story home on the next lot, they're going to have increased setbacks on the 2-story?
Probably not on a 2-story, but if you're doing a 1-story next to what would previously be called a 3-story, which will now be called a 4-story, there would be some additional setbacks if that multifamily structure is higher than 36 feet.
But it has to be a multifamily, not single family. Okay.
Anybody else got any questions for staff? Go ahead, Fred.
Chairman. Yeah, first of all, I want to commend the planning department for bringing this forward. And I did want to add a comment here. This is not a change to the land development code per se. This is a clarification, right? I mean, we're not.
It is truly a change in policy implemented through the land development code.
Right.
But I'll accept that it's a clarification, but it does change the policy.
Right. And I think that, to my way of thinking, it's very welcome. Good job.
And quite frankly, thank you very much for that. But to the general public, a 2-story home that's on stilts that has parking underneath it, it's hard to argue that that's not a 3-story structure.
Exactly. And for purposes of setbacks, it makes perfectly good sense to take into account that bottom floor, regardless of what it's used for.
Yes, sir. That is our feeling.
Good job.
Anybody else got any questions for staff?
I'd like to kind of reiterate what Fred said. I'd like to thank the staff for being proactive, for seeing a problem and identifying it and getting out ahead of it. And I am only going to hope that this is the first of an avalanche of code reform and improvements to come. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions for staff, we'll open up for public comments then. All right, anybody like to speak on this? Yes, sir.
On it. McGee, M-A-G-E-E. I did not plan on talk on this, but I do have some history with this situation. I realize what you're doing. Now, I'm going to use an example. A, you have a home that's being built, let's say on 30A. Under the federal FEMA law, and this is what we're missing, and this is an insurance law, the first floor, which we don't enforce currently in Walton County, cannot be a floor that is inhabited, has a bathroom or a refrigerator, or a kitchen, a place where you could use it as a dwelling. The first floor can be used for parking.
You're talking about if it's a floodplain, right?
Right, and with that, but it affects us. And with that, this federal law requires, under the FEMA, which is the insurance, right, that you could have a building or something built on the first floor, and that is considered the first floor federally, but it cannot exceed 400 square feet. That is federal law. We have not enforced that here in Walton County. We've just kind of just let things done. I'm glad you're doing something on it, but at the end of the day, this amendment should not move forward until you make sure it parallels with federal law, with FEMA, because if we have a catastrophic event, the laws require that if the structure was not built properly since I'm going to pull this out of my head, I'm going to say at least 2000, then insurance is null.
I think
Now,
this has to do with the.
I realize
It
setbacks.
doesn't have to do with the building. Building department has a different set of standards,
Right.
from what I understand, so.
But what you have here, saying what you're doing, the first floor is considered under federal regulations as, even though it's parking, the first floor. That's the point. You're trying to say the first floor is not a floor. It is.
It's just for the purposes of setbacks.
I understand it. But you're saying it's not a first floor. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You've got to parallel the federal first, because we get hit with a catastrophic situation, we're at their thumb point. That's all I wanted to say.
I think that would be handled at the building department, though, and this doesn't affect them.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else want to speak on this? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Barbara Morano, South Walton Community Council. We'd like to officially say we support this change. We worked with MAC on the Pines development, which is when this issue first came up. He mentioned this is the genesis of change. He listened to the people. He listened to the people on the Pines. He is now going forward with this. They have gone before the BCC. They have gotten their blessing to go ahead and make a change. So we definitely support this change, and we thank the planning department for looking at this. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comments. Commissioners, what are your wishes?
Just want to make sure that's it's strictly for it. Will this change affect single-family homes, or is it just multifamily commercial?
Present, the code does not speak to single-family homes in this category. That change may be coming later. This is specifically related to multifamily buildings.
Thank you.
I got a question for Mr. Hall. Is he in here? There. Could we, or is it necessary to add the amendment that the gentleman mentioned about FEMA to this to safeguard and make sure we got our I's dotted and T's crossed? Is it necessary or is it unnecessary? I believe it's necessary. Okay, that's good enough for me.
Just to clarify, this is not intended to affect any other portion of the code other than those portions that deal with building setbacks. It's not affecting the definition as it relates to FEMA and those regulations, not affecting the definitions as it relates to the building code and those things that are safety related based on the number of stories.
Mr. Carpenter, the Land Development Code is still an appendix to the Code of Ordinances,
Yes, sir.
and accordingly, therefore, it cannot supersede the building code of the state of Florida, which is adopted as part of the primary Code of Ordinances. So there you go. This cannot trump what is in the building code in that sense.
Thank you. Thank you. Fred, you were about to say something, weren't you?
I was going to make a motion if you're ready.
We're ready. Unless, well, anybody else got anything else? Okay, go ahead.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, Matt, what else we got?
Item number 3 on our agenda tonight is the Christian International Large-Scale Amendment. We also have a companion developer agreement related to that. I'll ask Bob Barante, who reviewed this particular application, to briefly explain it.
Mr. Barante?
I'd like to make a little change. I'd like to look at the developers agreement first and then move to the land use change. The developers agreement,
Could I
basic,
ask a question about that?
Sure. He's got a question.
Yeah, I just have a question. Why would we consider the developer agreement first?
because if we don't pass the developers agreement, then the land use change,
And if we don't pass the land use change, we don't need to talk about the developer agreement.
we need to do the developers.
So to me, we're getting the cart before the horse.
Per the director this afternoon, we do the development agreement first.
Okay, well, this is our meeting, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, we did this last time and we
I
did
know.
the developer agreement first
And
too.
we,
so
and we
there
ended
was-
up doing them both at the same time, which is kind of mixed up. So I guess from my point of view, I'd prefer to see us deal with the land use change first.
Because if we could avoid the rest of it,
Exactly,
depending on the outcome of,
exactly.
I agree.
Well, I think it works either way. If the developer's agreement's not approved, you're not going to do the second half of it either. Let's ask the developer again. I think this is always an important point, whoever the developer's applicant is, to be clear. If the developer's agreement does not pass, you do not desire the land use change?
Actually, we would prefer to present these together.
They got to hear them, they got to vote on them separately. They're both legislative determinations, so it's the discretion of the board.
If-
My advice generally to the board in these scenarios is that if you know that the developer's agreement's going to control, hear it first. In this, I guess it is to the board's discretion, but I would say this. If you were to pass the land use change and change the future land use of something, and then not adopt the developer's agreement, you've changed the land use and you're stuck with that land use change in its full form.
Yeah,
To the
except-
extent the developer's agreement may limit some of that, your only opportunity to limit the scope of the land use change is through a developer's agreement. Am I correctly stating, Mr. Carpenter, what your prior policy's been?
Well, except at this stage, we're not adopting anything that we're recommending board. We're not adopting anything. We're recommending-
Agreed, but if you were to pass the land use amendment, the land use amendment goes forward. If it's passed by the board, it is completely changed. And anything allowable under that land use is therefore allowed with no restrictions. To the extent the developer agreement may contain limitations or restrictions, the time to place those is at the outset of the hearing process, not at the backside of the hearing process. Because understand, the developer may be proposing, we can hear it out whichever way, Mr. Chairman, the board really prefers, but I would say this. If you're making the statement, we're not going to pass this tonight, before you've heard one word, we've prejudged the issue, and they might as well go straight to the circuit court. So I don't think it's that clear cut where we can say we're not going to hear this because we don't plan to pass the land use change. We've got to give them due process. We've got to let them have a chance to speak. We've got to let the public have a chance to speak for or against.
Yeah, so we can hear both of them, but the fact is the developer can take both of these items to the BCC no matter what we do here tonight.
He can, if he decides to.
He can, but I would, again, my caution would always be the decision on the developer's agreement needs to be entered so that it properly binds and ties the land use. That would be the proper form.
And I have no disagreement with that. It just makes more sense to me to look at the land use change first. That's just logic.
No, I don't, I don't follow that logic. I think if we like this project because of the developer's agreement that they're proposing, then we need to pass that first so that it's locked in. If we pass the DO after that, before that, then it's not locked in.
And I'll certainly defer to staff counsel if Mr. Hall feels differently than I do on this point, but I can say that the position you're espousing, Mr. Tricker, falls directly in line with what we would be doing were this quasi-judicial. Because developer's agreement is a discretionary determination, whereas quasi-judicial land use approvals require competent substantial evidence. When they're both discretionary, it's perfectly appropriate to do the developer's agreement first in line. Otherwise, when you have to take competent substantial evidence to determine whether or not to pass, yes, you would do the land use element first and then come back and determine discretionary elements afterwards. I think that is a consistent model, but when they're both legislative determinations, the way they're being presented is the correct order. Mr. Hall, you want to add anything to that?
And the only reason why this one was second it was my fault. It was a clerical mistake. Every other board, they come first.
Yeah, I would prefer to establish exactly how they're gonna build it based on the developer agreement than to pass the DO without doing that. That's my opinion. Do we need, we can vote on that if y'all want to.
No, I think it makes perfect sense to consider developer agreement, their plans, the restrictions on the land before we get into the land use change itself.
I would like to know what the developer's planning to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll defer to your judgment on this.
Well, if it doesn't pass, then,
It's your fault.
Well, I'd like to know that they're locked in on what they want to do, because the developer agreement looks good, as far as the affordable housing, so I'd prefer that to be in place. Okay, you're up, Mr. Bronte.
The developer's agreement?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll quickly introduce this and turn it over to the agent. This is a proposed developers agreement between Walton County and Christian International Corporation to call out the workforce housing and the stormwater. It has been reviewed by the agent, attorney, and Mr. Hall, and they've made slight changes that are inside of the developers agreement. If there's no questions for me, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Ward to go further in depth to it.
Any questions for staff?
May I enter the developers agreement, staff report, and the citizen serve electronic files into record?
Yes, sir.
And also, even though that the emails, one positive, one negative you've received, it really is for both. So I'd like to enter those into the record. Also, you have them. They're identified as number 3.
Okay.
There's one pro and one against. I will turn it over to Ms. Carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Ms. Ward, sorry.
Carpenter.
I am not nearly as nice as Mrs. Carpenter. Ward with Dunlap and Shipman, working in conjunction with Shelton Stone and Stone Architects for Christian International. Dunlap and Shipman was engaged to work on the developer agreement, submit it, and walk through the process. And that, as you can tell, is hand in hand with Stone Architects working on the land use amendment. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Looks like they have that up. This is all very different here. So let's get started. The first, okay, I'm not used to it this way. It's hard to see. So this is a developer agreement that will cover 67 plus acres of land on the east end of Highway 98, owned by Christian International on both the north and south side of Highway 98. The general area of that is Prophet's Way and Apostles Way, right there, very close to, if you're going out that way past, near regional utilities. The existing land use is, or future land use is public facilities, institutional, mixed use, conservation residential, and the existing zoning districts are institutional, coastal center, mixed use, conservation residential 2-to-1. And they would be changing it to commercial, future land use, and a zoning district of general commercial. And the purpose is for affordable housing or housing. So I want to address a few things. The institutional is obviously where they have the church, and the church is still there. And then they have some coastal center mixed use and conservation residential, which is on the north half, and some other land uses and zoning districts. And it's sort of a hodgepodge of things that are out there. So next slide, please. Dr. Hammond and the Christian International Church seek to amend their property's future land use and zoning to general commercial for the purpose of providing much-needed affordable housing. That is the intent of this land use amendment. The general commercial part of it, the commercial part of it, is being limited or excluded to the ability we may have based on our developer agreement and conditional use permits that are going to be applicable. The parcels north of 98 are intended to be used for multifamily development of about up to 410 residential units, with 20% of that dedicated to affordable housing, specifically for the moderate income area range of persons and families under the AMI. The parcels on the south will be dedicated 248 residential units for affordable housing in a mixture of affordable housing, ranging from moderate workforce, low, very low, and income persons defined by the Florida statutes. This is not Section 8 housing, before anybody gets, too far down that road. Affordable housing, we've had this discussion before, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. Affordable is a term that under the statutes covers moderate, workforce, low income, and very low income, and so forth. That's what affordable. Affordable covers all of these terms, basing it on a cap of rent based on incomes. It does not mean Section 8 housing. It's just a term that is used that has unfortunately had sort of a bad connotation to it. Next slide, please. So why are we asking about affordable housing, or why are we looking to put in new things down here? The median gross income for households in Walton County, and I want you to know this is today's information. If it's today's information from the affordable housing for Florida for Walton County. The gross income for households in Walton County is about $45,000 a year. That's an individual household income, and that or about less than $4,000 a month. Median rent for Walton County is $971 a month. That came from their affordable housing section. That's not true. And the reason I say that's not true is we've looked at using the term affordable as what's available for people who make individually $40,000, or as a couple $60,000, $70,000, and $80,000, what those rents are. And I'm going to slide to the next slide where it talks about fair market value. Fair market rents it says that the fair market rents for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,000 a month in Walton County. That's information I got today. It's not true. You can't get affordable housing at $1,000 a month in Walton County. Just so we're clear, so I'm going to go down a little further and explain some of the rents. Terra Mar, which is down on 98 next to or near Walmart, their 1-bedroom, 1-bath is, did you go to that? Yes, $1,600 a month. That's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment, $1,600 a month. I make good money. I can't afford it. Just letting you know what we're talking about when it comes to South Walton, Walton County in general. That's not to pick on any place. Yes.
Didn't we just pass something that had to do with this?
It all sounds the same to you, doesn't it? No, the last one that we worked on was the golf garden.
No, I thought we just passed an ordinance that had to do, that defined how we came up with this. I thought
That's
already
correct.
been
So
established.
it's about how they're deemed. So and there's a map, and I'm afraid I wasn't able to get it to generate to get into my PowerPoint. But when you look at what they call affordable housing, and it says, here's the map of where that exists, it's Defuniak and one place in Freeport. There is nothing south of the bay that's considered affordable housing.
I guess my point is, didn't we come up with a scenario to establish what this rent stuff should be in our area?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a methodology and language in the code now that says if a developer wants to do affordable housing, this is where it's at. This is our limit, and that's why you need a developer agreement, is to limit those rents for the next 20 years.
Is that what y'all are doing, is putting it
It's in the developer agreement.
based on
And-
the categories that we passed a couple, 2 months ago?
Yes, and it's each, so this is for the future land use amendment. So this developer agreement says a couple of things. One is anything that's developed on this property going forward, if it's amended to general commercial, this is what they'll have to do. And it's all of that affordable housing stuff that you may recall our first go at it didn't list how we would do the reporting and so forth. So this has that information in it. It includes that it is limited to residential for these purposes, especially on the south side for the affordable, and that it is not going to be for commercial purposes. This is not going to be a commercial development. It also includes some language on how we're going to, and it will as we continue to go through the process for the development orders. This is just a land use amendment. It'll clean up it'll not clean up, it'll identify issues that the county has in those locations that we need to resolve. So, for instance, if a road has to be improved and we're going to do we don't want to do prop for share, but we're going to fix that problem and it counts against our traffic mitigation, that's going to be included in that developer agreement when the development order is being applied for.
Okay.
So there is these, and I've got copies of these that I'm going to turn in for evidence that gets submitted. These are specifically the housing income limits. So if you're on the north side, the moderate income housing, which is 120% of the AMI, the limit for a 2-bedroom is that the people making money in that household do not exceed about $67,000. That means that a person who makes $70,000 does not qualify, and they would have to pay regular rent. They don't get a reduced rent. So that's how the affordable housing program works. If they're doing say the 80 percentile, which is the workforce housing, they're doing 80 percentile, then for a 2-bedroom or 2-person limit, it's just under $45,000. So if they together, that household, makes more than that, they don't qualify for that, and they got to pay the regular rent. So it's a way to ensure that working people can rent a place where they're working.
How do they establish what they make? I mean, do they?
You have to have income verifications,
Okay.
and you have to show
All
your
right. And
taxes.
Who are they
and
going to
stuff.
be showing that to?
Well, the program is set in place so whenever you go rent an apartment, you have to show how you make money and everything. It runs through an extra layer of verifications, and then it is reported annually to the county. It will be when it's
I know we
developed.
talked about who the county was going to,
It goes right
point
through
to,
the SHIP program, as I understand.
we were going to come up with who they were going to appoint, because,
The county's already established that anybody that has affordable housing reports to SHIP.
is that what we
Isn't that
came
right?
up with? Okay. Couldn't remember if it was that, or I don't know why I thought it might be code enforcement, but that doesn't sound right.
No, goodness, no. I'm not sure you want code enforcement handling affordable housing. So next slide, please. Make sure we're on the same one. I'm sorry, next slide. What this slide does is, let's say I'm looking for an affordable housing in the area and I'm just doing it by zip code. This particular slide shows that I'm looking for 32459, that's the zip code, and it's anything. I don't care what it is, I just want to know what we have available. Next slide. Under the Florida housing search, there is nothing in that zip code. That's why we need affordable housing in Walton County and in South Walton, and it needs to be defined as the code defines as what affordable housing is. The next few slides, and we were doing a comparison because I was looking at what people consider to be rentable units and 1-bedroom units. Over on 331 near the bay is a nice, beautiful apartments. And those apartments for a 1-bedroom, and that's what this slide shows, is that they run $1,700 a month. And again, if you're a single person and you're looking for affordable rents, $1,700 is not going to cut it for a 1-bedroom apartment. So to conclude that, and then look at the developer agreement language in case you want to, is that the developer agreement is for 20 years to assure the county and to the residents of Walton County that they will participate for 20 years for those number of units that they are designated under that developer agreement. The development on the north side of 98 is preparing to submit for an application. So this is not something that is, we're kind of doing it and we don't have any buy-in yet. They have people waiting to get involved. Christian International does. Christian International has been a very active member of the community in Walton County for decades, and the proposal will help the rising housing crisis in South Walton, providing homes for that is affordable to the working class citizens of Walton County. And I just want to thank you for your time for that, and I'm happy to go over any of the questions that we may have on this particular presentation or the developer agreement that was in your packet. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it.
Anybody got any questions?
Will the income limits adjust annually?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Yes.
And then
They follow the same HUD program as all other affordable housing programs.
the 20 years is a standard term limit set by the Florida Housing Authority, or just?
The developer agreement under statute is maximum 20 years.
Okay.
And then, and yes, there is a standard for that. In some cases, like for instance, selling homes instead of renting them has a 10-year cap.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a question about the 20-year term. When does that start, the 20 years? When does the clock start ticking?
When the developer agreement is recorded in the public record after the county commissioner has signed it.
Okay, so it's not when it's actually available to people.
No, it's right away. The developer agreement starts the day that it's recorded.
I know,
You mean
there's
the
not,
unit, the
until you get
apartments.
something built.
Could be a year to 2 years.
Could be
before the
five.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You have
It could be
to,
5 years, and it's a phase 1, phase 2 project. So
Well,
if phase
yes.
2 starts after 10 years, you got 10 years of affordable housing.
not exactly. So the development agreement so the developer and development agreement that's going forward now is for the future land use amendment. When the north side applies for their development order, they also have to do a developer agreement, and they have to detail who they're reporting to, how they're reporting to, when they're reporting to, and all of that. And that is done at the time that they do their development permit. And all this is done simultaneously. So you're talking about them moving on the ground as soon as they get through the approvals and get permitted.
Yeah, but
So that'll be a new development agreement that will have to come forward.
I'm just
Mr. Finger.
suggesting it may not be available for 20 years.
Well, so taking that scenario, you're talking about the south side, or because the north side, they're getting ready now to move forward. We're doing a conditional use on the north side this month, talking about that. And just so you're aware, we have to do a conditional use on both of the north and south side of this as they move forward, because the conditional use part of it is not to have that commercial component included in the multifamily or affordable housing.
Okay, the other question I had, it seems like in some places we're using workforce and affordable to mean the same thing, and they really don't, do they?
So I included the definitions, and I was very careful to go back and look at when was affordable used and when was workforce used. So very clearly, this developer agreement, the only time workforce is used is when it's saying that on the south side, they're doing a mixed-use development that includes a variety of affordable housing. All other general references to affordable housing use the word affordable, and on the north side, it's moderate income housing.
Okay, and I think there are places where they are mixed up.
I'll
mixed
check it
together.
again, but I've double-checked it.
Bottom of page 4, item number 6. One. Anyway, that's a minor issue. It's confusing enough as it is, but when you conflate workforce with affordable, it just makes it a little murky.
Is your reference to the third from the last line where it has workforce / affordable?
Right.
Okay. That is, so I'll say this only because this came directly from the Land Development Code. That language is directly from the Land Development Code. And so it was inserted as workforce / affordable, but it's because it specifically refers to it as the entire project and transferred to another workforce affordable qualified owner. Meaning, if you're on the south side and you're qualifying for affordable, but it's a workforce as opposed to moderate income, so the qualifier is what your income is. So it's actually used accurately here.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just,
No, I didn't, but that's okay.
Okay. I can change it if the board chooses.
Well, I mean, the clearer we can make it, the better it's going to be for everybody. It's murky enough as it is.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Feel good? Go ahead.
Okay, on page 1, where it says, whereas the duration of the agreement is 20 years, basically from the time the BCC approves it, is that correct?
Correct. Commencing upon the date of approval.
And then go back to page 4, under D as in Delta, item 4. This agreement encumbers the subject property for 20 years of affordable housing lease/rental units. So what that makes, I'm kind of confused here. On page 1, it says the 20 years starts, the 20-year agreement starts at the time Mike Barker signs it. And then back here it says that this agreement guarantees 20 years of affordable housing, so that if you don't rent the affordable housing until, say, 5 years from now, then we're talking about a 25-year agreement?
No, the agreement itself is 20 years. If your question is, should we say 20 years of affordable rental lease agreements or whatever, and there be from a certain date, like from the date that it gets its first CO, or from the date, because this is about when it's built. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It says 20 years of affordable housing, which gives the impression as though 20 years from the time affordable housing is available to the public and units are being occupied.
Right, okay. I personally do not have a problem with specifying that as from the date of CO. So certificate of occupancy means that somebody can occupy that unit. And I don't have a problem adding that in there, as that's when the 20 years starts, if that's what you're asking. I'm happy to do that.
Instead of,
It's not in the code that way is the reason why it's not in there.
instead of wanting to start this when the first person moves in or the first certificate of occupancy, when all of the affordable housing units are occupied, which
It doesn't work that way. And I'll tell you why before you get started there. If you have 84 affordable housing units and it's brand new, right? It's brand new. And you are ready to start renting it out. The first person that moves in has the right to be applicable to that 20 years. If it's not applicable the day they can move into that first unit, and we have to wait till we have 84 other renters, what if Walton County, for whatever reason, takes 6 to 8 months, a year, 5 years to fill up those 84 units? It's about the people who are making the money getting into the units, or not making the money, as it were, getting into the units. So CO is that 20-year period. If you're worried that one unit is going to be rented right away, but unit number 84 may not be rented for 5 years, is that the question? Because that's a different issue. If you say all the units, then this unit has to wait till this
Hey,
unit is
Mr.
built.
Hall's got something that might help
Yes,
us.
sir.
Steve Hall, Land Use Attorney for Walton County. I think it's a good catch, Mr. Tricker and Mr. Cosin. We have talked with her client already and would suggest that we include the modifier that says that the 20-year portion of the agreement begins with the CO of those first units. The reason that we think that that is acceptable is it eliminates the whatever time they're going to be in permitting and construction over the next 5 years. So I think, at least that covers it's one way to cover the bulk of that time period so that we're good, so that we are starting the 20 years when things start renting.
Okay.
Yes.
We think
Question
that'll be-
answered. Thank
We
you.
think that'll be good. Good catch.
Y'all good with that? Yep. Okay.
Now hypothetically, let's just say, not the best case scenario and not the worst case scenario, but when do you think this project would be ready for affordable housing rental? And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but just a ballpark figure 5 years from now?
No, as I said, the north half is working on the multifamily application that will have 20 affordable units at moderate income that we're looking to apply for and get through the process and hopefully start working, moving dirt within a year. That's their goal, so that we're not talking about something lasting, holding out and waiting for somebody to come to the site in 5 years. We're talking about trying to get started and get moving immediately. They're already applying for the conditional use now. We're getting that heard at the end of the month. So as to the southern half, I believe they have interested parties in all of that, but I can't disclose that and I don't know it. If it's something that we can help them move along more quickly, absolutely, we would love to. And I know that the county has for a project that is all affordable housing and expedited process, so we're trying not to delay it at all if possible.
And Commissioners, I can speak to that a bit. Shelton Stone with Stone Architecture, I've been working with Christian International since 2018, developing a strategic plan that the cornerstone of that plan is affordable housing. We do embody the spirit that the developers agreement should apply to units, not to the date that it's signed. But the projects are going to begin as quickly as they possibly can. The north side, there's a contract in place. The developer's representative is here today. As soon as the land use and zoning is amended, a closing of the land occurs and the development process begins. That is the north side. The south side, we do have a development partner. We've had multiple meetings with MAC with that partner. That is a tax credit financed project, and it requires the zoning to be in place before they can even apply for those tax credits through the state of Florida. So we're going to be making those applications this year, this grant season. We missed it last year because we didn't have the land use in place. As soon as that we apply and get the tax credits, that project will come before you as well. So this will move as quickly as we possibly can. This is obviously the first and most critical step. It doesn't happen without this. I hope that helps.
Dan, you got anything else?
I've got a lot of things, but I'm good for right now.
All right. Anybody else got any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up to public comments.
If I may just really quickly add into the evidence the PowerPoint that we presented.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Morano with South Walton Community Council. Mr. Perry, I want to ask if there is the people with Peach Creek, if they could just raise their hand to give you an idea of a neighborhood that's here. Okay, thank you. This process concerns me. And there has been no neighborhood meeting. I attended the technical review committee, and I was there for another project. You know, we follow projects. That's what we do. And there was nobody from the community there. And MAC has always said, have community meetings for just the simplest project. This project is huge. You talk about a development agreement. I don't think anyone understood what that really was. That sounded like a debate on a high school when Melissa got up here and talked about we need affordable housing. Well, there was no other component to that. We were talking about a development agreement. Nobody really, I mean, where's the bullet points on that? We don't have any. South Walton Community Council is against rezoning. We're not against affordable.
Keep it down.
We are not against affordable housing. In fact, Miramar Beach, and I have friends here on Miramar going to fight another issue, we walk through affordable housing, and I think that was very agreeable. But we're talking about something very different here. And what's different is this neighborhood did not expect all these zoning changes. They have property rights too. And they expected the properties there to be conservation. All of the terms that they use that the properties are, that's what they expected it to be. They did not expect it to be rezoned. And something else that concerns me is the south side. It's totally affordable. It is not integrated which is what it is in Miramar, which is what it is on the north side. You're taking a special population and just putting them in a affordable complex, which is, you heard this gentleman, there's some tax credits there. This is a 501c3. Is there going to be federal money? Is this a resettlement community? What is this community? And when you do affordable housing, 100% affordable housing, and correct me if I'm wrong, planning, this is a minor development order that would never get to the BCC. So you asked for the development order to be heard first, but I didn't agree with that. It should have been a rezoning. Rezoning is something that is very big, important in Walton County and South Walton County, even bigger than affordable housing. This neighborhood needs more time. I don't know if you can continue this project, but if you can't, this project needs to say no. None of these people have any say in what this is going to do. They don't have a comprehension, there's no plan. They have a petition that I heard that they're going to come up and tell you about. I don't think many of these people even stood up in a public workshop to understand what's going on. So they have a right to be heard, every single one of them, even if they're saying the same thing over and over again, because they have not had their time to express their concerns. There's been no neighborhood meeting. I'm very concerned about that. I don't think this project should be rezoned. And it should not be rezoned just because Melissa Ward said that the apartments in Terramar are very expensive. Well, yes, they are. But that is not the responsibility of the county to do a rezoning just to make affordable housing. And also, you have something on the
Yeah, I think
south
it is.
side. Excuse me?
But actually, I think it is.
I didn't hear you. What do we,
Not if you don't have a place for it. The market can't give you affordable housing if you don't have anything zoned for it, so.
you're saying if the market can't give you affordable housing, we need to rezone it as a county issue? Is that what you?
That's part of what the incentives are for the affordable housing, because our properties are so expensive down here.
Well, you talk about incentives.
Sorry, I have to hold it down. If you want to talk, I'll give.
You're talking to me, right? So take notes, people, because these are issues you can come back to. Okay, you're telling,
I'm
yes.
just trying to make clarification, so I'm not trying to argue with you.
No, I don't want to argue with you, Lee, either. I don't. But yes, there are incentives, but that's not a reason to do. In fact, the incentives are for the developer, right? And fast tracking is for the
That's true,
developer.
but they do that because, y'all please hold it down so we can have a discussion.
I really can't hear, but thank you for the
Yeah.
claps. Go ahead.
I forgot my train of thought now, but the reason they do that is because without the incentives, there wouldn't be any affordable housing. That's why they do that, because our property values are so expensive. I'm just making
Okay.
a point here. I'm not trying to argue with you, but we don't
No.
have it because property values are too high, especially down in that area.
Again, people who come in here pay high prices for their homes, pay high prices for their apartments, have property rights. They don't expect their neighbor next door to have a low income or change their zoning. Let me just keep it to a zoning issue. You had zoning issues before you. You had an RV that you passed, even though people were against it. You also had a warehouse that there was nobody in the audience. That we don't even have a measure to decide what should be rezoned and what shouldn't be rezoned. That's concerning. But we have not only a code, but a comprehensive plan. And our comprehensive plan is what they're talking about. And they're also asking you to change your rezoning. We have too much traffic. We have high density. We have lots of issues in the South. And yet the rezoning says we want to put density. How many apartments? 400 and something on the north side? And 200 on the south side? 658. That is huge. These neighbors did not build in Peach Creek to have 658 units that they have to face every day. That is not what this commission should be approving. And this is not, this is going, if you approve it, it goes to the BCC, which everyone should show up. If you don't approve it, it dies right here.
That's not necessarily true. They can still carry it.
No, tell me again, then.
This is a recommending board. All they do is make a recommendation.
Okay,
They recommend to the BCC to approve or deny. Whatever happens here, it's still going to the next level.
okay, thank you for clarifying that. So, but of course, your voice is important. And if you say no, that's great. And if you say yes, the people still have a chance. They still have a chance to say to the commissioners no. So I'm asking you, you're going to listen to Peach Creek. I probably won't have another chance to come up here, but I just want you to say South Walton Community Council is against the rezoning.
Does the community council have any issue with the developers agreement?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, you're asking me to look at a 10-page.
That's what we're talking about right now, the developers agreement.
Well, see, you tied it both together. You both, you're.
No, that's okay. That's okay. If you can't answer the question, just say, I
Well,
can't answer the question.
The way, all right, I'm going to say this. The way the development agreement was presented right now was not clear. All I heard was the debater telling you how great affordable housing is. Thank you.
Ma'am. Sure, Matt. Fred's got a question for you.
Quick question. This is an easy one. If this property is not zoned currently for affordable housing, what zoning districts can you put affordable housing on?
We've got density bonus as adopted in the code that changes that recently occurred about 2 to 3 months ago in a number of districts. In this particular one, in general commercial, there's a conditional use opportunity to provide for moderate income housing and or affordable housing. They have to get a conditional use approval, and that conditional use approval is essentially their agreement to provide that flavor of housing as part of an overall development with that list of restrictions.
Okay, are you saying that there's a part of the property is currently zoned?
No, sir.
Oh, there's nothing on this property that's zoned that you could put housing on, affordable housing?
This property is zoned for housing. It could be affordable housing in its present zoning. It could not achieve the density levels that are available within general commercial for multifamily.
Yeah,
housing.
you're
If I
talking
may,
about the,
I'm sorry. Mac is absolutely correct that other zoning categories allow for affordable housing. If you want, I can read from the list under affordable housing as well as from the land use category. The majority of the north side is conservation residential 2-to-1, which prohibits affordable housing, multifamily, or any kind of a housing other than single-family lots that are conservation lands. That's what it is.
So basically, in order to get affordable housing, you have to have smaller areas to work on because of the cost
To
of the
condense
properties
and
to
cluster the
begin.
density. That's
Right.
correct.
And I think there was a comment earlier about the market should provide this. The whole reason that we have the policies that we have is because the market will not provide this.
And without the incentives, they wouldn't be doing it.
And if you look
this
at what's
easy.
happening in Walton County right now, the market is not providing affordable housing because there's no financial incentive to do so. And that's why the county has to do certain things to encourage this particular type of development. The county has a housing element adopted as part of the comprehensive plan by the Board of County Commissioners. There are quite a number of policies that speak directly to the county encouraging the development of affordable housing. And if you like, I'll read a few of those.
no, I've read it recently, like an hour ago.
But it clearly encourages, these policies clearly encourage the county to facilitate the development of affordable housing in areas where the market is not going to provide it. And in this particular case, the county will be making a contribution, a value capture contribution to the housing tax credit application that will be submitted on the south side that will include the difference in appraised value of the property before the land use change and the appraised value after the land use change. State law allows us to include that difference in values as a contribution towards that application to sweeten that application, if you would, in the competitive process. On the south side, it's a competitive housing credit process through the Florida Housing Finance Agency, or corporation now. And if you don't essentially max out all the points available in your application, you're not going to get funded because there are so many more applications than available funding. That's why we have such a limited amount in Walton County. We have one essentially moderate income housing credit development. It's in Defuniak Springs. And some of y'all may be familiar with it. It's called Arbors at Shoemaker. I was on the city council in Defuniak Springs when this development was being proposed. And let me tell you, there was massive opposition to this. Much the same as we have here today. But I would challenge you to drive by this property and determine whether or not it is some form of affordable housing. It's a gated development. It's essentially a two-story apartment complex. It looks like a luxury development. And that's what these developments will look like. They will be professionally managed. They will not be your lot of record single-family home that anybody can live in. And there will be a land use restriction agreement that comes with the development order for each of these particular developments that will further enumerate the details that we've discussed with regard to reporting and those kinds of things. But we got a number of policies that promote this that the Board of County Commissioners have adopted.
How many projects have come to the county like this in the South Walton area?
Housing credit project? None.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. St. Joe is on the hook to provide at least 150 units of affordable housing as part of their agreement to development Watersound.
Where are they going to put them?
Has to be within 20 minutes peak period driving time of Watersound Parkway. It's likely going on the parcel immediately to the east of Serenoa Road that's owned by St. Joe. That's part of the Bay Walton Sector Plan. They've had that commitment since the Watersound DRI was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We're at the trigger point now where they're going to have to provide that. But that was part of the state approval of the DRI condition. Provide affordable housing because all of these developments have to have people to operate them. Somebody to cut the grass, somebody to serve the food, somebody to cook the food, somebody to take the reservation, or whatever it is.
Right now, most of these people are having to drive north of the bay.
Virtually all of them are. Yeah. From Bay County, Okaloosa County, or somewhere north of the bay, some of these folks drive from Alabama. And by the time they make that kind of drive at the wages that typical service industry workers make, they're not really making any money. They can never get ahead and can never get out of that segment of our economic strata. And what that creates is a continuous turnover of employees in the service industry, the restaurant industry. They can't keep people because they can't afford to continue to work there. And as soon as they find a job that makes a little bit more money, they leave. So this is an effort to help all of our industry in South Walton to provide a stable workforce that can show up and be reliable. But the county commission has policies in place that promote this kind of thing.
All right.
It is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thanks, Mac.
Thank you,
We'll
sir.
go back to the public comments now. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you do. State your name, spell your last name for us.
Jody Veilleux, that's Veilleux. Actually live in Peach Creek subdivision. I'm also a real estate agent, so there's a few things that I'd like to bring to the attention of a new development order. One is there's not enough schools to fund having an extra, let's just say that there's one child per apartment. There's no way that we can put that many children in the schools that we have. We have a new high school, new elementary being built over by Chat Holly that is coming in the next few years. But that was based off of current numbers that we have now. That's not going to give an extra 1,200 kids where we're going to put them at school. Those are going to be your elementary, your middle school. We have one middle school for the entire South Walton County.
Actually, they go through, the school board goes through these applications and tells us how many they expect based on formulas they use, and that's in the development order process that'll go through all that.
You add that on top of where they're going to go for hospital and medical. We keep building, but we're not doing anything for the entire county as far as making sure that medically they have decent health care coverage and they can go to the hospital. You've got Sacred Heart Miramar Beach, always maxed out. You can't even get a doctor's appointment for your pediatricians for your kids right now. But you want to add more homes, more apartments. We have so many apartment complexes being built, it's not even funny. The other concern that I have is what is the property value for the folks that live in Peach Creek and Paradise Cove, because we've got some in here from Paradise Cove.
Let me ask you a question. You live in Peach Creek?
I sure do.
Is the cement factory still operational?
Sure is,
In
and it's a
those concrete-
nightmare.
Okay.
It's an absolute nightmare. I mean, we have concrete
Here it
trucks
is.
going through every single day. They're speeding through the subdivision. So now we want to add on having low-income houses literally on behind Phase 5. Like, that will be, instead of seeing
Is that the
woods.
next phase they're building? I
It's the
see it.
new phase that's already been built.
Okay, I see it on the aerials, reason I asked.
Yes, sir.
But now there's Regional Utilities owns 15 acres
Correct.
between this development and the phase that you're talking about. So there's a 15-acre parcel between there that
It is.
Regional has a water tank.
There's a water tank to the, it's actually behind my house, to be specific, where that water tank is. So I would be the first one to say that I'm not as effective as some of my other neighbors that live in Phase 5 that will literally be behind their backyards.
Well, not really, because there's Regional has 15 acres between this development and the Peach Creek development. There's a 15-acre buffer between there that's got a big water tank on it.
That's on to the left side of that, yes. But where the rest of the development's going to be, that it will be a part of Phase 5.
There's nothing that's going to be adjacent to Phase 5 based off the area I'm looking at.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, there's not a single soul that has contacted anyone in
You can
Peach
see
Creek.
it on see that picture up there? The blue field to the top left, that is the Regional property there. And then parcel just to the right of that is what's going to be developed. That's, we see the arrow goes over to it. That's the green field with the slash marks in it. That's where they're wanting to develop. That blue field right there to the left of it is Regional. That's a 15-acre parcel that they own there. And you see just to the top left of that is the subdivision you're talking about. So there's a buffer between the two pieces of property.
Considered affordable housing compared to everything else in Walton County. You've got Bay County that during Hurricane Michael, when it came through, I lost my home during Hurricane Michael. I lived in Lynn Haven. All of the affordable housing went away at that point. They tore them down, and they are not planning on rebuilding it. Why? Because it caused other issues. It caused issues as far as crime goes. It caused issues as far as maintenance of the buildings, of what they look like over a duration of 20 years, 30 years. What would those buildings look like at that point? And when you build affordable housing, you're doing just that. It is bare minimum of what those houses should look like compared to the rest of the homes that we have in South Walton. I know I personally moved from Bay County to Walton County for better schooling, for just better home setting, better neighborhoods, all of that. That's what I moved out of Bay County for and moved into Walton County.
If I remember correctly, there's 20% of this is going to be affordable housing, correct?
North side, yes,
On
sir.
the north side. So the rest of it's going to be regular housing. So it's
What
going
do
to
you
be,
consider fair housing? Is this a $200,000 house?
Market rate housing.
1,200 square feet, or is this?
I'm sorry, but you're going to have to keep it down. If you want to talk, you got to come up to the podium because we've got things being recorded, so we need to be able
Right.
to hear what you're
My
saying.
question is what is considered affordable housing? Is this a $150,000 house?
They went
that
through that
has
scenario
1,200
earlier about how they come up with, there's a formula that they use that determines that.
But I think we should be disclosed of what that formula is for us to
Went
understand
over
it.
She went over it a while ago with that PowerPoint.
Should be a very simple answer of how much these houses are going to be worth, because if you're putting a $200,000 home next to $700,000, $800,000 homes, that makes a big difference for the people that live in that neighborhood.
To be clear, again, the north part of the property is going to be developed as a multifamily development with 20% affordable housing. The development itself, again, multifamily, those are apartments and townhomes that will be leased or rented. Most of them, 80% of them, are at regular fair market value, very high-end, very nice. And the 20% still built the same and everything as the high-end nice ones, but rentable to people at under that, at 120% AMI. And that means, for instance, so under fair market value, how much you rent it for is based on what the person wants to get in rent. So you can rent a house right now for $2,500, and it could be a very small house or it could be a very big house, just whatever they want to get. But let me finish. Affordable housing, it's based on the value, the number of rooms, who's in it, and what the person makes, and only 30% of the income based on that 120%. So if the person that's renting the house, it makes $50,000 a year, it's 120% of that at 30% of their income. So that's what affordable housing means. It's not that the house is degraded in any way. It's that the person who's renting it only makes so much money. So the 20% of those, you won't know that it's affordable housing because they're going to be interspersed. It's called inclusionary, and they're all inside that same development.
Did that clear it up for you?
Still not happy with it, though.
Okay.
And for the record, we had a community meeting advertised, signs posted, and letters sent out. We had that meeting on January the 25th.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, y'all are going to have to hold it down now.
procedurally, let's let the public have their opportunity to speak on this project and not, I don't believe we should have staff and the developer interjecting off every single comment. They'll get their chance at the end. If they don't want to do a
Yeah, we'll
rebuttal,
get-
at the end, they can go comment by comment, but I think it'd be far more efficient to let the public speak
Okay.
and then let the developer have their rebuttal as they're allowed by the code.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, who else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Elizabeth Jones, Jones. I'm a mom. I'm just a mom, so, and I live in Peach Creek. I have 6 children. 5 of them have sports practices that we are involved in with the county and clubs all throughout tonight, right now at this very moment. But I'm here. And I'm here because this is important to me. I have a lot of concerns, a lot. I'm concerned with like she said, the schools. Dune Lakes is a new school, 2 years in. We're maxed capacity already. If you put 658 units and they have a half a child, that's 300 and some more children that are going to be going to Dune Lakes. And then also, yes, they funnel into ECMS. South Walton High is already at 30, 40 students per class. So we have infrastructure issues. I am concerned with, obviously, traffic. I'm concerned with some of the other things that the other people mentioned. I'm concerned with the medical services. And it is true, 2 months for a pediatric appointment. We go to Doc Smiley. It's basically the only place that you can go walk in, and we pay, and we don't use medical for that, and we just pay cash because we can't get in to the pediatrician when we need to. Thankfully, all my kids are healthy most of the time. Also, I'm concerned with, we moved to this area because we're entrepreneurial minded, we're motivated. I didn't have a business when I moved down here, but I started one at the beginning of 2020. I'm a bookkeeper. I have a bookkeeping business. I made over $50,000 last year as a stay-at-home mom, bookkeeper in South Walton, helping. I'm virtual, but 80% of my clients are local. And I appreciate that locals like to use locals. But my point is that there is opportunity to work and to better yourself, which is why we moved here. We moved for the standard of living. We work hard to be here. We worked hard to pay for our home. And here's a prime example also. If I want a babysitter, my lowest quote has been $38.50 an hour because they can get it. If I want a teenager, sometimes I can con a teenager out of our neighborhood and I pay her $20, $22 an hour. People can make money here and they can make good money. I do not think that if we go by affordable housing and the market or the income level that's given, if we're not going to compare the rent that's given as she may be right that you can't find very many rentals that are $1,100 a month. But on the flip side, you can't find very many people that live in Walton County or that want to be here that can't make or unable to make enough money to live here. I mean, there are situations where it does happen, but we're a strong community, and I've seen more community help living down here than I ever did living up north. So, I mean, I appreciate that also, but I don't agree that the median monthly income and the median year, or that the qualifier, I almost disqualified myself as a single as a stay-at-home mom with 6 children working a part-time virtual job, and I almost disqualified myself. Why? Because opportunity is here. People are flocking here because of the opportunity. The land here is worth so much because of the way we've made it. We moved here because we enjoy the land. I mean, as far as the rezoning, I don't think that it's appropriate to put 658 units without establishing infrastructure within the affordable housing element of it. I'm not sure exactly how that plays out, but what I do know is that once you put somebody in an affordable housing ring, it cripples them. Because what if they could make more? Up north, we had an issue with people not wanting to work overtime because it would put them over their cap and they would no longer qualify. Okay, so now we have somebody who could be making more, but they're not going to, because then they'll lose their ability to stay in the place that they're in. And then yes, they do have to find the market rate of rent. I don't understand why it's an issue to come from Bay County or from Freeport or from Miramar or Destin or the other surrounding, because to be quite honest, many of the people that make 6 figures come from over there too, to work in here. And so I don't see the need, but I do see the strain that will happen. Dune Lakes has 1 school nurse right now. Like, you're gonna stick that many more. We build a school and we're already at capacity, and you're just gonna dump a whole bunch, hundreds and hundreds more children on us. Do you know how many people use the Walton County Recreation Sports Services?
No.
We have over 500 that will be in recreation soccer this spring. And that's 500 kids. And I think it's great. There's tons of kids. I think it's great. But if you have the ability to establish and have a plan for how you're going to accommodate all these people before you put them in here, that would be wise.
I have a quick question for you. I think the previous speaker said there's a phase 5 going into Peach Creek. Is that correct?
Phase 5 is done.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So there's no other phases?
No.
Okay.
No, I live in phase 3.
All
And
right.
I moved in November of last year, without my income. I made that this year. To me, it's not even really about just living in Peach Creek, although I do think that it will have a detrimental impact on my home value. But it's about the reason that we're here in Walton County and what we're about, and not just approving everything that comes along to develop this land and put these massive apartment complexes that are 80% or, out of 410 units, that's 320 or so, give or take, that will be market value, renting at, $1,500-$1,600. So that's just a lot more people moving here and a lot more people. So if we are
Coming anyway.
going,
They're not coming here because there's apartments. They're coming anyway.
They want to
right,
live here.
so if they're going to come here, could we plan for better developments that are not smashed high-rise, lots of apartments? And then also, could we rather point our attention on how we're going to accommodate these people when they do come, if they come? And honestly, I think that there should be a proactive plan for conserving our land use to, like, conservation, or else it's all going to be gone. Like,
You do realize how much property down there is?
I do. I drive by where they're at. I drive by that at least 6 times a day.
Walton County's probably got more conservation property than any
And
other.
that's why we moved here. That's why we like it here.
Yeah, but it doesn't leave a lot left to be developed, is what I'm saying, so.
Well, then, don't develop it. I mean, honestly, you have to decide, what do you want Walton County to be?
Well,
Do you
Walton
want it
County
to
doesn't
be,
get to
do you want it
decide
to
whether
turn into
people.
Destin?
Walton County doesn't get to just make that decision
But
unless
you
they
get
want to
to-
buy the property, because people own it and they want to do stuff with it. We don't get
Right,
to tell
that's
them
true.
no.
My husband is a custom home builder. So that's
Probably
what we
likes it
do.
when
We
people
build custom.
houses.
Huh?
He probably likes it when people build houses on their property.
On the
then.
properties that they buy, yes.
Yeah,
But
but
why
these
not
peop-
let it develop that way rather than building a 410 unit apartment complex and then another 250 on the other side of the street?
Let's go back to listening to the public and not kind of what Clay said. And I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm trying to move this along a little.
Right. So, and then my last thing, I just wanted to reiterate that I don't think that median, that income level is accurate for South Walton. Many people make way more than this. I mean, just given the babysitter, if you can cook, care for children, or clean, you're going to make a lot of money. I'm a bookkeeper. I have clients who've 1099 their cleaners in 6 figures. And they're not their only client, and they're not my client's
They
not
own
their
the
only
cleaning
customer.
company, or they're actual, the maid that makes 100,000?
They might not be the maid, but they own, or they have a cleaning
They're
company
the-
that they have
okay,
a crew
all
or
right,
so.
okay.
But they're not their only customer. She's one of maybe, you have 7 or 8. Can you imagine how much she's getting 1099 and then she's 1099 out others for her business? They are doing very well.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
and many of them choose to live in those areas. And I think that it could be used for better.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to move along then, because I know we got a lot of other people that want to speak. So, yes, ma'am, over here to the right. Well, it's a race, which one of y'all gets here first, since y'all both thought I was pointing at you, so.
Pierce, Pearce. I was a little bit intimidated to come up here because I would qualify to live in this affordable housing. And I know a lot of people are here from Beach Creek. They own their homes. It's fantastic. My husband and I both work in Walton County. I cannot afford to live in South Walton County. I currently live with family. Both my kids also work in the service industry here, and they cannot afford to live in South Walton County. My daughter lives in a 1-bedroom apartment in Bay County and can barely afford to make ends meet, and that's at $1,450 a month 6 months ago. It's now $1,700 a month for new rentals. Bay County has, apartments popping up all over the place, but they're not cheap. Walton County, South Walton's apartments are unbelievably expensive for a 1-bedroom apartment. There's no way my husband and I, living on our income, could even afford trying to live in South Walton on our own, doing what we do. I work in an office. My husband works in retail. Both my kids work in, not anymore. My daughter works at a restaurant. She makes $16 an hour and still cannot pay rent in South Walton County. So just as somebody from the service industry, or represented the service industry here, not an entrepreneur, not a business owner, not a realtor, not a doctor, not anybody else who's making the big bucks in our county, not a developer or a construction worker or a custom home builder, none of those. Okay, the people who are cutting your grass, the people who are teaching your children, the people who are serving you at your restaurants. The labor shortage in South Walton County is also terribly bad right now. They can't get people to work because we can't live. Okay, so affordable housing will also offer people the opportunity to come and live here and work here to support our economic growth. So just on record, I just wanted to say that I support affordable housing in South Walton County. Thank you.
And I want to thank you for coming up and saying that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir, ma'am. Maria Prescott, Prescott, from Peach Creek Phase 5. My husband and I originally are from California. We moved here a year and a half ago because 3 years ago I saw this place. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. In California, I hope, as far as I know, I have history. We're kind of familiar with the Section 8 affordable housing. Pomona, Ontario, Fontana. A lot of houses, a lot of that city before they put affordable housing in those cities, there were really no crime. But I'm not going to say no crime. Very, very little crime. As soon as they moved affordable housing, Pomona is the number highest crime. You have drive-by every day in Pomona. Ontario, Fontana. I don't want my paradise to have drive-bys because we still leave our doors unlocked. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but in California, we've seen this. I mean, that's why California is messed up. I'm sorry, I'm a Floridian now, even if I'm only here a year and a half, and I don't want that to happen. So I just hope, think about it. Think about what you're going to decide on what our future is going to be. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Adams, ADAMS, and I live in South Walton County. My wife and I and our family, we live in the Paradise Cove community, which is between County Road 395 and Emerald Coast Middle School. So respectfully, I would ask this body before any vote up or down is taken, obviously there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of dissent to this. I would hope that you would offer some kind of continuation for some more discussion within the communities to give you guys some more feedback before you make any kind of vote. Obviously, the concerns, some of them are well-founded, in my opinion. Some of them maybe not so much. But regardless, these are the opinions of the folks that live here. The other thing, we moved down about 4 years ago, my family. And we chose this area. We could have moved anywhere in the southeast. We chose South Walton because we love it. We want to be close to the beach. This is where we wanted to raise our kids. And we made a conscious choice to be here. Of our own volition. We chose to be here. We bought the home we live in because we can afford that home. If I couldn't have afforded that home, I wouldn't live in South Walton. Period. No one subsidized my home when I moved here. The market is what it is. People are moving here left and right. So we saw a slide with apartment prices and availability that looked pretty spot on to me. If they could charge $3,000 a month, then they would charge that much for it. If they couldn't charge that much, the price would come down. That is the market. And I don't know where the line is when we start monkeying or start messing with the market. The market is what it is. It is supply and demand. So if we're going to mess with the market here, why don't we just cap the price of all new homes in South Walton? Where's that line? And for servers or anyone else in the service industry that works here, the prices of restaurants and services will reflect that. If it's harder to get work, you pay people more. And if you pay people more, your costs go up. And a $30 meal might cost $50 now, but that's the market. And we let the market figure that out. So that's all I have to say. Again, thank you for your time and appreciate you letting me speak.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Nick Jones, Jones, and I live in Peach Creek. I have no idea how I'm doing this, so am I coming across okay or
Yes,
too
sir,
loud,
you're fine.
too soft? Okay, good. You know, talking about people in lower income situations having to drive from Definiak and from other places. When I graduated from college, I went to work in downtown Houston. And all of the, really cool things were downtown and all the cool places to live were downtown. And I wanted to live downtown, but you know what? I didn't make enough money. I couldn't live there. I couldn't afford it. So I lived 17 miles out in the middle of basically a cow pasture and drove because I had to, because that's the way that worked. And I've worked for 43 years. I've worked very hard to get where I am. I moved here, bought this house in Peach Creek because I like the way it is. I think it's beautiful. I like the area. I like South Walton. I mean, the beach is fabulous. If you are going to put affordable, this very dense affordable housing right next to my property, it's going to go down in value. I really do not appreciate that. I don't mean to come off sounding bad, but I don't appreciate that. If folk, as the gentleman just said, it's the market. If I hadn't had the amount of money I have, I wouldn't have been able to buy in Peach Creek, and I wouldn't have been able to move to South Walton. So, you're putting an enormous apartment, set of apartments with a variety of income levels in the middle of what's basically a resort area. And I would encourage you to think very seriously about not just the implications for us in Peach Creek, but the implications for the future of South Walton, because that is going to affect other development in this area.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Yes, sir.
Yeah, gentlemen. Name's Joshua Ballard, Ballard. I just want to come up here today to, the last two gentlemen that spoke made some really good points, talking about the market and everything like that. I fell in love with this area when I was at Ranger School. And I'm from Hawaii. And to me, hell, Alice Beach is affordable. Because you have to understand where I'm from, median home price on a single dwelling is about $850,000. So, I definitely want to let everybody here know and understand that as a recipient of somebody who's had affordable housing, hell, I've been homeless before. I fully support affordable housing. But this area here, it's just like, a lot of them folks that live in Beverly Hills and other places like that, I'm sure they support affordable housing too, but I doubt their board has ever, had the discussion on whether or not we should put affordable housing units in our neighborhood. I understand, that the north side is 80%, normal income housing, I guess you could say moderate income or however you'd like to put it.
Market. I think it's market income.
Okay, so market income. Is the south side or north side a larger development?
North side.
North side is larger. At the end of the day, and this has absolutely nothing against your guys' organization. Number one, I love their organization. I took my kids to their fall festival and everything like that. They enjoyed it. I think it's great. But I don't see the benefit to the community. I noticed that it's Christian International putting it together, and don't get me wrong, I may be completely ignorant in regards to the law in terms of taxes and things like that when it comes to religious organizations, but I still can't see the benefit. I can't see the benefit to South Walton. Now, we keep saying Walton County, Walton County, Walton County. There's no affordable housing in Walton County. She brought up the point that, it's $1,800 to rent an apartment in, what is it, Terra Del Mar or whatever it is. I could buy a 3,500 square foot Victorian mansion around Defuniak Springs right now, and my damn mortgage would be the same price. So the market hasn't created it because they don't want it. This gentleman here, I understand, that, you know, folks got to get to work. You know, he's talking about people cutting grass, everything's like that. But still, I mean, even if you were a landscaper, how many shops you see on 98? How many places you see where folks are pulling up to go to work? You don't see it because it doesn't exist on 38 or in the R section of 98. So regardless, even if they did move to this new development, they still gonna be driving to get where they gotta go. We got the folks that's gonna work the restaurants, things like that, and that's great. I understand that. For the most part, it's gonna be kids anyways in school. And two, what they gonna do during the wintertime? How they gonna pay their rent? If they came here to live here just to work at a restaurant, what they gonna do? What they gonna do in February?
Looks like now it's year-round here all the time, so I won't see anybody leaving.
Well, I tell you right now, I enjoy going to Seaside and all that. I won't even think about going there from May through. There's no way. At least now I can find a place to park and let my kids out and everything like that. So you know, I just, again, it has nothing to do with the idea of building affordable housing. It's got nothing to do with it. But our area doesn't need it. South Walton County doesn't need it. So, I mean, you know, you're talking about driving. Hell, I don't have a skill set to work anywhere around here. I don't. I build fuel systems for United States Air Force and the United States Navy. So I drive, at a minimum, I'm driving 100 miles every single day to go to work. But that's fine, because I chose to come here, knowing full well that if I had to go to work, you know, I'm gonna spend an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on the time of year, getting home. And that's fine with me. The thing that upset me, the reason why I even came here today, was I found out about this at about 8 p.m. last night. Me personally, I don't have a social media account. I don't, in any way, shape, or form. My wife had showed me something from the Peach Creek board, and I learned about this, and I said, you know, she had mentioned that they sent out letters and things like that. I'm here to tell you, I have not received a lick of mail. I haven't received.
You say you live in Peach Creek?
I do, sir. I do, sir. Yeah, it's been about a year now. But again, I had no notice of this. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. We're talking about a decision that's going to affect all these folks. And there's probably a lot of folks in the neighborhood right now that have no idea that this is going on. They got no idea that right now on y'all's docket is a motion to essentially reshape our area. So I just please ask y'all to consider that, and just remember, I mean, a lot of folks here made a lot of good points, but I mean, I've never heard anybody. I've never heard the conversation. I've never heard anybody say, like, man, I want to go to South Walton, Florida to live affordably. So I'm just saying. But I don't.
All right, yeah.
I don't want to take up any more of y'all's time.
All right, well, we appreciate it.
It's been hard for me to not curse. It's yeah, I did. Did I? Sorry about that. I apologize. I apologize to everyone on the board.
Thanks, sir, we
for that.
appreciate it. So another hand, yes, sir? I'll come back to you in just a second.
Hello, my name is Tyler Shook, last name S-H-O-O-K. I live in Peach Creek. I also run the Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Destin, so some of the comments that are being made specific to service industry, I feel that I can weigh in on. I don't have that problem in my restaurant. My people live locally, and they have a 15 to 20 minute commute to work. Now, I do have the cream of the crop employees in my restaurants, and I've ran other restaurants where I was not so fortunate. And I think that speaks more to the industry and the people that it attracts than it does the income possibilities. As for this new development order, we bought our home a year ago in Peach Creek on good faith that the zoning was not going to change. We moved specifically to this area because of its low density. I could have lived in Destin. I could have lived in Miramar Beach. I chose not to, and I am not interested in this going forward. And I do think that we do have valid issues specific to rezoning. Some of them were mentioned earlier. Traffic is a nightmare in South Walton. The fire safety is absolutely an issue. There's one way in, one way out of our development. Education, childcare, medical care, these are all valid concerns. And the one thing I want to say, it seems that we have forgotten that living at the beach is a luxury. It's a luxury that I'm willing to pay for. It's a luxury that we paid handsomely for when we bought our home, and no one subsidized it, and we didn't want it subsidized. And I don't want South Walton to change. So please take this into serious consideration, all of the implications for future development in the area. Like was said before, I do think it would change the area significantly to have low-income housing on the south side of 98, on the back side of 38. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, sir, you come on up.
Good evening, Carlos Alvarez, Alvarez. I'm just going to bring a point that probably nobody's bringing. I have 4 children, university educated. I have a psychologist, one to be a psychologist, another a business degree. 2 of them are going into medical school. So we don't work in the service industry, but they are RBTs, that's registered behavioral technicians. They work with children with difficulties. They work 30 hours a week, every week, and they go full-time to university. My kids cannot afford a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom apartment in this area. So I thought that I want to put in your minds is we're going to lose our children. They're going to move out. Yeah, beach houses are luxuries, but the future of South Walton has to also consider our children. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, your hand, yes.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Carpenter. I live at Peach Creek, Phase 5. Peach Creek, the residents of Peach Creek, we have in the last 24 hours, because we just recently were made aware of what was going on with the apartment complex. So in the last 24 hours, we have come up with a petition. And in those short 24 hours, we already have more than 100 signatures from our neighborhood. And this, I would like to enter the petition.
No, you can leave it, yeah. Give it to Karen over there.
Okay. We, the undersigned residents of the greater Peach Creek area, are very concerned about continued high-density development in our area for the following reasons. First is safety. The fire marshal, Sammy Sanchez, is already worried about the lack of access points to help our residents in case of emergency. We believe increased development would increase the risk of fire, and the fire marshal has said that it is not if a fire will happen, but when. With close to 500 young children in our subdevelopment, we want the infrastructure to feel safe. Our area's environment is already vulnerable to continued development. Environmental degradation is economically hard to recover from and will cost the county in remediation. Our county enjoys increased value due to the image of protecting our environment, and we believe it is vital to continue to do so. Also, I want to point out that I'm not sure if you're aware, but the buses in Walton County are already so full that kids are standing in the aisles to get to their middle school and to get home, to get to their high school, to get to their elementary schools. Kids are standing in the aisles. We don't have room for another 600 more children to be on the buses. You have to have the infrastructure in place. They're talking about rapidly doing this project, and there's nothing in place. There's nothing in place for this to happen. I mean, like they said, the school's 2 years already at capacity. There's no childcare in the area. People every day, there's a Facebook group of moms. Every day people are asking, where can they take their kid to childcare? There's nothing available. There's not enough daycares or the families that are coming in with this project. I just don't see how you can build this without the infrastructure already in place, without, you know, for low income, no income, a lot of those people aren't going to have transportation. How will they get around?
No income, because you've got to be able to pay.
Low, very low income. A lot won't have transportation.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, how are they going to get around? How will they get around here? There's no public transportation in place.
Okay.
I mean, the closest area to walk is the new Burger King and the gas station going up in front of the school. I mean, you have to have infrastructure in place before you can start something like this.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak on this? Yes, sir. It's another race.
Hello, gentlemen, lady. My name is Anthony Smoots, S-M-O-O-T-S. I'm in Phase 5 Peach Creek. Peach Creek subdivision has 2 HOAs, so I'm Phase 5 president of that HOA. Very good comments and points I've heard from everyone that's spoken today on both sides. I'm the type of person, I want to hear both sides. So I heard some very great things today. One thing I do want to address is the notification process. From my understanding, there was one person in our neighborhood that was notified by mail. From what I understand, and I don't know the rules of how it works, but I was told within a certain distance of the property that's in question is how they sent the letters out. So if you were too far of a distance, you didn't get a letter. So I understand there was one person in our subdivision out of all of the entire division. So what I would like to ask, if there's any more meetings, that the entire subdivision would be notified by mail or some type of way that we can get the information to attend whatever's next.
That would be a change in policies that I think would have to be made, and I think right now it's a 300-foot radius.
300, right, that's what I heard.
And I don't know, I think that would be a process that would have to be probably decided by the county commissioners to do that.
Would there be any way that, say myself, could be notified so I could put it out to our community if there's any more meetings?
You can ask the applicant to do that. They could probably send you a letter if you want to. There you go.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do after this meeting, and this is for the Peach Creek residents. After this meeting, if we can meet in a parking lot or something, what I would like to do is meet with every resident and we can talk.
Good.
So,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
I'm going to
just-
defer to the council on this, and he said you'd have to meet elsewhere on that.
okay.
They can go outside in the parking lot. We just can't have him set up a meeting here. He needs
Yeah,
to address
okay.
the board about what's going on. If they want it to be in the parking lot, as long as they're not blocking traffic, that's fine,
But you're going to
now's
be
not the
outside
time
after
to
the
schedule
meeting.
community
Okay.
meetings.
We'll be outside.
All right.
So what we'll do, we're going to, over the next few days, gather questions from our community. And he's at right now, but anyway, I spoke to someone already and they will accept the questions. This is a very good place here that we can come and we can talk in meetings like this and settings like this, but I think also we need to get more questions because everything's not going to be addressed. If I could, if we could go back to the briefing that, the slide that I don't remember your name, I'm sorry. Melissa Ward, to her briefing that was on, I think it's the second slide. One, yeah. Okay, just the only question I had here is, yeah, I just wanted to look at this. So you see, well, let me point to you.
Yes, sir.
So, just clarification, that was statement that was made earlier, I think it was a buffer of 400 feet or 300 feet?
No, there's a 15-acre parcel there that is owned by regional utilities.
So that dividing line right there where I was pointing is no building.
Well, regional may go in and build some additional water tanks and stuff. Regional Utilities owns that property. They could build more water tanks and other things in there, so
Okay. Great, so that's good, so that would, if this goes forward, we wouldn't really have to worry about that, because my next question would have been, would there be any type barrier up? So that takes care of that, looks like.
Yeah, there won't be any, I doubt there'll ever be any housing over there. I don't think regional does housing, so.
Way too much money.
Okay, again, thank you for your time, and again, I would like to
Not
say,
more any other business, isn't it? Okay, thank you, sir.
listen to both sides, so, thank you.
We appreciate that. Is anybody else like to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Richard Schauman, Schaumann. I live in Peach Creek in Phase 4. We've heard a lot of comments. I'm going to try and be just as brief as possible. I agree 100% with Mr. Shook back here. As far as South Walton County, south of the Bay, is a luxury area. I lived over on the west end of 30A for 22 years before I bought this home in Peach Creek 3 years ago. It got so crowded over there that traffic backing up to go to the Butler School. Now they're building another project right across the street, the road from where I lived. I lived in what used to be called Flamingo Village. Now it's Emerald Walk on 30A or whatever. So we moved out here to Peach Creek. Bought a house, assuming that it's going to be fairly quiet around here. Putting in 640 units. I know we need affordable housing because there are people that need help for places to live. But South Walton County on 98 down here in this area is not the place. You'd think the biggest problem the county has, and this is one thing I hope they'll address, if not here at the Board of County Commissioners, is that the entire infrastructure in this county is way behind. You take a look going into Destin, it's taken over 3 years to widen that one highway, for a 10-mile stretch. We need so much down there. We need more fire stations. We definitely need a hospital. I've got a daughter who had a massive brain aneurysm in Pennsylvania. They would love to move down there. My other daughter's up there taking care of her. She quit a $70,000 a year job at Ellis Beach to be able to go up there to do it. They want to move back here and bring her down here. There's not a neurosurgeon anywhere close that could even treat her. This county needs infrastructure before we keep adding people and adding people and adding people. We've got a zoning in place. The land development code is in place. We can build on the property that's zoned for this type of thing. But we've got to quit changing the zoning to cram more people into this county where we don't have any place to take care of them. That's really about all I've got to say is let's plan ahead and let's not say, oh, well, there's another school going up here in Chat Hollow I heard somebody mention. It's in the planning stage. What's going to be in 5 years, 6 years, 10 years? Now, if you have to widen 98, how long is it going to take to do that? I sat in traffic for almost 20 minutes today, just coming from my house, to get onto 331 at that stoplight there. It's a disaster. Anytime after about 2:30, 3 o'clock on, traffic backs up almost all the way to Grayton Beach Road at 283. And you sit there, and you sit there. You add another 600 units, another 1,500 to 1,800 cars. Where are they going to go? We've got to stop jamming people in here. Build on what is developed, what is zoned to be built on, and quit trying to change other things to add more people we don't need right now. We don't need them until the infrastructure is here to support them, and we don't have the infrastructure. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak on this? Yes, sir. When we see the last hand, we always let them talk.
Hello, my name is Jim Ryan, R-Y-A-N. I'm a local contractor here on 30A. I live on 30A. I've lived here for 32 years, and I just want to agree with a lot of the people's concerns that they have regarding Peach Creek as far as the development goes, but I also want to take a little bit different slant to that as well. I mean, I moved to 30A because it was the quiet, peaceful, nobody was on 30A. For 6 months out of the year, you could walk them down the beach and not even see a soul, and now it's crowded all year round. And that's what happens with progress. When you have a nice place to live, a lot of people want to live there. I can also remember the days when they were first doing the development for Peach Creek, and I believe, if I'm not, I could be wrong, but I think the zoning also got changed to Peach Creek. That used to be a 65-acre development that got zoned from 2 to 1, I think, to 4 to 1 as well. So they also benefited from the fact that a zoning took place at one particular time. You know, when I first moved here in '98, was a single, 2-lane highway, and over the years it changed to a 4-lane highway. When I first moved here, Sacred Heart wasn't here. All my kids were born in the Fort Walton Medical Facility because that was the nearest hospital, and now we have Sacred Heart down the road. So as long as progress continues and progress goes, more things end up coming in as well. I've even heard Sacred Heart is going to be possibly building another facility on Panama City Beach, just short of 79. So now we're going to be sandwiched in between 2 medical facilities as well. So all progress is not bad. Some progress is good. We definitely need affordable housing in the area. My children work in the service industry. They have a hard time finding places to live as far as rental goes, because rent is extremely high. And another benefit, if we can go to the map up there, one that has the overlay of the zoning. The one actually advantage to this as well is you do have the 15-acre buffer between Peach Creek, which actually is a benefit. It's not right up against their back door per se. On the east side of that property is state forest. And then if you look at the green area all around the other side of the road, that is all state forest. So that whole area around there is not going to see increased development down the road. It'll never be developed. We have an apartment complex right next to Dune Elementary School. We have another apartment complex down by Watersound. We have a couple more on 331. Some more slated to go. The teachers in the area, they only start out at about $33,000, $35,000 a year. So if you want to be a teacher in the elementary school, where are you going to live? It would be nice if you could live right down the street and have a short commute to work and cut your day, cut a couple hours off your day. So if it was me, I would much rather live the way I did 30 years ago, but that's not the case because progress indeed does happen, and we just kind of get used that South Walton's going to continue to grow and continue to develop, and hopefully we can keep up with the development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Michelle Doggett, D-O-G-G-E-T-T. I'm up here just to speak on behalf of the Walton County School District. I'm the planner for the school district. I've heard a lot of comments about the schools and the students and the kiddos that we have coming into our area. We know all too well the student station numbers that are being generated by all of the developments across the entire county. So I just want to put some facts out there. I'm not speaking for nor against this project or any other. I just want to let everyone know that in the South Walton area, 110 acres were purchased last year because we do see that student growth continuing to grow. So we're trying to plan ahead and purchase properties as we can, or even better, just like here in Freeport, Hammock Bay donated 30 acres, which we're currently in the process of going through the planning stages of a new middle school here for Freeport area. So 110 acres have been purchased for the South Walton area for either future elementary school and or something that would also pair with another site for extended high school. And so we're just not really sure. It depends on what those numbers look like as time goes on. Dune Lakes Elementary was designed so that we could put another wing on that to accommodate for a little bit more student growth. We don't want to get too high. I say we. The school board has made it known that they don't want super large elementary schools, which makes sense. But we do have the ability to build on to that school also and to Emerald Coast Middle School. It was also master planned so that we could put another wing on Emerald Coast Middle School as well. We just are continuing to look at the numbers as they come to us and to let everyone know that we cannot build on projections. We have student generation multipliers that are out there based on historical data. And I know in the past year, we've seen a lot of projects come forward that are multifamily, which people seem to see, because the cost has risen to live in our entire county, that more people are leaning towards some of these multifamily homes, which include townhomes, apartments, and also condos are factoring into that as well, whether they generate a lot of student station numbers or not. Normally they do not. So the past historical data that we have from these numbers did not always generate a lot of students from, because they were a lot of times for vacation rentals. But now things since COVID, obviously, has changed the way our county and the number of folks that are coming into our area and just the look of our county in general. And I know that we're not the only one in the state of Florida. But a student generation multiplier, I know a lot of times folks will say, hey, you know, we have 100 apartments coming in. That's going to be 100 kids. I must say, I'm not aware of any student generation multiplier in the state of Florida that generates one student per dwelling unit. So I just want to put that out there as well. We, as a school district, are governed by the Department of Education. We cannot, again, build on projections. We get recommendations from plant surveys from DOE whenever they come every 5 years and do a plant survey. And they look at our educational facilities overall, from ancillary to also school sites. And they say, okay, this is what we're going to recommend. So that's based on what they find. We were given the recommendation for a future school site in South Walton, so that's why and how we were able to purchase the 110 acres. So we are trying to think ahead. One other thing I want to say as well is that we are bound to cost per student station. And what that means is the state of Florida says, okay, if you're going to build an educational facility in the state of Florida, you have to abide by a certain dollar amount per student and stick within that. Well, we build our schools a little bit above that and have for quite some time now. However, legislature has made it a lot harder to go out and seek bond, because now they want to make sure that you stay within that cost per student station number, and before they'll give you an actual, or go out and basically a mortgage, as others would look at it from that standpoint. So we are bound by cost per student station, and so we're battling with that as well. So we are continuing to watch the numbers, look at these developments. We don't always get up and make comments. We're listening. We're working behind the scenes. And I think just one thing that I just want to point out is that a lot of folks don't understand that the school district is not attached to Walton County BCC. We are a separate entity, and we operate separately, and we have a different rules and statutes that we abide by that we have to strictly follow. And one little plug is our Walton County School District system is 5th in the state. Go Walton.
I got one question for you. Do you know right off the top of your head what the formula is for establishing how many students would come in?
To which, I mean,
Well, like in a development, because I know we've got some developments on here that I think there's a 32 unit or subdivision going in, and there was, I'm just from the top of my head, I think there was out of 32. Oh, have you got that, Bob? I know we've had questions about how many students would be going into the school. I just wondered if we could get a rough estimate.
The student generation multiplier from multifamily, which are your apartments and your townhomes, is at a 0.08%. And so that comes to generate, I mean, it was 251 townhomes, I think that was coming in. It was going to generate something.
There was 648 units total, and that's what they were concerned about, was the total.
Anywhere from 70 to 80 students, basically.
Okay. I know that question had come up a couple of times, so I thought we'd try to get that answered.
Is that it?
That's it. That's what we
Okay.
need. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's slow.
I'm going to consider you an expert. Your name again is?
Michelle Doggett,
And are you the facility?
planner for Walton County School District.
And you say right now, Walton County school system is or is not prepared for this?
We are preparing. We can't stop any development
You-
because
okay.
statutorily we can't.
Right.
We
You're-
just try to.
You're
keep-
working on it.
Yes, sir.
Of
We try to,
course.
right.
Okay.
And we can't build again on projections. We're looking at historical data to look at like the multipliers. I know that there have been questions about, wow, that's really low because we have a lot of people coming in, and you're absolutely right. We have a lot of developments that have been approved over the past year, but they're not built yet. So we don't have that data in place so that we can pull from it.
I'm with you.
But it's changing as these developments get built. that information changes, it's ever evolving.
If you're going to stick around, I'd like to speak to you on a break.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll come up here and ask it so we can get you on the. Does anybody else want to speak on this before?
Not. But can you tell them how many students in, what the student increase was in Dune Lakes from last year to this year? Just the last school year? Current school year?
That data with me, actually. Right now, the current student population at Dune Lakes Elementary is 930. That's as of February 4th. Last year, at the end of the year, May 26th, Dune Lakes Elementary. Not with me. Not with me.
The what?
No, actually, I do in 2020, but, you know, there were a lot of kids that were actually being taught from home, so that year was 787. 787?
Thank you.
799. We're at
Anything to do
934.
with the bus transportation?
No,
too?
I don't, but I will speak on part of the bus transportation. We can't find drivers, and we have upped the pay. The school board has upped their pay, so we just can't find people to fill those positions.
I've got a question.
Okay.
How much difficulty are y'all having finding teachers that can't afford to move here?
The beginning teacher pay has just been upped to this year. The school board has decided to match what, you know, Governor DeSantis had started a couple of years ago to raise it to $47,500. And just this year, our board was able to vote and just have that beginning salary at
That's
$47,500.
been hindering you from hiring because
Yes, sir.
housing, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know about
Well, no,
housing. I
but-
can't speak on that.
Okay, the price of living, okay.
I can't speak on that, but I mean, I just state the
May
fact
not-
how much
you
they
may not
make.
know, I
they
just-
make.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that it?
We got one more, and then we're gonna, we'll come on then. He spoke on the first thing, didn't he? Yeah,
My name's John McGee. I just wanted to ask her a question on the school board.
sure.
So I do understand the planning for additional growth, right?
Yes.
But what I did not hear was this. In that planning, we plan on building another high school, another middle school. We're building grade school, grant you, but everybody that moves down here does not have all grade school. Our high school, I believe, is at capacity, correct?
It's at 96%.
96%.
Permanent student
Okay,
stations.
our middle school, what percentage is it at right now? Do you-
It's about 90,
90
it's a 90-something percent.
90-some-odd%. Now, we're building grade schools. We've heard people talk about infrastructure
Yeah.
growth and things like that.
I don't mean to shut you down, but this has got
But it's
nothing to
correct.
do with what we're
My
gonna,
point being,
so,
she brought some very good points of interest about growth.
yeah.
But what was not defined is where's that growth going to go and how it's going to facilitate? And do we actually have enough land to build a new high school, a new major middle school, and then the grade school? That's the reason I brought it in, infrastructure.
Well, I think they're planning on stuff like that, because that's what they look at, so, thank you, ma'am. All right, we're gonna shut the, public comments down, and, commissioners, you got any questions for anybody? All right, I'm sorry, the applicant, do you want to answer any of the questions that came up? Respond to anything?
I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have after the public comment. We did advertise and have a public community meeting. We have a recording of that meeting, which I've sent over to the planning staff. If it is at the pleasure of this board, if that is something that they want us to do moving forward and do that, we are happy to do so. We would ask that you would vote on these to move these forward to the county commission and let us have these meetings in between. As this is a land use amendment, it does not involve revising plans that are drawn on the ground, but rather what their expectations are. And so the changes could be made accordingly if it was appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think to add, Shelton Stone again, I think to add to Melissa's point, the signs on 98 are on both sides, the public notice signs. The certified letters went out to 300 feet per statute, per the code. But we're willing to meet with anyone who wants to. We had a public meeting on the 25th of January. Not only did no one show up in person, no one showed up via Zoom. So, well, I'll tell you.
Sorry, you're gonna hold it down now.
Okay. Hey, folks, you know, I've sat here and listened to you all. Please listen to me. The sign is still out there on the meeting date. You can drive, when you're driving home, go look at the public notice sign for the developer agreement. It's out there. It's on US 98.
The sign was put out 2 weeks ahead of the 25th, so I'll let you know.
So, but in the meantime, we're willing to have, and we want people informed. This is not an attempt to do something that we don't want people to know about. So we're certainly willing to have another meeting. I think we're scheduled for the BCC meeting on the 24th. We can have one between now and then at the church. I think they'd be willing to host that again, and let it be an open forum, a little bit better for this, a little, you know, dialogue back and forth, and really try to explain what it is this project is about. It is not Section 8 housing. It's not subsidized housing. If it's subsidized by the developer, the market rate developer. Everyone talks about market rate. These folks are coming in and paying market rate for the land, and for doing it, they're willing to take a little bit less money for 20% of their units. That's it. It will look like every other high-end apartment complex that we have currently developed in South Walton.
You can't rent the other stuff if your 20%'s dragging it down.
That's
so
right.
You're not gonna be able to rent it for market rate.
It will be literally indistinguishable. It is simply a market rate apartment building.
Won't be track housing.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. It will look like the other apartments that have currently been built recently there. It will look identical to that. In fact, at this meeting that I'm proposing, the developer, we will have, and we had at our public meeting that no one attended, we had elevations, we had floor plans, we had everything for someone that would be interested to see, and we're willing to do that again. But we would like to move this process forward. We believe we have met all the requirements of planning staff, their comments. We've negotiated a developer agreement in good faith. We believe we shouldn't be held up. We should be able to continue moving forward. But we will have a meeting next week sometime, whatever's convenient, after work, 6 o'clock or better for folks, and have them come to the church. I'll be there. Melissa will be there. We'll have the developer can be there, and we can explain answer all their questions in more of an open forum than what we see today.
Thank you.
So,
Anybody
thank you.
got any questions on?
Yeah, I guess, you know, it's more of a comment than a question. I'm glad that you're willing to do a community meeting, and it seems to me that if we had reached out to more people that are affected by this, we could have had this discussion at the community meeting, and we wouldn't have had to spend 2 hours here hearing from people that are just frustrated because they feel like something's being crammed down their throats. They're not happy about it. So I guess from my point of view, I think we ought to have the public meeting, see what comes out of that, and then take it up at the planning commission. I don't think we should vote on it tonight. That's my opinion.
Well, that would be, all right, anybody else got anything to add?
To the developer or discussion?
We're discussing.
Okay, I've been taking notes of everybody that's spoke and put up some really good points. I'm probably gonna be the longest, so I'd like to go last and get everybody out of the way first.
All right, anybody else like to speak? Well, I can say this about it. I don't know of another piece of property, based on all the comments that I've heard, we're not gonna ever have affordable housing in Walton County if we don't get it here. Because this is buffered on 3 sides by state forest and on the other side by regional utilities. So there's nothing that's right up against this property. Any place else it goes, it's probably gonna have neighbors right up against it. So if we don't do it now, we're probably never gonna do it. So we'll never have affordable housing in South Walton. Anybody else got anything?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. I respect your opinion, and I have my own opinion. Since we're sharing thoughts, once this property loses the conservation zoning category, it's lost forever. And one of the things that concerns me about this is we're changing from a two houses per acre to 17 homes per acre, and we're maxing out the density on the most densely populated, most problematic area of our county, where we have fallen far behind on the infrastructure, and we unfortunately have developments that a lot of times are fueled by greed, and we worry about the infrastructure later, and everybody's worried about making money now, making money now, making money now. And the infrastructure and the roads always get put off. It's the last thing to get done, and we have a gridlock situation down on our south end. It's maxed out, and I don't know why you want to take conservation away from our most densely populated area. So that's just one thought. The schools may not be maxed out at 100%, but they're all in the 90s. And the gentleman brought up a good point about not having a high school. We have lack of healthcare facilities. We have an aging population here. People come here to retire. People come here to enjoy their fourth quarter. And the lack of healthcare facilities is part of infrastructure. There's a lot of things that involve infrastructure. It's not just sewage and water and electricity. It goes far beyond that for a quality community, if the community is going to have a quality of life. We've got more gridlock in Miramar, in 30A, than anywhere else in the county. This is not compatible with the surrounding, and we have a compatibility issue here. There's the bubble burst effect. I can't help but think back to 2010, when Owl's Head subdivision was going great guns, and then the real estate prices were going up, and then the bubble burst, and Owl's Head is now 11 years, 12 years later, just getting back started. So the way we see prices in the economy going, the best way to predict the future is to know the past, what's happened in the past. Well, in the past, the bubble broke when real estate prices were just getting unbelievable. And it looks like it might be headed that way now. So if we change this zoning and take away the conservation code, and you've only got half of the project built on the north end of 98, and then they say, you know, they declare bankruptcy like the other developments did back in 2010, we've lost the conservation, and we've got a half-finished project that won't get off the ground again till possibly another 11 years. The planning staff here, they're like everybody else. They're human beings just like everybody that works down there. We've got planning members that travel 2 hours a day in a commute just to get to work and back. We've got people that live in Bay County, over in Lynn Haven. We've got people that live in Okaloosa County. We've got people that live in Defuniak Springs, Paxton. We've got people all over the place. And if you want to work down there, you go down there. And there was a gentleman that spoke earlier about he would have liked to have lived in the cool section, you know, when he was younger and he was trying to make his way in the world, but he couldn't ever afford it. Well, you know, I'd like to live on the south end too, but I can't afford it. So I live in Defuniak Springs, and I go down there and I visit and I enjoy the amenities of the south end every chance I get. But I don't see why I should be subsidized to live down there. There was somebody that made that comment, and I concur. People come from out of the county. We come from Defuniak Springs, Paxton, Freeport. All this problem, and I'm really optimistic about the new direction this planning department is heading. And maybe the current staff has inherited a lot of problems from the past that they're trying to correct. But a lot of these problems that we're facing is lack of planning. We really don't plan. The planning department issues permits. That's what they do. If it was real planning, they would be working in a way to blend neighborhoods and commercial business and improve the roads and the infrastructure and increase the quality of life. No quality of life is being improved with the past direction that the planning department was in. And just out of curiosity, for those of you that live down there, can I have a show of hands that think that your quality of life has improved since you've moved here? Can anybody tell me your quality of life has improved since you've moved here? How many think that their quality of life has diminished since they've moved here because of the traffic and the lack of infrastructure and the maximum density? Okay, thank you. Let's see, there's...
Dan, you mentioned something a while ago about Miramar. You know this isn't in Miramar, don't you?
Miramar's on the south end, and our problems are on the south end.
Yeah,
I
but
get
this
it.
is this is
Okay.
way east of there.
Okay, I get it. Thank you for the geography lesson, though. I appreciate it.
But you also said it's not compatible. It's not compatible because it's got state property all around it.
Well, it's not compatible because there's an established neighborhood there, and the people have...
But not adjacent to it.
Okay. Well, when you were speaking, I didn't interrupt you, and this is my thoughts, so please let me finish.
But you do understand I'm the chairman. Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Well, y'all won't vote me out, I know that.
The neighborhood notification, that was in question. And I'd like to go on the record as saying that I'm not against affordable housing, not one bit. I'm all for affordable housing. I think Freeport would appreciate your business. I know Defuniak Springs would appreciate your business. And there's a lot of places that we need affordable housing, but as somebody earlier mentioned, it's not in our resort area. Now, these are things that are of major concern. There was public safety concerns. There was concerns from the fire department. There's concerns about ambulance access and the rise in crime. Are police going to be able to get in and out and be able to cope with this?
And this was answered in our stuff. They responded to all this, that there were no problems. What she said about the access for the fire department had to do with Peach Creek. This doesn't have anything to do with Peach Creek because they don't use the same roads except for 98. It doesn't enter the same way. They have an access problem there because they have one road in, one road out, and this doesn't affect that.
We have a lot of outdated, antiquated land development codes that are now being addressed. And the planning department has taken a new direction. I would like to think that the glass is half full. I'm the eternal optimist. So basically, when you want to increase the density dramatically in the most densely populated area that's already like a sardine can, and you want to get rid of this conservation zoning, we're just not learning from past mistakes. We continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over, and I think we can do better than that. And that's just my opinion. That's just me.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to respond?
Are we talking about the developer agreement?
We talked about them both at the same
Yeah,
Okay,
in fact,
all right.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna take up the,
We're taking the developers agreement up first and then take up the land development after.
But we're not going to listen to the same arguments again.
okay, all right.
We've allowed it to get way outside.
Yeah, we have. We've been talking about it the whole time, so.
Okay,
That was your question?
that's my question.
Anybody else? Tanner, you got anything? All right. Well, I stand by my comments that if we're gonna have affordable housing anywhere and we don't get it here, we're not gonna have it in Walton County. So,
And I'll say this,
South Walton, well, yeah, South Walton, yeah, we may have it in North Walton,
Exactly.
not in South Walton.
and I'll agree with you, Lee, and, I've been down here a long time myself, and like Alice Beach, if you put in affordable, not government subsidized homes, but blended in people with moderate income versus the people that make 6, 7, 8 figures that live there, you have no clue who does what. And these are being marketed like the ones in Miramar, the first responders, teachers. We've got to have people here to do what the upper people want to have done. And with this inflation running the way it is right now, and what Dan just made the comment about this bubble will pop or might pop, gas is at $3.50 a gallon right now. On a national average, this May it's predicted to go to $4.08 a gallon nationally. And the last time that happened was 8 years ago, and we went into a recession. So as much as I hear everybody worried about their property values decreasing, that I hear more about not my backyard. Well, this doesn't even touch anybody's property. And they're only trying to help 80 people that probably will be teachers and people that need an affordable place to live to service the people that live here too. So, and I get the development aspect of it. When I first moved here in 97 and lived in Seagrove on the beach, there was nobody around me. Now I won't even go down there because it is absolutely a zoo. You got golf carts everywhere. It's just crazy. So, the people that live in Peach Creek, I used to have that listed back in 2003, and it used to be a cattle farm. And then it was changed and then the market went bust. And at the time that I had the whole development listed, they were going to put mobile homes on it. But then the market went bust, and even that idea went out the door. So the way it has changed over the years has greatly benefited you people that live there. And in my humble opinion, I don't think 80 people living 15 acres over is going to diminish your property value whatsoever. Because I see in Seagrove and everywhere else up and down 38, you'll have a $5 million home on the Gulf, and then you have a 1988 single wide right behind it on a back street. And that's prevalent down in the west end of 38 and really in Seagrove a lot. So that's my thoughts. I'm for the developers agreement. And
Anybody else got anything?
It's obviously, affordable housing is something that's not very well understood and makes people very uncomfortable because of the perceived unknowns. We don't have existing developments for people to go by and look at, to be comfortable and get familiar with. And I think the area needs a place for, all 80 will probably be occupied by real estate agents in a couple of years. But we live in a 1099 economy. Everybody's self-employed, and everybody is at risk of falling down into that income level at any one time. But I'm 46 years old. I have friends that, from a broad range of ages, and I can tell you, there's nothing worse than when we have friends who get divorced and they have to go find housing that doesn't exist. And these are people who work in the community, may teach your children. And, this is something that I think is much needed in South Walton. And the big scheme of the total number of housing units in the area, this isn't even a drop in the bucket. And the concerns about the schools, well, we learned that they can be added on at Dune Lakes, added on at Emerald Coast Middle School. They'll eventually find a solution for the high school. Healthcare is not a concern in my mind because we have Sacred Heart in Miramar Beach. There's a state hospital that's going to be built in Watersound. Sacred Heart just spent $25 million on land to build a hospital in Panama City Beach. So that's being addressed. You know, it's, and I remember the crash as well, Mike. I saw people move here faster than they, move out of here faster than they came in. It ebbs and flows. And so, I think that the public did a great job considering all the time I've been on this, commission. Y'all were some of the most well-spoken, well-thought, and communicate your thoughts and ideas in a very clear manner. I commend you on that. You know, I personally don't have any issues with the developer agreement.
I have a procedure question. I'm not really clear on what we're doing here. We're dealing with the development agreement right now, and we're gonna vote on that.
Yes.
And then we're gonna go into a discussion on the rezoning.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we've done a lot of discussions on the rezoning through this whole process,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're gonna limit.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's a lot of
Because I don't
things.
want to have it repeated. I don't want to hear the same things over again.
No, and I'll just,
If they've got new stuff, I'm all for it.
if I could just make another comment, if you don't mind. You know, a lot of the discussion we've had tonight, I think is kind of the wrong discussion. It's whether affordable housing is good, number one, and number two, whether it's needed. I don't think there's any question, I don't think there's anybody here that disagrees with that. The question is whether it's appropriate for this piece of property. There are other places where it can go. We heard last planning commission meeting, property down, as a matter of fact, Melissa Ward made the same presentation for affordable housing in Miramar Beach. There are other locations. This is not the only place it can go.
We're gonna hear the same arguments when it goes down there too. Yeah. The thing is, like I said, this piece of property is the most.
Excuse me, the difference is that property is already zoned for it. This property is not.
With the,
I don't want to argue, but that was zoned specifically.
Well, that was before my time, and I don't know why that was granted, but it had something to do with the sale of the property, I believe. Anyway.
is it too late to ask the developer a question?
Yes.
On the developer agreement?
Yes, sir.
On the developer agreement.
Yeah, on the developer's agreement is because he's closed discussion going to council, so.
Would you be willing to go
Well,
forward?
and Mr. Coe said it's too late on this one, is
Oh,
what we're saying.
my bad,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah.
I thought I had a compromise.
The way I understand is, they're not gonna build low-rate homes.
Can you speak up,
Oh,
talk to
okay.
your microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Tom.
If I understand this right, you're not gonna build low-rate homes, you're gonna build high-end homes, custom homes.
Well, apartments or townhomes, apartments and townhomes.
Yeah,
But they'll look like
apartments and
all
yeah.
the same.
And townhomes, yeah, I mean, they're gonna be high-end. It's from what, I mean, I don't know
Oh,
what the
they'll all
price.
be built the same. There's not gonna be any distinguishing, differences in what they're building, because they're gonna be intermingled together.
Right,
They don't
right.
quarantine them off
But
in one
they-
section.
But they're discounting rents, is what you're talking about on the affordable house.
Right, it's like rent control on
Yeah, you're
20%
not
of them.
making real low-priced homes.
No, even that's not low priced.
Yeah,
It's just, what would it come down, $400 or $500?
Again, we've cut them off.
I'm
I
sorry.
know we're there. We can't. Chairman, I'm sorry, I can't let you, I didn't.
I
you
would
didn't
love
let
to
Mr.
answer that,
Coason.
by the
You
way.
are the chairman, but.
Appreciate it. Keep me straight.
so the appraisals on these townhouses and apartments will be commensurate with the values of Peach Creek. Is that right? I mean, will they be, I mean,
They're paying enough, you know,
I mean,
I've heard what they're paying for the property, and it's too much to build a cheap product.
Yeah. Well, and they're not gonna build a cheap product, because the ones that aren't rent controlled won't go in there if they're building a cheap product. So they're gonna have to make it
but you
something
don't-
very nice, or nobody else is gonna wanna live there except those 20%.
yeah, and you gotta rent to people that's paying the high-end price.
Right.
They're gonna want something nice too.
And they're gonna be aware of what's going on in there too, so if it's not nice enough, that 20% could bring it all down. So, anyway. Any other questions? Discussion? Dan, you got something else?
I'd like to make a motion
All right, make a motion.
that we disapprove,
Aye.
recommended denial.
All right, we have a motion. Need a second? All right, time for, you can,
I'll second it.
we have a second. Any other discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 3 nays. We have 3 ayes.
3 votes to deny. So now call.
All right,
for
now
the-
nays.
Nay.
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 4 nays, so motion fails. Okay,
Procedurally, you do have to take up the opposite side of the issue, or it just goes forward to the BCC with no recommendation of approval or denial.
so we need an
You
approval
need-
vote now?
Somebody needs to at least, somebody who voted on the nay side should make a motion to approve. If no one wants to do that, we're in a little bit of a quandary of what you're sending to the, because it's tied to the second issue, you've got to do it this way.
I'll move to approve.
Do you have, we have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. You had a question, discussion on that?
I'm just, I'd be willing to consider voting for this if we could hear it after the community meeting and not go through this discussion we had tonight. Get that out of the way outside of this room.
Now, they said they would do that,
Yeah.
but
so-
because they just want to get it moved, they don't want to stall it here.
Well, it needs to get a full hearing. That's the whole point. It's got to be, the matter of fact,
Mr. Tricker, if they stipulate to making that part of their, here, moving forward to the county commissions, they conduct a community meeting, would that satisfy your concern?
yes. Let me just make a point, though. You got a gentleman sitting in the corner over here, Mr. Steve Hall, who's a big advocate of something called collaborative planning. And that's where, before you bring it to the county commissions for approval, you talk to the people, you talk to the community, you talk to all the stakeholders, and you find out whether you can work together and accommodate them and come up with a plan that everybody's happy with. And that's a great concept. I believe in it, and I've seen it work. So if you come to a meeting and you tell us we got a community meeting that was recorded, the recording is available, and then you tell us there was nobody there, that doesn't cut mustard. That doesn't do it. That's not
We
what
can't
we're
make them
talking
show
about.
up.
No, but the point is you need to reach out to the people that are stakeholders, and that would include some of the other developments in that neighborhood.
But I'll state something right there. We see this a lot where people ignore the letters and the.
They didn't get letters. How many people here
I'm
got letters?
not talking about them. I said the ones that do, a lot of times ignore the letters and don't go to the meetings, but they'll come to this meeting and state they didn't go to the other meetings. So
Commissioner
we
Trickett.
deal with this a lot. We understand. I'm not saying that y'all knew. I'm just stating that we have to deal with that a lot, that people don't go to the meetings because it doesn't get important enough to them until they get to this meeting.
Commissioner Tricker, are you proposing to punish this applicant because they upheld their statutory duty to notify people within 300 feet?
No, I think there's
Or do you have a problem with the statute itself?
Yes, I do, as a matter
Okay,
of fact.
all right.
It-
So
it-
are you proposing
I'm
to
proposing.
punish this?
No, I'm
To hold
proposing.
them up?
No, no,
Because they upheld the
No.
statutory?
I'm proposing a change to the land development code.
Okay.
To incorporate a broader area in situations like
Let's
this.
talk about that after we
Exactly.
get done everything on
That's
the
the
agenda.
solution.
Okay, all right.
But if we,
For the
I got
record,
a
we do
question for
stipulate
the-
to the meeting.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
I will,
Well, hold
I
on, let
will
me-
amend my motion to
That's what I was
include the.
Let him ask his
Okay,
question, because
yes,
I think
sir.
I can make it easy for you
Yes,
as
sir.
well.
Okay, yeah.
Should that be done on this one or the next one?
So, as it works, we typically have standard planning timeframes in which items are transmitted to the BCC for hearing. A developer's agreement's a little different. I think the best way to handle that, because it's not actually the land use amendment, and they obviously aren't gonna want their land use amendment heard without a developer's agreement, is if the motion to approve the developer's agreement exists based on the stipulation, that it'd be stated that the motion to approve the developer's agreement, but that it not be transmitted and heard by the BCC until they have shown proof they held that community meeting. So if you make that motion, I think that's a reasonable compromise. That way the developer's agreement cannot reach the BCC with any recommendation whatsoever until they've done that.
Okay.
So would you make that amendment to your motion?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Would you make an amendment to your second?
I second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Tell me what we just did.
So the motion, and Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong here, the motion is to recommend approval of the developers agreement, but that to condition that it not be transmitted to the BCC for consideration until the developer has shown proof that they held the community meeting they've stipulated to.
Okay,
They have to.
No,
they
it's
have to have
not.
the community
No,
meeting
it's
before
not a
it makes
moot
that
point, because
adjustment.
that's
I
go to
get
county
it.
commissions. We're,
I finally got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
they have to hold it for-
finally
we
got
good?
it. And as far as if that requires changing the zone from conservation, then I'm not for that.
Well, we're not there yet. This is
We're
just,
not voting on that.
we're attaching a stipulation to the transmittal of the developers agreement that they hold an additional community meeting that they've stipulated to that they would
If
do.
we're
it direct.
voting to have a meeting,
The motion is to recommend approval of the developers agreement.
We're
That
on
has been
item
seconded.
4. We hadn't done
It's on the
3.
developers agreement. You've not taken up the land use amendment.
okay. I hope I'm not making a mistake here.
vote yes? I'm sorry, public comments are closed.
Harbin.
Well, if you keep on, you're gonna be let out. All right, did we have any nays?
Yes, it's a nay right here.
All right, we got one nay.
Two.
Two nays, motion passes on the approval. All right, now, we're gonna take a 10-minute
Why,
break.
why don't we go ahead and take up the land use at this time?
Go ahead and do it now?
We've had a lot, we've crossed into that discussion.
I think we can do it
Are we
quickly.
voting on the zone now? The zone
Yeah,
changing? Thank you.
Yeah, we
Yes.
are.
For the
Okay.
record, I'm nodding yes to Mr. Cozen.
Bob, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we will now move to the LSA for this property. So, give me 1 second, please. It's a request to approve by ordinance, project number FLU 21-000009 is being reviewed by myself. This is a future land use amendment with a rezoning application submitted by Stone Architecture LLC on behalf of Christian International and Wolford Hammond, requesting to change the current future land use categories from public facilities and institutional, mixed use, and conservation residential to commercial, and to change the current zoning categories from institutional, coastal center mixed use, and conservation residential 2-to-1 to general commercial on 67.51 plus or minus acres. The property is located in District 5, and the parcel numbers are indicated in your staff report. Mr. Chair, there's no outstanding comments. As you see, this project meets the fast tracking for workforce housing submitted in the comprehensive plan adopted by and supported by the Board of County Commissioners. You asked previously about the school numbers. I can read you the letter that gives you the actual school seats. It says, according to the multipliers, if 658 dwelling units are developed, the estimated impact would be adding approximately 53 student stations to the school district.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, as I said, there's no outstanding comments. We have received 2 comments that I'd like to also, I will enter them into the record along with the staff report and the electronic files of CitizenServe. May I do that at this time now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any questions before I turn it over to the agents?
Any questions for staff? Yes, sir. Mr.
Yes,
Secretary?
one quick question. The fast tracking, does that apply to the rezoning portion of the application?
Mr. Chair, the schedule for this project is tonight, Planning Commission, the 24th of February for both the BZA and the BCC for their transmittal meeting. It'll be transmitted to the state. Once the state makes their comments, it'll be scheduled for the next appropriate meeting on the BCC for consideration of the land use change.
Okay.
Did you say something about ZBA?
Yes, it will be going to the ZBA the night of the 24th
Or what?
to get a variance to allow for, I'm sorry, I misspeak, conditional use for the vertical housing and commercial.
Okay.
Explain that, please. I don't understand that.
Can I?
That's part of the development order, isn't it?
The conditional use is to allow them to develop with 20% moderate income housing. That's the nature of the
And that goes
conditional
to
use.
the ZBA?
Yes, sir. Conditional uses have to be heard by the ZBA.
I didn't
according to the code.
understand that. Thank you.
You have any other questions of me?
Any questions for staff? Thank you,
Can
sir.
can I
Yes, sir,
enter
you
the
can.
electronic and the staff report and the passed out emails into the record then?
Yes, sir, you can.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Ms. Wartstein.
All right. Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, hi. Shelton Stone with Stone Architecture. Thank
Yeah, I
you
was
for
just, as he was saying, if you could, please keep it brief, and then we'll
I'm
just
gonna
follow
make
up
this-
with questions on it.
I'm going to make this as brief as I can. A little bit of history on Christian International. It's a 501c3. Everyone knows the site. It was founded by Dr. Bill Hammond in 1995. So let's put that in perspective. Now, Highway 98 was two-lane. There was no Publix in Walton County at all. There was no hospital. I moved here in 2003, and it was the same then. So all the things that we come to enjoy have come from a county that has grown. We have schools now, not because we thought people were coming, it's because they came. The church, I've been working for them since 2018. This has been a very deliberative process. It's not been fast. But from the beginning, they wanted to do something and contribute to the community. And affordable housing was the way they wanted to do it. And Mr. Perry, I think your comments were good, or Mr. Harbin. If not here, where? No one's going to want it. I remember when there wasn't a Peach Creek Phase 1, let alone P5, right? So the county has grown in ways that unless you've lived here your whole life, you really can't appreciate. I remember not having a pediatrician at all in South Walton. The way this project is structured, and there's been talk about market rate and greed tonight, this is a market rate project on the north side. In really almost every sense of the word. They're paying retail for the land. Tanner's alluded to how much they're paying for it. It's a loosely kept secret, I guess. They're paying full price for the land. They competed with 13 other developers for that land. That's the market speaking. As a part of developing the multifamily, Walton County has incentivized the developer and the landowners in order to do it. You get additional density. You get 17 units an acre, but for that, 20% of those are going to have to be affordable. And not only this developer, but the other 13 were willing to do it. Mr. Trickard, there are more affordable housing projects coming in Freeport and elsewhere. You'll be seeing me a little more, okay?
Good.
And I hope to keep you at your word, and you, Mr. Carlson.
Good.
The church is taking the proceeds from the north side, which is only 20% affordable, and are going to take those proceeds and develop the south side with another developer in order for that to be 100%. Now, what does that mean? Michelle came up from the school district, and I know her real well and work with the school district. Every teacher in the Walton County School District would qualify for reduced rent at this apartment complex. Everyone. No other circumstance. Just because you work for the school district, you make below the required minimum to get a little bit off your rent. So you don't have to drive to Freeport or to Funiac to teach at Dune Lakes. You talk about bus drivers. Who's going to drive a bus for 15 or 18 bucks an hour part-time? Where do those people live? You're not going to be able to find them. Michelle alluded to that. In fact, I would like to enter into the record Appendix A of the Walton County School District Instructional Salary Schedule for the record. It lists all the salaries that they pay in instructional staff. So, in closing, I know it's been a long night, we look forward to developing a need and providing a need that we all know is warranted in Walton County. That's affordable housing for people that, frankly, are already here. These aren't people that are going to move in because suddenly they can get, $150, $200 off the rent. It's because they're already here. They're teaching in our schools. It's going to allow them to live where they work, which we all want to do, right? That's what this project is about. And we have a church and there's really no better institution than a church to do it, right? It's been here for 27 years. They've seen all the growth happen around them. The church used to be in the middle of nowhere. And now look at it. It's kind of in the center of really everything. But they're willing to take the proceeds from the north side to do more of what's needed on the south side. And with that, I appreciate your consideration.
Will you entertain some questions?
Yes, absolutely. Answer.
Okay. First of all, please don't mistake myself or Mr. Tricker for thinking we are anti-affordable housing. We are very much for affordable housing. We agree that we need it. And Defuniak Springs, Freeport, Paxton, Mossy Head, we would love to have your business up there. We think this is a fantastic idea. It's the location that's the concern. So that's just a statement. I'm not against what you're doing. I'm for what you're doing. And when you said you'll be seeing a lot more of you, you're going to be a welcomed sight.
Okay.
We're going to be glad to see
I'm
you
going to hold
up
you
there.
to that because I've got one coming.
Yes, sir.
Got another one coming.
Yes, sir.
But the fact is, this project is located in South Walton where the need, frankly, is the greatest. The disparity between wages and the cost of living is the greatest. We have a Burger King being built. What are they going to, who's going to work in the Burger King for even $15, $16, $17 an hour? Where do they, are you going to drive from Defuniak Springs to do that? I think they're going to have a hard time finding folks that are willing to drive that far to.
Okay, so.
So this is an answer to a problem that we all know exists. And we have a property owner that's willing to step up, right? And make the, make the concessions to allow this to happen. And they've been here for 27 years, a pillar of this community. I voted there forever.
Okay, so.
And now they're asking to give a little bit back.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Can you accomplish your mission of giving back and doing everything that you want to do and work within the existing zoning that it is right now with the conservation code, and you just won't have the density that you're asking for, but you can still accomplish your mission? Would you be willing to do that under the, not changing the zoning?
It simply doesn't work. You can't,
Okay.
you can't have any impact. You don't have enough units.
Okay.
You don't have enough people.
Okay.
It just,
And the other thing I was thinking when you were talking about transportation is over my working years, the closest, because I couldn't afford it, the closest, I was really happy one time when all I had to do was drive 30 minutes one way to get to work. And if you have to travel a little bit to get to your work site, that's what adults do. They do that. So I'm not against what you're doing, and I really don't want you and I to be on negative terms, because I am looking forward to you coming up north. I really am. And I'm going to be an advocate for
well,
you.
it's needed everywhere throughout the county.
Okay.
But it's most specifically needed on the south end,
Go ahead, Mr. Tricker.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Can I
Yes,
ask you
sir.
another question?
Yes, sir.
I drive 331 quite a bit, and you don't have to go very far north of the bridge on 331 to see all kinds of open land that I'm sure is a lot less expensive than the land you're talking about here tonight. And for people to drive from that location to work is not that much different from what it would be to travel from the proposed location to work. It's not much different. Have you looked at property up there?
Sir, my clients only own the land that we're discussing here tonight. They don't own land in Freeport.
Okay,
They,
but you're
for
gonna bring
27
other-
years,
you're
for
gonna
27 years, they've owned this 68-acre
You
tract
said you're gonna bring other projects to us.
for other clients.
For other
I'm
clients.
just saying this movement of trying to find affordable housing and solve this problem in Walton County, you're going to see more of it.
I guess what
I'm here tonight representing Christian International on the property
I
that they
understand.
have.
I'm just suggesting that there are other alternative locations that might be a lot more feasible.
And I'm saying not for my client because they own
Okay.
the property that they own.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
will residents on the south side be required to have income to qualify for that? So they'll have to have income and jobs and?
Yes.
Okay. I just
In fact,
wanted to
they
make that
will.
clear.
Yes, they will, and thank you for bringing that up. So they will have a background check, a credit check, and have to have proof of income, proof of employment. So this is not a federally subsidized Section 8, no income. I've got the Facebook file. I'm on Facebook too, folks. And my cell phone is on there. No one bothered to call. But it's not a subsidized product. It's really geared towards folks that are already here. They're already working. They are teachers. They're sheriff's deputies. They work in our service industries that don't make $60,000 a year.
And I can tell you, I know so many people that are renting homes around here, but the
Yeah.
values have gone up so much, the owner said, get out, I'm
Right,
selling.
right.
And
So-
now you've got first people that we're talking about, they're on the streets. I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
I get the point of the owner, but then again, we got to try to help people, and I think
You
that's
do.
what
And-
this is about.
And what's really great is the South Side and again, tonight, we're only asking you to change the land use and the zoning. This is not a building project. That's going to come before you again. You're going to see what it looks like. And we've agreed to have the meeting next week before the BCC meeting to let the neighbors behind us see what it looks like. And I think they'll be pleased with what they see, but maybe not. We'll see. But we're willing to have the meeting and appreciate that. So, any other questions?
Questions for the applicant?
I guess the right time to ask the question. I want to follow up on what Dan was talking about as far as conservation is concerned. If you got the numbers, Bob, as far as acreage is concerned for wetlands and developable?
It's in the packet.
Hmm?
In your packet.
Well, okay, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
But they are staying out of the way.
This is for a land use amendment. It's not for the the actual development plan, so, which will be coming before you at a later date. But, so if you're asking about how much is developable land and all of that kind of stuff, I mean, we can try to answer those questions now, but if it's relative to the land use amendment for the conservation residential portion of that property, it is because conservation residential does not allow for any type of development that would accommodate affordable housing. It's prohibited under the affordable housing section of the code to utilize certain zoning districts for affordable housing. Conservation residential is one of them. Institutional, which is what the church mostly is, does not allow for any residential capacity whatsoever. So there's no way to put the apartments down there either without a land use amendment. The purpose is for that, which is why we're here.
Okay, I guess the real question is, how many acres of trees are we going to lose as a result of this development?
Well, first, so the acreage of the property on the north side is, I believe, 20-something acres.
24 acres.
It's already partly developed. There are existing sort of modular homes or something out there. They've got some streets out there. They've accommodated some they at one time accommodated some placements for people that the church had put over there. But the design has been conceptualized, but as far as trees being cut down, we're not familiar with that number as yet. We will be, definitely, before we come forward from going through a development review process.
Yeah, so I guess where I'm going with
The whole
that is
front of the
that
property is wetlands and will probably stay vegetated as it is now.
this is a low-lying area, relatively flat. It's in a floodplain partially, has wetlands on the property, very poor drainage of the soil, high water table, and we're going to cut down a whole bunch of trees. So my question is it appropriate to put in that much density on that kind of property? And I'll refer specifically to the housing element in the comprehensive plan. It's H2.2.2. What it says is, no increase in density in sensitive areas.
Right, but if you look at the developer agreement, which you just passed on to the Board of County Commissioners, there is a section that says anything that's within a floodplain we are to avoid it and build and transfer all the density out of that, as well as, and we have to transfer it out of the wetlands, as you know, that's in the code for clustering. The existing wetlands on the property is 4.46 acres. I would say more than half of that is on the front piece, which will remain those designated wetlands. We're not going to touch that. The front part on 98 will be mostly vegetation. The uplands is about 19 acres. Again, most of that will be clustered in the areas that are, because they're townhomes and they're apartments, you have more open space even on the uplands.
Right.
No commercial component whatsoever to this development.
So you're basically not going to see it from 98?
You will not see it from 98.
And you won't see it from Peach Creek phases 1 through 5.
Now, you might see it from the property adjacent to the east. If you're walking on the TTIF property, that is actually a spoils easement. That's where they go in and they dredge the intercoastal waterway and dump that silt on top. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I guess I'm just questioning whether this is an appropriate site to be shoehorning in a lot of density, because
Well-
it is environmentally sensitive. You are going to impact the floodplain, I would presume. And it's just not the right place to put it.
Okay. You got anything else?
I just want to hand this to you. My apologies. Enter this as the exhibit. You already have it. It's from your staff's report.
Mhm.
The upland portion is this northern piece.
Mhm.
All right, so the environmentally sensitive is located on there. If you can see it. We have to cluster out of that.
Well, I'm suggesting the whole site is environmentally sensitive.
Mr. Tricker, and I appreciate your summary, but what you've described is South Walton. Low-lying area, groundwater 6 inches below the surface, environmentally sensitive.
And I have exactly the same objection
is
to any
everywhere.
development where they're increasing density in those areas. I've been pretty consistent.
Yeah, well, okay, and that's great. You know, the other thing I would say is regarding buffering, this project, I think, again, is ideally suited because it doesn't directly buffer any adjacent use that's not compatible. It's not adjacent to Peach Creek Phase 5. It's adjacent to the Regional Utilities water tank. It's adjacent to State Forest. It's adjacent to the Intercoastal Waterway. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions
Anyone
from the
else?
applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll open it up to public comments. I do not,
Only if it hasn't been heard, because a lot of the
I don't
public
want-
spoke on the overall issue to start with.
we've already heard it before. Please don't repeat what we've already heard. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Nate Reznacek, I have two properties I live in,
Spell your name.
Connor Circle.
You spell your name
Better
for the
spell
clerk.
that.
Sure, Reznechek. And I agree, I think you need to do an environmental study there, because I have two properties over there, one in Connor Circle and another one just in Wayne Trail. That's actually an investment property there. So a couple things I want to hit on. First of all, we have bears running around in the area, and displacing their habitat is only going to make the situation worse. Plus, you're eliminating trees. I mean, we already have issues with floods as well. Just because that defines South Walton doesn't mean it's okay to make the situation worse. We got to try to make it better, okay? And I will say, as I've owned multiple investment properties, not only in this county but others, and one of the things I do before I invest in property is look at the zoning. I've been burnt in the past and purchased or actually built properties and then had a multi-story apartment right behind me, screwed my values. And so when I take a look at properties, I look at the surrounding zoning area. And to pass garbage like this, to change it, I was on where I came from, I was on the vice chair of the planning and zoning. I would suggest you decline this and you review your 10-year comp plan, okay, and you identify areas, wherever it might be in the county,
for this type of stuff, okay? But you can't change it. I mean, you do that, you screw over people, like, I'm gonna take my investment dollars, I'm gonna go elsewhere. It's just that simple. You can't change the game on me. I do my investment analysis, I do my due diligence, and then you come and change it? You can't do that. We have rights as property owners. You just can't do that to us. That's all I got.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Morano, South Walton Community Council. I'll try not to repeat. This has been a very tense evening and a very long evening, and I appreciate everyone's patience. One thing we have not mentioned is the development on the south side. And I'm going to just raise some questions, and then when Ms. Ward and Mr. Stone come back, they'll answer the questions. On the south side, it's 100% affordable. It's not 80-20, that's on the north side. And these are apartments, Mr. Babcock. Every time you talked about that it was a home, that got everybody agitated, all right? So we expect, obviously, that everyone have a handle on this. The south side is 100% affordable complex. So my question to Mr. Stone and Melissa when they get back up, what does that complex look like, number one? Give us the income of a very low, and maybe no income that will go into that south side. I agree about the conservation area. South Walton Community Council still feels very strongly about rezoning, that this should not be rezoned for all the reasons that we have stood up here and always talked about rezoning. Here's another confusion. This is going to move on now to the Zoning Board of Adjustments, if this is passed. Mr. Atkinson or Mr. Perry, is this going?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, wait, part of this,
20%.
the project will, but for the conditional approval, it's not a secondary review of the entire project.
The project, so I guess what I'm saying is, I want to see the Board of County Commissioners have the opportunity to say no to the rezoning. Can they do that?
Yeah, they'll have that.
They're going to hear it as well,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're going to make a track through ZBA.
only for the conditional approval.
That's for the 20% that's gonna be rent
Right, but
control,
if they
basically.
say, if the Board of County Commissioners say no to rezoning, the ZBA already gave a conditional approval and a variance.
I don't think it'll carry if it won't
If
carry.
if the BCC votes it down, it's done. It
Thank
doesn't
you,
matter at that
because we've
point.
had discussions about the ZBA having more power over
The
the
ZBA has exclusive control over the issues it hears. If the board doesn't ultimately approve the project, it's irrelevant at that point.
Okay, so I want the people in Peach Creek to know that when this moves on, that they have an opportunity at the BCC to say it. Maybe they have to even get an attorney. I mean, this is really getting complicated. And I think then they can say their case and visit the BCC individually. Something that I didn't bring up before, my background is in elementary school counseling. I was a supervisor of counselors. I worked with children. I was also a principal. And the best book that I ever read was what I learned in kindergarten. I am very disappointed in some of the rude behavior that I have seen tonight. The question of, does Peach Creek, are they near a cement plant? That wasn't necessary. Also, it wasn't necessary
I
when...
didn't say was it near, I asked if the cement plant was still operational.
Okay, well, I think there was a little innuendo there, but that's, thank you for
No, I
clearing
was
it.
curious because everybody's talking about property values.
Mm-hmm. Well, I assume that that was a rude comment.
No, it was not. I
Okay.
was asking a question.
Okay, all right, thank you. Also, it was asked if the planners would be saying something about this. No one else, Mr. Cosin said, I'd like to be last. No one else answered. So then he had to talk. And then you all talked, and he wasn't
Ms.
last.
Morano,
You know?
let's keep it to the.
I will, but I am also
Here.
saying, and the audience noticed this, there was just a lot of rude behavior. And number one, I'm disappointed in that.
Well,
So-
just because Mr. Copeland asked to be last doesn't mean he's going to get to say the last thing, because other people have the right to talk too.
No
Nobody
one
wanted to talk.
talked. Everyone was very quiet, and then all of a sudden the comments came out.
They
I'll
had
let
something
Mr.
to say
Copeland-
after he did, okay?
Okay. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, ma'am. All right.
My question is with the Florida statutes. You keep saying 20% moderate income on the north side, but what I'm reading here for number 13 in the Florida statutes, very low income, and moderate income persons, and very low income or moderate income persons means persons of very low income only, persons of very low income and low income only, or persons of all three income categories, but not persons
Not now, Melissa.
of moderate income.
She was going to answer your question, but we'll get it after we get the public comments done. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Income only. So you keep saying there's 20% for the teachers, the firefighters, the policemen, but there's only a small amount for moderate income. So I'm just confused as to how many moderate income units will actually be available for all these firefighters, policemen, teachers that everyone keeps saying can move there, when there's only 80 apartments, 20% allocated for very low, and moderate. So who qualifies for the very low and the low?
I'm going to let them answer that question when we're done with public comments, okay?
Okay. And then it seems like, Mr. Babcock, the south side is low, very low income, and I think people just want to know, what exactly is that? What is that?
Okay, we'll have them answer that as soon as we're finished with public comments. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't.
Never had to walk that far before. I'm Lori Eccles, Echols, and I live in Miramar Beach. And can I turn around for just a second?
No, ma'am, you have to address us.
Oh, well, can you tell them that I feel really bad for them?
I think they can hear you.
Okay. I feel really bad for y'all back there because I live in Miramar Beach, and I don't want y'all to become us. We can't move. We can't go outside if it is raining because everything is sopping wet because we don't have any drainage. I don't want that for y'all. I don't want that for them. Why would y'all want it for them?
Ms. Eccles, do you know how much state-owned property is in that area?
But do you know how many cars that's going to be? You're looking at 648 units, which means if you have 2 people in each one, you got over 1,200 cars full-time. That's not including that's not including the tourists. I'm going to try to pull myself down here. That's not including the tourists.
You know,
Y'all-
we just approved, well, not just, but there's 1,600 new homes coming in by St. Joe just right up the street. I didn't hear anybody here object to that.
And they might not have, because that isn't what their thing is. That's what my thing is. I'm just saying, because I just don't want them to be Miramar Beach. I don't want that for the area out there. But I am with the last lady. I feel like if the church really wants to sell the property and to have affordable housing, it needs to be more than 20%. So whoever the person is that's buying the land, I would recommend y'all match the church and make it 40%. Thank y'all.
Ma'am. Okay, anyone else want to speak on this? All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. In studying the map up here, I have just something I'd like to bring forward for food for thought, okay? And that is, now, most of y'all know I was Mosquito Control Commissioner for 16 years, okay? That area has been the hottest spot in South Walton for West Nile and also equine encephalitis. as it is today. In other words, without the density. One of the reasons for that, although it is treated all the time, is because, as Chairman, you keep pointing out, it's surrounded by state land. There is a state law that forbids mosquito control to spray where within 150 feet of state property. Which means when you look at, as the density goes, that you're going to put homes and stuff in there, and you're going to put people in there, you're going to put children in there, that by law, the South Walton Mosquito Control cannot service. If they do service, they can lose their charter. I've been to Tallahassee 3 times over the last 16 years debating that because of our issues with state land. But that's a prime example of a situation that, okay, approve it, put people there, let them move in. We can't provide the service they're going to be paying in their taxes for. You follow my drift on that?
Is that 150 feet?
150 feet from state land property line. So think about it. You build on the side there, you got homes there, you got roads going. We have areas right now that we have issues that are in that thing. And we have been fighting it, or I did when I was there for several years, okay? And I don't know why planning doesn't put it involved in this thing, except we are in lowlands. We create an environment conducive for mosquitoes. And we happen to be the hottest spot, by the way, in the state for equine encephalitis. So I just wanted to point that out. And like I said, y'all make your decision, but really you got to start thinking about the health and welfare of people and children. Excuse me, Michael, you had a question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you got a house and it's 50 by 150, then you got a buffer between the state, can you not drive in the
No, you
trucks?
can't. No, you cannot do it.
Well,
And
you'd probably be 150 feet from the back of the property to the road, though. You can drive down the
it's
road.
actually from the property line back. It's one of those, and it's an
From the
old
state
law
property line.
that's still on the books that is not defined well enough. And we have debated it seriously in Tallahassee. During the West Nile breakout that we had, I was able to get us a variance for a short period of time to spray in those areas. And that was when Governor Scott was in there. That's how far back, So, but anyway, it is something I think that planning should start to consider as we keep building up this area. And that's why I wanted to bring that forward. Nothing to do with the project, but the health and welfare.
Thank you. All right, anyone else want to speak on this? All right, we're closing public comments. Commissioners, questions, statements?
I got a question for council, please. Tell me if I'm right on this. We are under no obligation to grant a change in zoning. For example, what I've learned is if we don't go by the land development code and the developers goes right down the list and checks all the boxes, if they're denied, then we open up the county for a lawsuit.
I'll answer your question this way. This is a legislative determination. It is the form of land use determination for which boards have the most discretion. What is in the best interest of the public policy and what is public policy decisions are things that can be considered. You have a comp plan and a land development code that you look to, you see if it is in compliance therewith, but ultimately, if you determine that a large-scale amendment or another legislative determination is not in the best interest of the public, which is ultimately what the BCC is elected to do and represents the people, then they have that ultimate discretion as the legislative board to turn it down, assuming you don't do it for an impermissible or unlawful reason.
So if we turn this down, we're not opening up.
I don't ever answer that question, Mr. Cosin. Anybody can file a lawsuit. You say we're not opening up a lawsuit. I've seen people file lawsuits that have been tenuous at best, and I've seen frivolous lawsuits. But certainly, I'm not going to weigh the merits of anyone before this board and say it's good or bad. They have their right. If they want to petition a court for redress on an issue like this, that's their choice.
Anybody else got anything?
I'll just say that I really think this is not the right property for this project. I think there's other choices that could be made that would be a lot more appropriate than this. I just don't think it's right.
And I'd just like to conclude by saying we are not against affordable housing. We really aren't, and we want it. This just isn't the right spot.
Why is it not right?
You're just
Why is it
ask-
not right? I'm just curious.
Because we're putting this in a part of the county that is already overrun with density, and as somebody's already pointed out, if we keep doing this and keep doing this and keep doing this, no offense to Miramar, we're gonna look like Miramar.
Okay, I get that.
So that's
but
why.
But the applicant owns this piece of property.
Right.
Yeah, he's not.
And when he bought it, he knew it was zone conservation. He knew what he got.
All right? And they're trying to help people.
We have no problem with that, but there are other people that are willing to provide affordable housing in other areas where it would be appropriate.
But not on the south side, down in that area.
It may be that there's very little property in the south of the bay that you could develop affordable housing. That's very possible, but there's lots of land just north of the bay where it could be done responsibly, efficiently, and without the impact that this project is going to have. And mostly I'm focused on the environmental sensitivity of this whole area. And anytime you pack in that much increased density, this kind of area, you're asking for trouble. And when you get trouble down the road, guess who pays? Taxpayers pay. It's Walton County. I mean, that's happened over and over and over again. And a lot of the flooding that we're seeing, I know down where the hurricane went through, took out a lot of trees. And in those areas, they have increased flooding, and they're ascribing that to the hurricane, the loss of trees.
You talking about Bay County?
Washington County. So FEMA's going in, and they're got some solutions in mind for resolving the flooding issues. Well, I don't think the trees know whether they got killed by a hurricane or got killed by a backhoe. They can't tell the difference, but it has the same effect on the environment. So I just think there's other areas in South Walton where you could do this kind of a development, I believe.
It's gonna have a lot of trees around it because it's surrounded by state park.
Well, yeah, okay, but when you remove a bunch of trees, it's gonna have an impact.
You'll get arrested if you move them out of the state park. I've seen that happen.
Yeah, yeah, you have. But the penalty wasn't very severe, was it?
One of them died, didn't he?
Not because of the trees.
Okay.
Look,
I disagree. I think
yeah.
this is, if there's ever gonna, I can say it again, I've said it several times, but if there's ever gonna be a place that we're gonna have affordable housing, and you're about as far from getting to that place as far as workers in that area, I mean, you gotta go a long way to get to 331 and then go north to Freeport from there.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Perry. I mean, if we have an opportunity to meet a need, and you know, if there's other land north of the bay, and you know those owners who are willing to sell that land for way less than market value to accommodate affordable housing, call Shelton. You know, I mean, if you know somebody that's willing to sell much less than market value north of the bay to accommodate affordable housing,
I don't get
because
it.
that's what's going to happen.
They can
That's what it takes. That's why there's none up there. Don't you understand?
Market value north of the bay is nothing like it is south of the bay, not even close.
It's getting
But he's
close.
still going to sell for less than what they could sell it to somebody else for. I mean, that's just an odd opinion. But anyway, we have an opportunity here to meet a need that would not be met if not for this particular owner and their willingness to provide affordable housing.
And I agree. I don't believe
I
that,
mean-
based on what Michael said, I don't think that because of the proximity and that it's buffered, I don't think it's going to affect the property values of these houses very much. I know they don't agree, but That's what I believe. I think the worst thing they've got, and I feel for them, is that they've got an industrial site to the north of them that drives trucks in and out of there all the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was in before Peach Creek was in, so it was not something that got passed afterwards. It was already there. But that affects their values a lot more than
But-
this project will.
You're right, but their values have gone through the roof, even with that concrete plant. I mean, when it used to be in the 300s, now it's in the 6, 7, and those cement trucks are still going through there, so this should not have any.
Sorry, we're closed to public comments.
Are we getting close to making a motion?
Want to make one? Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny the request for rezoning and that it stay conservation.
Well, you know, you keep saying it's conservation residential. It's not
Right.
totally conservation.
Right,
And there's other land uses in there too. It's not just conservation.
I get it.
So I mean, I don't,
If
maybe
we,
you want to just keep it. Maybe you want to admit it just keeps the
Leave the
current
land
land
use
use.
determination out of
Yeah, you don't want to say conservation because it's not just conservation in there.
different land uses on those.
Anyway, sorry, I just,
I'm against changing zoning. I'd like to make a motion that we not change the zoning, that we keep it the way it is.
all right, we got a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion on it? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All against
Nay.
Nay.
or against? Now I guess we'll have to take it up the other way now, won't we? All right, commissioners, anybody want to make a motion?
They would have moved to approve be contingent on the developer agreement, or is this just
There's no, I mean, it's going through with the developer's agreement because you've already passed it. So, same stipulations, the developer agreement, and not be heard until the community meeting's held.
Gotcha.
Motion?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'll move to approve, predicated of the, community meeting before it's heard by the BCC.
I'll second that.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
3 nays. Motion passes. Okay. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, then we'll come back and finish up, hopefully.
That's not the city at all, man.
I'm very glad I told my wife we were canceling the dinner reservations. Good gracious.
Give me the signal, okay? We're just waiting on her to get the video feed up. I feel like we should say the Pledge of Allegiance and do the invocation again. No kidding. Karen, you ready? Not quite. We're waiting on her video feed to come up. Oh, okay. Well, that cleared out the place some, didn't it?
My computer died.
We're good? Okay. Yes, sir.
Crap.
Yes, sir. Oh, we're moving to quasi judicial? We're gonna need to take some oaths, aren't we?
All right, anyone wishing to speak on what are going to be identified at this time as board items, back in front of my packet here. Board items 5, 6, and 7 identified as the Forest View Village PUD Amendment Number 4, the Cascade at Sandustin and Coconut Cay need to be sworn at this time. Do we have a bailiff out there, Mr. Hall? Let's ask if anybody in the hallway wants to speak. I'd rather, because that can slow us down greatly if we have to keep re-swearing them, so.
Okay.
All right, bear with us 1 second. I think save a few minutes by doing this. All right, everyone stand, raise your right hand, repeat after me. I do hereby swear or affirm that the testimony I present will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff and the audience are sworn. We may proceed with the first.
Thank you, sir. Tim?
Mike wasn't on. Tim Brown with Planning and Development. Item number 5, Forest View Village PUD Amendment Number 4. This is a major development order application submitted by Interlight Engineering requesting approval to reallocate commercial square footage among the approved PUD uses on 37.24 acres with the future land use of commercial and the zoning of general commercial. To go into a little more depth, they want to increase the square footage for supermarket use from 45,600 to 51,000. Reduce the square footage for retail use from 22,250 to 6,945. Increase the square footage for mini warehouse use from 45,000 to 60,000. Increase the square footage for office use from 18,000 to 28,000. Remove a 98-unit hotel use and add a 8-pump gas station and convenience store use. These changes will result in an overall reduction of commercial square footage of 20,000 square feet from 180,000 to 160,000 gross square footage.
Don't see that very often, do you?
No, not very often. So as you can see, this is amendment number 4 to this PUD. As a PUD amendment, there's no proportion of fair share or anything in this point. That will come up when they come back for development of any of the phases. So with that, I would like to enter a staff report into the record, and I'll answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions for staff? All right, thank you, sir.
Turn it over to the applicant.
All right. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Tim, and good evening. I'm David Smith with Interlight Engineering, and I'm representing MH Forest View LLC. And as Tim presented, this is a plain unit development. It was originally approved in 2006, and it was amended in 2015. and then 2018, and then the third amendment was in 2020. And this is the fourth amendment that's before you this evening, and to my knowledge, the final amendment. So I did want to briefly just reiterate that this is a reallocation exercise. So we are not creating any additional concurrency. We're not creating any additional demand to any type of utilities. That it's a reallocation exercise, and Tim did a great job of reading what we're doing. So I'll briefly do it. It's from the supermarket will increase 5,400 square feet from 45,600 to 51,000 square feet. The retail will decrease 15,305 square feet from 22,250 square feet to 6,945 square feet. Then the mini warehouse will increase 15,000 square feet from 45,000 square feet to 60,000 square feet. The office space will increase 10,000 square feet from 18,000 square feet to 28,000 square feet. We are removing the hotel, which is approved at 98 units. And then we are adding an additional 8 pump convenience stores. So that's in a summary. It's a reallocation exercise, and the overall net commercial square footage is decreasing by 20,000 square feet as a result of this. So I know it's been a long evening for you all, so I'll make it short and be happy to answer any questions that you all may have of us.
Any questions for the applicant? Y'all good?
Are there any sidewalks, any type of things like that in there?
Part of the original PUD, they're not required to install sidewalks, although there are sidewalks that are being built because people do have to walk throughout the community. And as it's developed, there will be ways for people to walk, but their PUD does not require them to build sidewalks, but there will be walks.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open up public comment. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Seeing none, we will close public comments. Commissioners? What are your wishes?
I'll just make a brief comment. I wish we had a bigger drawing that showed, the one that's here does not have a lot of detail on it. That shows the different aspects of the development.
Fred, he's got one.
Fred?
Can I walk up?
Sure, come on.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this one here. It's got the specific.
That's the only area we're talking about is that.
Okay, but, okay. So I'm just trying to, I'm not familiar with this project, so,
The school, that's where the school is, the new school.
okay.
This is that the back pieces where the softball fields are and everything? Yeah, that's all softball fields.
Okay,
That's the school. And this is our property.
okay, all right, all right. Or affordable commercial?
See it right there too. The stuff on this side is Joe's Industrial Park.
Yeah,
It goes with that.
familiar with that.
Yeah. Anybody else got anything, questions, statements? Okay, well, we need a motion then.
Move to approve.
You have a motion to approve?
Second.
Second, any further discussion? Seeing none. Everybody for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate your briefness. Up time.
Way to go. Should have asked to be first.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Ready? Okay, so this is number 6 on your agenda in the quasi judicial, the Cascade at Sandestin. This is a major development order application submitted by Emerald Coast Associates on behalf of Sandestin Investments LLC. They're requesting to construct an 82-unit condominium and amenities on 4.66 acres with a future land use of mixed use and zoning district of Coastal Center. Property is located in District 5, and it's at the corner of West Winds Drive and Sandestin Boulevard, and is identified by the parcel ID number in your packet. This project does not have any outstanding technical review comments. We do have some conditions from the fire department. There is some exhibits in here. We have also received some public comment on this property that's in your packet, and you also have one at your dais up there. It's number 6. And if it, unless the board has questions for me, I'd like to enter the Citizen Serve electronic record into the record, and also the staff report, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for staff?
Got one. Can we
Yes,
go
sir.
to the screen right before this one?
The area?
Okay. I don't know if I'm looking at this wrong, but it looks like the development is right over a retention pond?
It is.
Oh,
At least the parking garage is, but not the whole condominium.
I'm sure the applicant can address more of that, so, thank you. Anybody, any other questions for staff before she, all right.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Dana Matthews. I'm a local lawyer, and I represent Sandestin Investments here on the Cascades project. It's a major development or project, as y'all know. For those that don't know the history, back Mr. Becknell, Sandestin Investments, bought Sandestin back in 2010. I've been representing him out there since 11 or 12. Spent about 5 years in litigation with the county and with Sandestin Owners Association and several other associations out there, and finally resolved outstanding issues with this resort back in 2017.
That was on the DRI.
On the DRI, the NOPC that was issued in November of 2017. This is a DRI, Development of Regional Impact, which is a lot different than most of the projects that come before you. Goes back to 1974. It's been modified a number of times over the years. But this project meets all the terms and conditions of the Land Development Code, the Comprehensive Plan, the DRI, and including the NOPC that we did back in November of 2017. We have a settlement agreement that is very detailed with Sandestin Owners Association, which is the master association out there at Sandestin, that also meets all the terms and conditions of that. In your packages, you should have gotten a letter from SOA's lawyer out of Tallahassee that confirmed that. With me today is Tom Becknell, in case you have any questions from him. He obviously owns SDI. Dean Burgess is our civil engineer, will be able to answer any technical questions, and then Rick Hall is our planning consultant. This is an 82-unit project. It's a 24-story building over parking. It's on 4.66 acres, and yes, Mr. Coaston, it is, and I'll show you some pictures and some drawings to show you where the parking garage, extends out into one of the stormwater ponds on pylons. There's 128 parking spaces provided. There is, which includes 5 handicap spaces. There's an entire level of the on the first 3 floors, which has 82 golf cart parking spaces, and then you'll see the roof on it, the pool side on the 3rd floor that cascades down into the pond. If I may. May I approach, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'll give these to the clerk. This is the only version I had, but I want to pass around. This is basically some renderings to kind of show you what the building is going to look like when it's done. This is another exhibit I'm going to pass around. This, you've got a smaller version in your package. That slide Mr. Coaston asked about, that's very hard to see. This is a blow-up aerial of the property. This property in Sandestin, all the parcels within Sandestin, they get labeled. They're called parcel this. It has nothing to do with the county. It just has to do with the DRI map. This parcel is known as parcel 121C. Because of the way when Sandestin was acquired, the parcel ID numbers, or there's several of them, they contain multiple pieces of property. But I wanted to point out to y'all in this drawing that the proposed development site is in the red area in the middle. You'll see the two ponds on either side, and you'll see the upland area. That piece to the left there, that is not, even though it's all part of the same parcel ID, that's not part of the development proposal. That is a private gated beach access way to the beach club. So this piece here has nothing to do with the development when you look at your site plans. This is the part in the middle.
Thank you.
Sure.
Enough for one wing.
Well, these are all in packages, but sometimes it's easier to read them when you get up there first. What I've handed you is, because of the location, this property is on the south side of Highway 98. And great care, my client's been meeting with the contractors for months now. And so great care has been involved in the design of the project itself on this property, as well as how it's going to be under construction, where the staging area is going to be, where the cranes are going to go, how are we going to not impact the roads and block traffic, where's the construction workers going to park, that kind of thing. So these drawings is the first one is what we call the staging area for the building of the high rise itself, and then there's various things on there that you can see, but basically everything stays on site. And the existing road, which is South Winds Drive, is not being impacted by the construction, so access to the adjacent condominiums. And then the second page shows you, which is very close in proximity to parcel 121C, are additional land that SDI owns. And I've shown you in there what is additional overflow parking for our construction workers. So again, there's not going to be any on-street parking or blocking of roads. That's the purpose of this exhibit. In your, if you have a question of why 24 stories, because that's what the county has granted. When we went through the NOPC back in November of 2017, we took all undeveloped land in Sandestin. We had 1,564 residential dwelling units, a little over 100,000 square feet in commercial that was vested by the county, which was through negotiation and then a reduction of what our entitlements actually were. That was part of the settlement. And we agreed that out of that 1,564, that 200 units would be on the south side, and then the 1,364 would be on the north side. When I say north-south, meaning Highway 98. And they were pigeonholed as to how many units on very specific parcels and what the heights were, et cetera. So the 80 units that are being proposed, or 82 units on this, it is vested with 80 units on this particular site. We're taking 2 units from another site on the south end, which we have the right to do in the settlement agreement, the document, transferring it over to, and because they were residential like kind, that gives you the 82 units. All this has been gone through. I've worked with county planning department as well as with Steve Hall. All the legal has passed this. There were questions during the original TRC on stormwater and from SOA in particular. And then David Milam with Dunlop Shipman, they had some questions about how the stormwater plan was. So we agreed to continue TRC, and Dean Burgess with ECA, who is our civil engineer, David Smith with Interlight, who is Sandestin Owners Association engineer, Curtis, I can't remember his last name.
Smith.
They're both Smith.
Curtis Smith with Nautilus Engineering represented the other 5 condominiums that David Milam and Dunlop Shipman represented, and then Cliff Nauer at Dewberry. So 4 engineering firms, who I consider to be the top engineering firms in our area, worked for the 2 weeks and made some minor design changes to the stormwater plan, and everybody signed off on it. and provided that information to the county so that we could move forward to the Planning Commission today. The fire department recommendations or conditions, we accept all those that are in the staff report. And again, the staff report confirms that we meet all terms and conditions to the DRI, LDC, and the comp plan. So I can answer any questions that you may have. We're looking to, I move those into evidence, these documents that I just passed out, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And then I reserve the right to have rebuttal, but I have Mr. Burgess here to answer any technical questions about from the civil engineering standpoint, if y'all have any, and Mr. Hall as well, if you have any questions about parking.
Any questions?
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
on the stormwater plan, what standard did you use for that?
100 pre-post, 100 year.
100 year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Which, as you know, is more than what is required by the county standards.
Yeah, but what's required by the DRI?
The DRI doesn't require 100 year.
Okay.
So, but it was designed that way on purpose. I mean, most of the last two projects that we've developed since the NOPC, we developed a 250-unit Hotel Effie. You haven't been there, you ought to. It's awesome, great restaurant over there by the Grand, and the 93-unit Osprey Point project, which is a condominium project on Heron Drive. Those are both projects since, again, November of 2017. Dean Burgess with ECA was the civil engineer on both of those, and they're all 100-year pre-post. I mean, that's just what we do out there at Sandestin by developer choice, and we think it's the right thing to do by the county.
Just because it was a sore spot in the past years ago, is this stormwater going into the bay?
I will let Dean, all the lakes out there are stormwater ponds, they're all interconnected, and they ultimately, I think, go to the bay, but I'm going to let Mr. Burgess answer that for you, Mr. Cozen.
To answer your question, in short, yes, it ultimately does go to the bay.
Is it treated or untreated?
It is treated in a separate system other than the lake system that's at Sandestin. What we've done is on site we have provided dry retention basins in the upland portion of the property. They meet the 100-year pre-post development requirement as well as the Water Management District's storage criteria. Then it pops off to the lake, and only then it pops off into the lake. So, if you will, the lakes are designed for at least the 25-year storm. So you're getting treatment and attenuation for 100-year, then they go into another system that is intended to also attenuate. So it's getting attenuated twice, if you will. Then it passes through a series of lakes. Let's see. This is the property. There's a larger lake to the north that has a weir in it. It discharges, goes north underneath Highway 98 into a series of, I believe, 3 other lakes before it actually goes to the bay. So there's a long treatment train that this goes through, starting with one that we are implementing that meets Water Management District criteria and 100-year pre-post design.
Anybody else got any questions for the applicant?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open it up to public comments. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comments. And commissioners, what are your wishes? We have a motion.
I'll second.
Second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Number 7 on our agenda, you ready?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Okay, number 7 on our agenda is Coconut Cay. This is a major development order application submitted by Henderson Engineering and Consulting LLC on behalf of S&L Carey and Properties LLC. They're requesting to develop 31 single-family lots and associated infrastructure on 16.1 acres with a future land use of residential and zoning district of low-density residential, which is to one to every half acre. The property is located in District 4 and is also identified by the parcel IDs in your packet. This project also does not have any outstanding comments on it, does have some fire conditions as the other. Also, on this project, the only issue that I personally have is that we don't know when Walton Way is going to get built. So Public Works has put a comment in your packet to that effect that we don't know when that construction is going to take place. I'd be glad to answer any questions to the board.
Any questions for staff?
Is the project beginning or completion contingent on the road? Does the road need to be there first before this project is built?
Being that they're not trying to come through the neighborhoods that are adjacent, yes, sir, they will need to get Walton Way started or actually built.
Before this project starts?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding, and I'll let Mr. Henderson clarify that.
Thank you.
The engineer, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to enter the staff report to record if you don't have any more questions, and the electronic copy from Citizen Serve.
That's good. I think we got one more question.
Yes, sir.
Do we know for sure that that road's gonna get built?
I'm going, yes, it
For
is.
sure?
They have designed, my understanding in your comment from Public Works is that the design is underway now, but they do not have the
They don't have the money
funding,
for it?
the funding available yet. And that they do not have a schedule for when that's going to take place.
And maybe this is a question for Mr. Tatum, but will any of that traffic go through the neighborhood?
My understanding is no, it will not.
Okay, how are you gonna stop that?
That's why they're waiting on Walton Way to be built to use that as their access.
No, I'm talking
instead
about-
of using that easement that was there.
No, I'm talking about after the development is completed.
I think
Well-
that'd probably be better for me to let Mr. Henderson answer that.
Okay, all
Okay.
right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is
Thank
there
you.
any other questions?
No.
Questions? Thank you, ma'am. All right, applicant, Mr. Tatum.
All right, good evening. Board members, Stephen Tatum, Matthews and Jones, here on behalf of the applicant. I have John Henderson here with me hiding behind the easel. Can't say I blame him after the way the night's gone.
There he is.
I'll go ahead and address your question, then I'll do my little presentation.
Okay.
We're going to stop them from going through the neighborhood because there will be no access. There will be no way to get through there. So you can see on the site plan, the pavement stops short of, the only pavement that's required is, or that is there, is not on our property. It stops short. So at that property line, on our property down, there will be no pavement.
Yes, and the Walton Way connection goes north up into an existing neighborhood.
Oh, that neighborhood.
That neighborhood.
Yes, okay, all right. Yes, there
Yes.
will be, according to the traffic study that we have here, it wasn't included in your packet, but according to that traffic study, there will be 1 PM peak hour trip that goes out that way and one that comes in that way.
1 trip per hour?
Well, think about it. Once the light is built, for PM peak hour, yes, sir, we're only talking about 31 lots.
Okay,
It's only
so-
a 31 lot subdivision. Why would anyone want to go up and through that neighborhood when we have a light at
Well,
98 and this connector road whenever
We
it's
kind of
built?
had this discussion before for the Botanic Miramar project, and there's no way that you can stop people from going up through the neighborhood.
Well, no, but those are all public roadways, so, I mean, you could do,
Well, maybe the neighborhood roads aren't built for that kind of traffic. That's what I'm suggesting.
our particular project's not producing a lot of traffic.
It's contributing. So, you know,
So-
you know, I know that the county is obligated to build that road under the developer agreement for Botanic Miramar. That developer agreement has not been approved.
That's correct.
So there is no approval for the road.
That is correct. If for some reason that road never gets approved through the developer agreement, and then we have a development order, there'll have to be some kind of talk some way about what we're going to do to make this happen.
But shouldn't we be discussing this project after that's in place?
I don't think so, no, sir. I think we got our land use change. Gosh, when was that? I think it was, yeah, it's been
I
a year
remember
ago.
that.
Right. Yeah, I think you were in opposition to it.
I'm sure
Which
it
is
was.
funny, yeah. So that's been a year ago. We've waited on plans. They were finally submitted in October after having to deal with the flood insurance or the flood zoning on the property. And then, to determine what our base flood elevation was out there. So once all that was completed, we were able to submit plans. So we're in line to get this done so that as soon as the road's built, then we can start construction. So rather than waiting to come in afterwards, let's go ahead and have it in place.
Yeah, so I did have some discussions about the floodplain study and also about the base elevations. Is that something that somebody
That would
else-
actually be John that would need to discuss
Okay.
that, but let me just walk y'all through this real
Sure,
fast and move a
okay.
couple things into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, so it said it is Coconut K is the proposed name of the development. We got it changed. It was zoned residential preservation, which was just inappropriate for large parcels like it was. So it is 16.1 acres total. So started I think in 20 and then finally got approved in February of 21, a land use or a zoning change to low density residential, which allows one dwelling unit for a half acre, so 2 dwelling units an acre. So our project on 16.1 acres would be allowed to build 32 units. We're proposing 31. The original site plan that we included with our zoning change had 32 lots on it. But because of the BCC asking that we not connect up through the subdivision to our north, which we have an easement to get to, they asked that we connect to the connector road whenever it's built. So that's the way we've provided plans to you. And that connection caused us to lose a lot. So we're down to 31 lots instead of 32 lots. So essentially, this is the exact same site plan that's already been approved by the BCC when they approved the land use change.
No, they didn't approve the site plan, did they?
Well, no, they did not approve a site plan, but they approved the land use change with the site plan attached to it. With
Conceptual.
Right, with us making some changes.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. So our environmental analysis shows there are no endangered or listed plant species or animal species on the property, nor is there likely to be any to locate there. We are at 1.92 dwelling units per acre. That includes the entire property. Even if you do not include the wetland area, we're still only at 5.25 dwelling units per acre, which is still in line with all the subdivisions around us. It's actually less than what the neighborhood infill would allow, which there's neighborhood infill to our northeast. So, very compatible with what's going on in that area already. We've designed the stormwater to the 100-year storm event. And like I said, we're not connecting through the neighborhood, but now I understand your question to be a different neighborhood. So I'm going to just move these documents into the record. This is a memorandum about the base flood elevation. This is our environmental assessment, and this is our transportation concurrency studies, just so that we've got them in there.
So you're the engineer on this project?
No, sir, I'm the attorney representing the developer. John is the engineer. So if you've got any questions for him, I can have him come up and see if he can help you with the base flood elevation question.
Thank you.
Good evening. John Henderson, Henderson Engineering. He explained it pretty good, so I really don't have anything to add. But I'll be glad to answer your questions.
I don't have any questions then. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'll go sit back down.
Dan, you had one, didn't you?
I'd like to know what the elevation of the compensation zone is, if you've got that.
The flood zone? It's split. It's, I believe,
Oh, no.
11.3 on this side.
I'll let Dan talk first, because he hates it.
Do you know what the seasonal high water table is?
11, no, yeah, elevation 11.
Is it designed to be wet or dry?
Ponds, they're
Mhm.
wet detention ponds. Yeah, the groundwater's high.
Are there HOA covenants?
Yes, sir.
And kind of,
They'll maintain it. They're required by the Water Management District for your permit.
will the Coconut Grove have a HOA or covenants?
Yeah,
The-
yeah. They're required. Like I said, they're required by the Water Management District and the DEP. They have to have a maintenance entity for the stormwater system. So they require that.
So what's your parking situation?
It's on the lots. It's a subdivision. They're single-family lots, so they'll be on a driveway and a garage for each home. We don't actually have a parking diagram, if you will. It's just per regular subdivision, single-family subdivision.
Is there visitor parking?
No, sir.
Yeah, that's working, okay. Stephen Tatum again, for the record. The site plan calls for 2 parking spaces per house, which is what's required by code, because they're 3-bedroom houses. However, if you look at the shape of the lots, most of them, you know, if you've got a 2-car garage, you're also going to have some parking in a driveway. So although there's not a designated overflow parking spot, logically speaking, once a house is built, you would have a spot in the driveway for another car to park, or at least one other car to park.
One of the things we're trying to improve on, and when I say we, I mean the planning department, is that we've got to tighten up on our parking. The BCC made that clear just this past Tuesday. Is there a reason to be concerned for this?
Not to my knowledge, it meets code. It meets,
These aren't going to be short-term rentals either.
Will you put that in writing?
I don't think they're very conducive to a short-term rental.
I have a question, John and Stephen, maybe both of you. I believe that when we approved the land use change, there was some question at that meeting regarding access and the ability for this property to use Forest View's streets. Did that
Well, we
not
actually.
happen? What happened there?
There's an easement that comes through here from Forest Shore Drive.
Mm-hmm.
That curve right here, it shows the easement, comes up from Forest Shore. It goes actually through our property. It's shown on our legal descriptions on this one. This one shows more of it. It actually goes down, and there's a cul-de-sac. And you look at the aerial, and there's a dirt road that actually goes down here. And I got this from the property appraiser. This is an old unrecorded plat of the area. These are all 4-acre parcels. This was platted back in '81. And I checked some of the parcel dates on them when they were sold. Albert Parris actually bought several of the lots back in '81. This is Old Florida Lake right here. This is our project right here. You can see right here, it shows an easement coming down. So there's been an easement here since 1981. This is before 98 was built. And, but the neighbors didn't want us driving through their neighborhood. So we said, okay, fine, we'll bypass your neighborhood and we'll go out to the future Walton Way Road. That was one of the requests by one of the council members, PCC.
Okay.
So that's how we got to going
Okay.
down the Walton Way.
Are you doing any sidewalks?
Yes, sir, we've got sidewalks on both sides of the street.
There's no,
And going out to Walton Way.
so there's no buyouts?
No, sir. No problem.
any other questions for the applicant?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I knew you just been waiting. I was going to pop it.
I thought I was gonna get to sit down.
I told him I wasn't going to skip him, but apparently I was.
Accidentally. Okay, could you help me understand the base flood elevations? Because is that something that you all established?
No, I didn't do it. We hired a firm out of Jacksonville,
Well,
Gemini
Well,
Engineering.
I mean, that's a you all.
Well, yeah,
I
our
mean-
group. Yeah, we did.
I
We
didn't
did.
mean you.
He did a flood elevation study that's required by the code.
Right.
When you're in an A zone, there was no
Right.
base flood established.
Right.
So we had to establish that elevation.
Right.
So we could set our finished floor elevations above that, and they're substantially above that. But,
And
so then we mapped it on the topographic survey. And
yeah, I think I've seen
it
that.
comes right through here. That's the line. You can probably see it on your print. It's
Yes.
11.3 over here. And it's a little higher over here. It's 11.9.
Right.
And that has to do with that road that was built through there. Comes around like that. So you can see most of the lots aren't even in the flood zone. And that's what I thought back, when we first
Right.
were going through this, that the flood zone, it shows on the FEMA map it way up here.
Right.
And I thought for sure it's closer to the wetland, and of course we proved that, it is closer. This is a little bit of flood compensation right here. We're filling in the flood zone, we're providing, I believe it, we're filling in, 1,312 cubic feet. We're providing 2,537 cubic feet of compensation, so almost 2 to 1.
And the base flood elevations, have those been accepted by FEMA? What's the process for that?
Loma's not required, and we could move forward to that and just get it put in flood zone X.
Mm-hmm.
But, the developer didn't really care about that. The county doesn't require it. They
Okay.
just require that we do establish a base flood.
So the county's happy with
Yeah.
what you've got, meets all the
That'll work.
requirements? Okay. And then the finished floor elevations are around 14 feet?
Yes, sir.
I think what's in between the base flood elevation and the finished floor? Is that fill?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got, this is all above it, up here.
Mm-hmm.
And, we'll fill some of it, and, if we have to, we'll just build a stem wall. That would only be a couple of blocks. That's a little cinder block wall.
Right.
That's typical.
Right. So how much fill are you bringing in?
That's what
No, I mean,
the fill in the floodplain was 1,312 cubic feet.
okay, and no fill in the rest of the property?
Just backfill for the slabs, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good.
I
Thank
got-
you.
I got one more, John.
more.
Yeah, one more. Lots they're really small.
It's 5.25 units per acre. So, I mean, that's really not uncommon in Miramar Beach.
Gotcha.
You know.
And is the, and this may be an ignorant question, but is parking allowed in the setbacks?
Oh, sure.
Just anywhere
Yeah,
on the lot?
not on the
Okay.
sidewalk,
Yeah, okay.
but yeah. That's typical. You have a 20-foot front setback. That's your 20-foot parking.
Yeah, I was just looking at the lot sizes, wondering if they want to park underneath the houses, but if they're
No,
gonna
no,
keep slab
no.
on grade, and that's not, okay.
Is this compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods as far as the lot sizes and the density goes?
Well, the density is less than 2 units per acre. That's pretty unheard of in Miramar Beach. Even the density, if you just consider the upland area and just disregard the wetland area, it's 5.25 units per acre. That's still very low density for Miramar Beach. Initially, we were asking for 4 units per acre, low density residential, 4 units per acre. That's pretty much in line with that. When we went to the BCC, they asked us to reduce it to 2 units per acre. Anybody else?
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll open the public comment, and I'm sure we'll be back with you in a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Young, and you pull up, we gave her a couple of slides that you can look at here. So Steve Young, resident Miramar Beach, been up in front of you guys before. Also, you know, the environment's important to me. I'm the chair of the Choctawhatchee Basin Alliance, so, you know, I think that is important. And that's where the first slide, is on the, that wetlands buffer. And it's really, you know, how are you going to manage it, right? And so here, you know, the questions that I have, and before I start, you know, Matt Carpenter and planning is now taking a much, you know, more proactive attitude towards the environment. So, first off, are we clear cutting these parcels? You know, you can't really tell. My guess.
Talking about where the houses are gonna be?
Where the
Because there's
houses
a-
are gonna
you know, there's
be
a good
and
bit of this property that's in wetlands that they won't be able to touch.
No, not the wetlands, but the common area and where the houses are gonna be. Are we clear cutting that?
That'll be a question for them. I just want to clarify your question.
Okay, now this time, I hope these guys answer my questions, because last time I came up, they ended up at the end just muddling through stuff and didn't answer. It appears to me that they're going to clear cut it just from looking at the drawings and the thing on the house. Here's my issue with the clear cutting is, one, we have a lot of flooding issues, and, you know, as Fred was talking about earlier, removing trees impacts your flooding. How do we know this? The Environmental Protection Agency, there is a stormwater to trees paper, been out for years, you know, that it just backs up that statement. When you remove trees, you will increase flooding. So I'm not going to dwell on it, just kind of give that as proven, but that's why I think that's an issue. So when you're going to manage this, right? So what's the plan for herbicides and pesticides not to enter the wetlands, okay? Now, here's the thing. When I look at their drawing, which they have one of these, I think, it's the one that you're looking at right there. There's a slope of the house that goes right down to the common area and right down into the wetlands, right? So to me, that's a drain that's just going to go right in. So that's not a good way to manage it, right? If you want to manage it appropriately, what you do is you put a little swell in there. You put a little down dip, and then you come back up. It's just water runs downhill, the pesticides and stuff, more likely to get caught there so that they don't go over the berm. So that's, you know, the question for the developer. Are you open to doing something like that, right? That's not in the grade or the plan here, but if you're going to build around a wetland and you're going to drain your yards and stuff into the wetland, to me it seems like you should put a swell or something in there. Maybe even something for the land development code to think about in the future. So that's definitely a question I want to have answered.
Mr. Young, are you a chemical engineer?
Yes, I am.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you. I am a chemical engineer, 4 years.
Okay.
Never dropped a class, you know, couldn't afford to.
My bad.
Very good. So, yeah.
Carry on.
So I do know a thing, a little bit of, okay. So in the CBA, one of the things that we do is we create living reefs out there, right? So bulkheads, their weakest day, they start off strong and then they get weaker. The CBA, what we do is with our oyster shelves and the living reefs that we put in, day one is the weakest it ever is, and it gets stronger as time goes on. The way that it works, we put plants in behind it. Planting native plants is a big deal if you want to preserve your wetlands, okay? So my question, is what are they planting? So that common area that they have here, that's the buffer between since I'm assuming that they're clear cutting, that you've got this common area, what are you going to plant there? Are you going to plant Florida natives? Or are you going to plant grasses and things that you got to use more herbicides and pesticides on and just make a bigger problem into the wetlands?
What if they leave it natural?
That would be a much better way to go. That's why I asked the question in the first place, and it's a land development code thing. We got to stop clear cutting.
Well, let's just ask them if they're going to clear cut it or not.
Well, we'll ask them at the end of this.
They got to answer it at the end.
Oh, my bad.
Hopefully, but let's make sure that they answer. There's another diagram that's in their packet or what they filed that shows where they're gonna plant trees, and they even show how to plant a tree. Thumbs up for that. Question, is it gonna be a Florida native, right? Or is it gonna be a dang invasive tree? I think we should start requiring people plant Florida native trees, especially when you're bumping up against a wetland. Florida native trees in our area.
That's in the Land Development Code.
It is that they have to plant native trees? Phew, I see lots of stuff around where they don't.
List of approved species.
Approved, well, there is a Florida native plant approved species list, right? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the one that's in the Land Development Code for Walton County.
Well, there is so they will plant trees. So what, I want to know, which trees are they planting? I think we need to start asking those kind of questions at these meetings, so we know, is it going to be a longleaf pine? Is it going to be an oak? Is it going to be any of cypress, right? Since you're right next to a wetlands. We should be planting the right things, and we shouldn't be tearing up those in the first place. That's my point there. Okay, oh yeah. So the compensation zone that's listed on the map, I'm assuming that's a retention pond. Is there a difference between the two? I'm going to assume there's not, but that's another question for them. And then on their compensation zone, if you look at their grading, the grading from the homes go to the wetlands. They don't go to the compensation zone unless you happen to be right. This is the compensation zone right there. So how are these other, get back to the mic. How are the homes that, aren't near a compensation zone? Are they all graded so that all of the water flows to the compensation zone? That's my, the only one, I have two more slides, so there's.
Okay, excuse me, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
For planning, is there not something in the Land Development Code that prohibits having untreated stormwater flow into a wetland?
Yeah, apparently there's.
Okay, so that goes along with what Mr. Young is talking about. And if we're not capturing it and treating it somehow, that seems to be a problem, doesn't it?
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you, Fred. You summed it up perfectly. That is the issue. That's why I'm asking it.
Mac, would you like to weigh in on that?
Mac, we'll wait till we get finished, okay? Excuse me, Chairman, I didn't mean to horn in on you there. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Finish up if you would.
Okay, so we're on the second slide with the neighborhood compatibility, right? So here, they clustered the homes, all right, to put it in here. Now, I'm not going to talk about are they compatible with the neighbors. The neighbors that actually live in the subdivision right behind it, I think they're going to probably talk to that. So I'll leave that to them. But to tell you the truth, by a wetland, clustering homes is a bad idea.
It keeps them out of the wetlands.
It keeps them out. Well, yeah, you can't. Well, here's the thing. You should never, the wetlands shouldn't come into play. You just shouldn't be able to include the wetlands into your density. Because when you increase the density right on the edge of the wetlands, you impact the wetlands, and it's not in a positive way. So that's the reason for that, and why.
Well, the reason for that is because otherwise developers will go in and get permits to the DEP to fill the wetlands.
Yeah, well, we don't want that either, right? But I'm just saying that I'm not a fan of clustering, and I think when they're saying that those homes are compatible, okay, you can go around and pick and choose a couple of places, but if you talked about Walton Way. If you go on the bay side, you're only allowed 1 home per acre. And if you're on the other side of Walton Way in Whispering Oaks, you're only allowed 2 homes per acre. Okay? I can use that as a contour. But there's a lot of others where it is more dense. My thing is, we need to stop maximizing the density. I think you're hearing this, a common theme from the citizens, that we don't want maximum density anymore. Try to cut that back. All right, so the HOA. We asked if there is an HOA, and yes, they said that there was. Very good to hear. Now, there is going to ask the specific question on, will the HOA disallow short-term rentals? Okay? That's a big deal.
I don't think we can require that. Yeah.
No, but here's I want to see the HOA, and I want it shown before it gets to the BCC. The reason that I say this is Bayview Estates, which I know we're not supposed to, was done a little while ago, that we kept asking for it, in the TRC, in the planning, at the BCC. We asked for it. The HOA never showed up. Now, if you go online.
Sir, we have no governance over the HOA. That's totally outside the county's purview. It is wholly irrelevant to anything we can consider here
All
tonight.
right, but it's, okay, fair enough. That's how they introduced short-term rentals, though. That part impacts the camp, but it doesn't.
But the county is preempted by state law that we may not enact or enforce or implement any regulation related to duration, frequency of short-term rental. We cannot discriminate on short-term rental. HOAs can, but this board cannot.
You can approach
Fair
the
enough.
HOA about that.
So I got you, and I appreciate that, counsel. I got you. So my question, though, for the developer still stands. Will you when in your HOA, will you allow short-term rentals? I think that's a fair question for them. For a citizen, is it okay if I ask that
You can
question?
ask them anytime you want, but it's not, I'm going to instruct the board, it's not part of the quasi judicial consideration you should undertake. We cannot regulate it, and therefore, if you make your decision on something the county cannot regulate, we would be outside of the bounds of legal propriety in this instance.
Aren't there separate development standards for short-term rentals versus owner-occupied homes?
Mr. Carpenter?
No.
They're not? No?
No.
No
And we cannot regulate short-term rentals. We can't do what you're describing, but when you're talking about, if you build a hotel, what the parking is, if you're talking about that, that's one thing. But if you're talking about a home that's constructed that then someone chooses to short-term rent, that is their use of their property.
Well,
That falls clearly in the comp plan amendment the state just addressed, where we have to address private property rights, can inquire about the future use in that scenario. Now, if they're trying to use it as a commercial business, that's different. If they're building a hotel, yes, we do that standard. But in this scenario, what they're proposing, it's irrelevant whether they're going to make it short-term rentals. That's not part of the quasi-judicial proceeding whatsoever.
well, I'm mistaken, but I thought at one time we had regulations that had different parking standards for short-term rentals. I guess not, huh?
That would have been before my time, Mr. Carpenter.
No, recently.
Less, but not more restrictive, correct?
Oh, okay. So, all right.
Okay, well, we'll move on from that. I certainly, my intent is definitely not to lead the board astray. Okay, the fire truck turnaround. All right, I'm not an expert in that area, but if you look at, a fire truck's got one way in, you got to turn that bad boy around. It just doesn't look like that fits. So would like to ask the question that the fire truck can turn around and our area is big enough and that it meets the code, right? Want to hear them say that.
All right, they did. They replied when they got the plans, they replied to them that it does comply with their standards.
Okay. All right. On their drawing, I heard them say that they're going to have sidewalks on both sides. Their drawing doesn't have the sidewalks, on both sides, or a sidewalk that links to if it happens to go through, he's calling it Walton Way. I've seen it as Botanic Way, the connector road, right? So will they amend their drawings to include the sidewalks that they talked about?
We'll have them answer that
So,
when you're done.
right?
Yes.
Okay, that's my other question there. And then, so in the road, is it correct to assume the developer is paying for the road? This is the one that's just
Yes,
going
sir.
into Coconut Cay?
He is.
Okay. All right, that's it for that slide. One more, and then we're
Great.
done with me. So, stormwater. Hey, the reason that the Choctaw Basin Alliance came into place the first place was because of stormwater.
Never mind.
So go ahead. What
No,
was?
Never mind. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so, we, in the documents, I didn't, he said, I think I heard him say the season high water table was 11.3 feet. Is that correct? Anyways, would like him to confirm actually what it is, and I want to see proof of it. Now, in the geotechnical report, it shows at H1 and H2, the two sites they measured, that it's a foot and then 2 feet below the grade, but that's just below the grade. That doesn't tell me what the elevation is. What I want to know is what is the elevation, the question you asked, Dan, of their season high water table. And why that's important is that has a big impact on drainage. Let's like to get that number. Okay. My neighbor, Jim, is going to ask a couple of these.
All right, well, I wish you'd
So that's-
kind of speed it up some,
All
because we've
right.
been here a long time.
Well, I have too, but I waited just as long to get my time, and I appreciate you
Yeah, I
letting
just
me
want you
have
to
it.
speed it up. We're giving you all the questions, just speed it up, please.
Finished, Lee.
Are you? Well,
Yeah.
thank you, sir, appreciate it.
John McGee, M-A-G-E-E. Good evening. A lot of the questions I have has already been answered, so I'm just going to do a quick review. I represent Holiday Shores Homeowners Estates, Homeowners Association, we established it back in 2000. I've been a resident on Forest Shore Drive, which is the main artery that Old Florida Lakes connects to, for 40 years. We currently, as most of you know, have traffic issues, and our concern as the homeowners of Holiday Shores has been what impact this traffic will do, and I know there's different studies. When looking at the plat map that was mailed to myself from the developer, which I do appreciate, for people within 300 feet, the amazing part was that the letter was put together on November 31st, but it wasn't mailed until, January 31st, which means I just received this last week, and that means that all the other people in our area got notification of this meeting last week, or barely within 7 days. It was deliberately done, not very appreciative, but we've been monitoring it, looking for this to happen. Here's where our concerns are as residents with this project. If you look at the diagram, and as it goes towards the new route, as referred to as Walton Way, right here, you have, as the developer says, they have an easement here, and they say they have an easement here. Okay, so we're going to address that in a second. But right here, it shows their property line going like this, but there's no really definition that you're going to be able to prove that they are going to block that from people who live there using that as a way to go out to, Highway 98. The other problem is okay, eventually they're going to, block it, but what about during the development phase when they start building? All of the construction trucks are going to come up Forest Shore Drive, then come up through Old Florida Lakes. Now, I mentioned...
Why do you think they're going to do that?
Because if it's not blocked, it's going to be the easiest access way from 98, okay? It's short...
I would think the easiest way would be straight in and take a right.
No, it's not. It's either way, depending on where the concrete trucks are coming. If they're coming from Peachtree, or what you guys were talking about earlier, they're going to hit Forest Shore Drive and come down. We already have semi-trucks that do that now, every day. So, moving with
Not
that...
going into this subdivision because it doesn't exist yet.
That's true. Mr. Chairman, if I may finish. As I said, we need to have some assurance that it's cut off. But the most important thing is, although the developer showed you a project or photos of 1981, showing that they have an easement, that's correct, except for one thing. And I stood in front of a similar committee like this when Old Florida Lakes was being approved. And when it was being approved, that particular developer promised the planning and also the BCC that the roads would be in compliance, the drainage would be in compliance, and so forth. Well, the developer, A, did not put the roads in compliance, he didn't put the drainage in compliance, and when got called down on it, he bankrupted. And now, the people who live there own those streets because the county has consistently refused to maintain those roads, which changed it into the easements of the property owners of Old Florida Lakes. This is their covenants right here, 23 pages. Within it, it states that any changes to the easements within this subdivision for other use than the homeowners there has to be approved by 80% of the property owners of today, not residents, property owners. The county.
What changes are you thinking they're making?
Well, it's very simple. Here you have a development, Lee, excuse me, Mr. Perry, and people, you have all these trucks that come in and out, they're tearing up the roads. Well, the county's going to take care of the roads on Forest Shore Drive because they're county roads. But as they go into Old Florida Lakes, the county's platform is, it's your problem. You own those roads. What it boils down to is legally, Mr. Atkins will probably agree with me, Old Florida Lakes could put a gate up and charge because they are responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of those roads.
Private road, they probably can.
Sir.
It's not, they are.
No, sir, you can't block a dedicated easement. There's no, unless they're putting a gate in this now, that's an absolutely untrue statement.
Then are you saying the county should start maintaining the road?
I didn't say that at all. What I said was you made a legal representation that's untrue to this board.
I guess, okay, I'll put it this way. Under state statutes, they can probably block it because the fact the county will not provide any services on it. It is a private easement. That's the key. So anyway, the
law
point is.
doesn't work as the state statute probably will or will not. I disagree. I believe he's misrepresenting.
I believe it'll pass. Now, the next thing with that is, so what we're asking is that the developer, okay, define exactly how that they will block those easements, roads, whatever you want to call it, so that in the future, Bubba can't decide to drive his four-wheel drive, across the grass to go there. It's got to be blocked, and that's a sarcasm.
Bubba's gonna drive his truck
I know, he's
wherever
gonna
he wants
drive
to
it.
go anyway.
But anyway, at the end of the day, but also to have that blockage put in prior to the start of the construction. So
Want to know if they're gonna block off the easement?
we want it blocked.
Okay, I'll ask them that question
Okay.
when they get up here.
Again, too, I appreciate that, and everything else has pretty well been handled, but, thank you.
Thank you.
You have a good
Anyone
day.
else will speak on this? Yes, sir.
My name is Jim McDowell. I live on Walton Way in Miramar Beach. It's McDowell. And as I've been here before, my big hot buttons are stormwater plans, flooding, and all this area in here. You hear nothing but, flooding in this area. Commissioner Nick had a meeting of the people around, and all he ever heard was flooding. So when I was looking at this plan, first thing I'm looking for is how are they going to handle the water? And I'm passing these out. I'm sorry they're small to read, but if you go on the Citizens Portal and look to see the documents that are available for this particular project, one of the first things you'll see is that there is no mention anywhere in there of a stormwater retention plant, a stormwater plant. We look for it to see where the calculations for, the pre-development, the post-development, where are those? But if you go through it, you go in there and look at the plans and go into the portal, we could not find anything that had the stormwater plan that lists all the calculations and all that they needed for this particular one.
Apparently they're in there.
It's right here. Well, it's not on the portal. It's called the drain plan. It is. Not a stormwater plan. Are the calculations in there for the pre-development, post-development? We couldn't find them. We looked for them, and it seems to me like.
Mr. Carpenter, can you give us the date that would match up to his, so the board can confirm that? Is it Drainage Report 2, 10/29/21? Left-hand column, revised drainage with 100-year storm?
Drainage plan is not a stormwater. If you go in to, part of the things that they have on there is they have a geotechnical report.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk, just hold, one second, Mr. Riddell. With regard to that document, I think the clerk's correct, we probably do need to accept that as a document unless there's an objection. It's part of the county's own record and file, but with that being the case.
Okay.
Now, these are highlighted documents that we already have, so it won't be a separate exhibit, because this is something that's already been presented, he's just highlighting them.
Yeah.
So we're not taking, it's demonstrative in nature, but I think we do have to enter that in since it's a separate standalone document.
These came off your portal.
Okay.
The geotechnical report that they supplied with it, it comes up and it says that based on the resources available, that the groundwater table, the seasonal high water table, is between 1 and 2 feet below grade. Now, if you have a seasonal water table that's 1 to 2 feet below grade, where are you going to be able to put a pond that's going to take, the type of water that's going to be in there? Summarily impossible to make a stormwater retention pond that's big enough to be less than a foot deep to collect water that's going to be from, 30 acres of it?
31 lots.
31 lots,
16 acres.
16 acres. That particular water, there's no way that it can collect the amount of water that's going to make all this water that's coming in there run off of this land. It can't sink in. It's only got a foot to sink in. It's going to be right down there where the flooding on Shore Drive has been this last storm we had when we had 8 inches of rain. We had, all the homes along Forest Shore and Shore Drive to the north of this development already flooded, and without having any place for the water to go. Where's the water going to go? The retention ponds they've got.
We'll ask them that when
Great.
we're done.
This is also, this is, you don't have to put this in. When Dewberry does the study on the stormwater retention plan, you guys paid them $2,300 to generate this one-page report. And in this report,
No, it's hers. She's gonna be mad at you.
oh, I'm sorry. They didn't ask any questions. When it comes up and they look at the geotechnical report,
Thank you, sir.
they come up and they say, well, why wouldn't a review of the geotechnical report and the stormwater plan says, wait a minute, you've only got 1 foot of separation between the ground and the water table. Where's the water going to go? It seems to me like if you pay for this report, you ought to have more than just, a couple of mainly clerical errors. And here's the engineering comments they had. They're not very conclusive at looking at the stormwater report. We don't think the stormwater plan is acceptable whatsoever, and we think that you got a very loose report coming back from Dewberry Engineers. Flooding, flooding, flooding. This is going to do nothing but increase the flooding along Shore Drive. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Donna Johns, JOHNS. This area is near and dear to my heart because I live in the neighborhood just to the north of this. I've been in that house 20 years. And when I bought my home, I was told that that area would never be developed because it was wetlands. So it is 16.1 acres. 10.7 of those are wetlands, which means they're putting 31 homes on 5.4 acres. That's more than, I believe if Matt told me correctly at a previous meeting, that 5 is the absolute max. And that is not conducive to what the rest of the neighborhood is. I mean, my lot is like 1/4 of an acre, and all of them in my neighborhood are like that. And the ones that where both Steve Young and Jim McDowell live are sprawling big nice neighborhoods, as well as Lori Eccles. 9.1 of those acres are located in the Eglin Air Force Base Military Training Route 2 Cruise Missile Corridor. And the single-family density is restricted to 2 dwellings per acre. And the staff review says Eglin Air Force Base requests that the density cap in the missile training area be added as a restriction to any development order issued on this property. So why are we putting 5 point whatever houses per acre when the military is saying 2 per acre is the max that is allowed? One question I'd like to ask too are how tall are these homes supposed to be? Are they going to build them how high? Because that's an issue too with the military. And short-term rentals has come up a few times, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Henderson said that no, it wasn't conducive to that. But I happen to have Mr. Henderson's letterhead with his own words that say that low-density residential 4 units, 1 acre, this district is intended to provide for single-family residential at low density, and it says the location, primary uses allowed, single-family residential attached, single-family residential detached, short-term vacation rental units attached, and short-term vacation rentals detached. There are 0 short-term rentals in the whole north part of that area. None of those neighborhoods have any short rental in there. So it's not compatible with the neighborhood whatsoever. Also, the trip generation rates estimated that they used for the single-family residents provided by the ITE Trip Generation Manual, 9th edition. The 9th edition was written in 2012. Why are they using something written in 2012? Can't they use something more current?
I don't know, is there a 10th edition?
There's a 12th edition, or at least an 11th edition. Yes, there is.
I don't know, that's a good question.
Thank you. I'm very concerned about them using our road. When I moved into my neighborhood, and I was one of the first people to move into it, I bought the house when it was being built, and it's a private neighborhood. It's been a private neighborhood for 20 years. All the roads are private. I've got the plat that shows that they're private. Yes, they have easement for the utilities, but it's private. And I have asked the county for 20 years to help me do something, and they will not step foot on the property because they've told me it's private. And I've got documentation going back 20 years saying that. So I would like to see a buffer between our neighborhood, which my backyard will be looking at these houses.
Back up to this property.
No, but there's a lake behind me, and across from the lake, there's houses and an empty area. And that empty area right there is where they'll be building them, so I can sit on my patio and see them.
What road are you on?
Lakefront Drive.
Yeah, that's a short road right through there, isn't it?
Yes, it's a small neighborhood. I mean, we only have.
Roads in there called Lakefront Drive, isn't there?
Pardon me?
But there's 2 roads.
Long Lake. Long Lake is behind me.
I've got you.
Right.
Yeah. So that, and you're talking about the area between the houses there is a lake?
Right.
Between the
Right.
Long Lake?
Well,
Okay, I got you.
I
Just trying
call
to
it a
figure out where
lake.
you
It's
were.
just a big little body of water. It's not really a lake.
Okay.
Let's see. Have they received or even requested the letter from South Walton Utility Company that certifies that the water and wastewater is available? Because the last letter that's on the documentation that I can see is dated August 12th of 2020, where they state that letters of availability will still need to be obtained for the project once the design is done. So if they just have the initial letter and not the one saying, yes, it's good to go with this design, that's something they need to have to make sure that they've got the proper water, et cetera. According to Aaron Craker, the Walton County Environmental Planner, proposed amendments to the future land use map that increases the density of development allowed in the floodplain is discouraged. That's the way he put it, is discouraged. He also states that the development appears to meet the minimum natural resource protection standards of the LDC. Do we really want the minimum standards for everything in Walton County? Can't we be better than that?
I think they say that on all of them, unless there's something different. Am I wrong, Matt? Isn't that common? Yeah. But that's their general response on that too, is that it meets the minimum. So it could be better or worse, but at least it meets the minimum. So they don't tell you how well it
What
meets them.
scale?
Yeah, they don't tell you it meets them by a long shot.
It's misleading.
I'd like to see that.
Misleading.
Yes, yes, it is, it is. Okay, then on May 29th, 2020, a document from Henderson Engineering, they state on there that the property is located in an area with residential densities ranging between 4 and 8 units per acre. No, it's not. But in the same document, they go on to say that the proposed amendment will create a more logical development pattern by increasing the residential density to 4 residential dwellings per acre, which is consistent with the surrounding area. Okay, well, that's more consistent, but they kind of contradict themselves in that one little area. So I'd like to know too, and I know that there's been a lot of talk about schools, and our schools are over capacity. I talked to Jerry Mickey. I talked to her about that, and the high school is over capacity. The kids are parking in the teachers' parking area because there's nowhere for them to park. That school was built for a little over 700 students. We have a little over 1,000 there right now. They have added some to the building, but it's still not enough. And with all the developments that you all see coming through, and all of them that aren't even built yet, but they're proposed, and all these apartments and all this other stuff, these schools cannot handle it. They simply cannot handle it. And the bus driver problem is a problem. It's a nationwide problem, but we don't live all over the place. We live right here. And so the bus drivers right here, my granddaughter has to get on the bus, and they take 2 or 3 different routes before she can get home. Sorry, I'm tired too. But she has to take all these. She has to take all these different routes and gets home later. And if she goes to school on the bus in the morning, she has to leave at 6:30 for a class that doesn't start until 8:30. And when she goes to middle school next year, she's got to drive 20 miles to get to school. Now, we're talking about workforce and affordable housing, and because we want workers to live right there next to where they work, when my granddaughter has to go 20 miles to go to middle school.
Where's your school?
Emerald Coast. Miramar Beach. Miramar Beach to Emerald Coast is 20 miles. And if a
But
child.
the school systems is gone, so.
Yes, she is gone, but I did talk to her. And you know, they may be proposing some new schools, but that's not going to be in the next few years. And it's certainly not going to accommodate all these people that we've got moving in with all these developments. I mean, it really is a huge problem. And it's also a huge problem, what somebody was talking about with the medical. If you ever look at Nextdoor or anything else, nobody can get an appointment with a doctor. I mean, there's a lot of issues, a lot of issues. We just don't have the infrastructure for everything we're doing. We really don't. And I mean, I know you guys got a job to do and everything, and you've got to follow certain rules and stuff, but we've got to be careful. We have just got to be careful. We have destroyed this area. The South area. And Freeport, I noticed Freeport, 20 and 331, terrible. Please learn from all of these mistakes, and let's don't have any more. Please, I beg you. It is so important, and this is so near and dear to me. And I just don't want to see everybody having to live the way that people in Miramar Beach are having to live, and on 30A. I did a drive down there the other day, and I was just blown away. I couldn't believe all the building. It's haphazard. It's a mess. It looks awful. There's nothing scenic about it. It's just, it's terrible, and it's sad. It's really sad. I'm almost done. I'm pretty darn close. I think that's about it, except that I would like to make sure that my private roads, my private neighborhood is not abused by this development. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Ma'am, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Lori Eccles, ECHOLS. First thing I want to do is thank y'all, because it has been a long night, and y'all, it's hard to watch, you know. No, y'all, it is. And I do. We appreciate y'all. I don't have to like you, but I appreciate you. No, I do. No, I think it's great that y'all do this. I know you're not paid. Y'all get the same amount of money we do, everybody but Clay, and maybe you might get some money. Well, Matt, you get a little bit. But, but y'all. And I do want to thank y'all, I do want to thank y'all, I wish I had an eye in the back of my head, for at least cutting down the amount that you were wanting to do. And you have listened. And so for that, we're grateful. So, but don't you get all big-headed now. But we really are truly drowning in Miramar Beach. And I know, I saw the eye rolls, and I know the poofs, and I know, and we're all frustrated, but I will tell you, until you live there, and you see when it rains, and you see your neighbors running out of their houses to pull their little hoses from their backyards to go into the drainage ditch because their sump pumps aren't working, because there's so much water coming in. That's what I have to deal with. I sit high and dry. I will tell you what, when everybody else on Shore Drive was flooded from that last big old storm we had, I sat up there, I didn't have any water on my lot, and I was thankful for that. But I was really sad for the people across the street from me. Tell you what I'm really concerned about is the stormwater, obviously, going into the wetlands. The wetlands, very dear to me. I mean, I've been here since 1982. I've watched all this go up around me. I've lived in Miramar Beach. Well, I haven't lived there full time. I've lived other places too, but I always owned something there. And Becknell's lucky I didn't get on him. But at any rate, the water, it's really bad. Whatever you can do, whatever, and y'all know what you need to do. If y'all are, they keep talking about being professionals. If y'all are the professionals, y'all need to know, y'all know how to do that. And you need to do it right. Because I can't tell you how to do that. But all I can tell you is that if the people behind them, your folks that you're selling these to, they got water coming in on them too. Because that's the way it is. That's the way Miramar Beach works. The minute 98 floods, it all trickles down, except my place. It's awesome. But at any rate, what really bothers me about this, though, is parking. And I'm a big thing about parkers. And I know you've got 3-bedroom houses. Is that true? So you have 3-bedroom houses. You have, I'm assuming, garages. And then you have parking. So you have parking and a garage for 3 people, which is great. But I'm just going to tell you what I found out in all these houses around here. Folks have friends. Even those short-term rental people, they have friends. They're going to come in and they're going to want a place to park. And unless their homeowner association pays for landscaping, you have to have somewhere for that landscaper to park. Unless some drone is going to deliver their furniture, you have to have somewhere for the people bringing in their furniture to park. You cannot have enough parking. Somewhere along there, you need to put a parking lot. I don't know where you're going to put it, but if you just take 4 or 5 places here and there and have some places to park, you need to have that. That's just my thought. Pardon me? Oh, anyway. But anyway, the height is another thing that bothers me because, you don't really want folks looking down in other people's yards. If I remember correctly from the very beginning, you said that you are not going to use Forest Shore and the entrance into Hidden Lakes for your entry point. So you're not going to do any of that. You're going to wait until Walton Way is done. If it's 3 years from now, you're just going to sit there and wait. Okay, that's great because it might be. Another thing, again, is I talked to them earlier, so just like we talked about before, you're hoping that none of this gets through until they build our sidewalks. And that's what we've asked the county for. We met with Charlie and Chance last week, and we've talked with them about really going ahead and getting those sidewalks done for us because it is important. Because if it rains, we can't even walk on the streets. So anyway, thank y'all for what you're doing. If it goes through, that's all right. But you know what? It looks a heck of a lot better than it did. Anyway, the short-term thing, we can't do that. But anyway, thank y'all so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will just close with this. Proverbs 29, where there is no vision, people will perish.
That's correct. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comments. Y'all have a few questions to address.
John's got a bunch of questions to address.
I saw him writing them, so.
I just wanted to touch on a couple of the things that were said, and then I'm going to let John take over. There was a question about that easement. They want us to put something up, a barricade or something to stop people from going through it. If you notice on the site plan, there's not a lot, an actual building lot, on the south side of our property where that easement is either, because we can't block it.
Because it's an easement.
It's an easement that serves other people besides us. Yeah. So that's the reason the design's like that. We can't go in and put up a fence. I mean, I'm sure since, this is going to be a gated area, it would be nice to be able to do that, but we can't. We just legally cannot. I agree with Ms. Johns completely. These are private roads, no doubt about it. We just happen to have an easement on them, but we're not utilizing that easement. We have no intention to do that now. So that's, the whole discussion about those roadways is just, at this point, null and void.
Could potentially put some vegetation up there, though, that could be removed later, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some plantings there if, you're right.
Unless Billy Bob runs through there with his four-wheel drive.
Bubba does that.
Bubba too.
I happen to be one of those Bubbas sometimes. Eglin has no comments on this project. The comments that Ms. Johns was quoting from was from when we had our land use change, or our zoning change. And it was actually from before we went from 4 units an acre down to 2 units an acre. So that's neither here nor there either.
So Eglin's okay with 2 houses per acre?
Yes, Eglin has absolutely no comment on our design at all now. If it's in your staff report, there's no comment from Eglin at all.
So you didn't get an answer, or they just,
No,
they said no comment?
Let's see exactly what the wording is. Eglin does not have any comments on this major development application.
Okay.
And it's 2 units per acre.
Right, I mean,
2 times
which is what they
16 is
wanted.
32.
Right.
Deduct the 1.
Public.
What's the date on that, though?
Can we look
Yeah,
at
you-
2020. That's so old, that doesn't have anything to do
that's
with
old.
this project. Yeah, that was from when we were trying to get 4 units an acre, but we're not doing 4 units an acre. We're doing 2 units an acre.
Okay, well, I'll check with Eglin.
Okay, feel free. Finally, the conversation about the schools. According to the school board, we will have 5 student stations created, 2 elementary, 1 middle school, 2 high school. People ask why the difference. Well, if you think about it, you've got more years for elementary and high school than you do for middle school. That's why it's a 2-1-2 type scenario. Aside from that, that's all I got for you, and John has a lot for you.
Okay. John, can you make them quick? I mean, I want them to get them answered, but
Okay, just a few things. Obviously, we're coming in from Driftwood Drive, Walton Way connector. There is an easement. We've had engineers, attorneys, everybody's looked at this. Can I approach?
Yes, sir.
Here's the phase 1 plat of Old Florida Lakes. I highlighted a couple of things. One is their easement. And one is a couple of lot numbers. 2.
Pass that one down.
You can see in their legal description,
Okay.
it says, and including an easement. 60-foot wide easement, terminates at a cul-de-sac, has the legal description, I highlighted it. That's on their plat. That's on every parcel of this property, of this old plat. Every parcel that's been sold has that same language, this easement right here. This is from 1981. If you look at our legal description for our project, it's on the cover sheet. Every one of these legal descriptions for these different tracts has that same easement language. We can't block that easement. Now, what I did do And you can look in page 2 of your packet, sheet 2, you can see I did remove a little bit of the asphalt. It's about 30 feet of asphalt that goes down into our property. I took that out, so there's not a direct connection there, road. I can't block the easement. The easement serves, this is Old Florida Lakes right here. 2, 7, 10, and 11, they're shown in our legal description. These are our lots. 3, 6, 4, 5, they still have access to that easement. It's a public easement. It's been there since 81.
I think they just want to make sure you're not going to use the easement.
We're not gonna use it, but we can't block it because the people below us might want to use it. I mean, we can't block it.
Is there anything below you at this point?
Yeah, well, nothing now. This dirt road, there's a dirt road that comes in here and it terminates right here at this point.
But there's nothing down there that would need
No
access to there.
development. But, I mean, somebody could build a house down there, use that driveway, need access to it. They could come right through. Project timing, yeah, we can't build it until the Walton Way connector is. We told, Commissioner McCormick that we would connect to the, Walton Way, and we would delay the construction until that was built or underway.
Well, so when will the tolling on your development order start? As far
The
as-
timing?
Yes, sir.
Until when that starts.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if we'll just get a order
Mm-hmm.
and then wait to get the development order. I'm not really sure how that process is gonna work. But I know it'll be delayed until, stormwater, we did have a report, it's included in everything. Dewberry didn't have a problem with anything initially. Public Works asked us in their comments to attenuate the 100-year storm, which we did. So we're attenuating a 100-year storm. Building heights, I talked to the builder yesterday. He said probably 2 stories, 26 feet maximum. It's about going to be about 2,000 square foot homes.
Are y'all building? Have you got one builder that's going to be
Yeah.
doing them all?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was some confusion, I think, about the wetland buffer. It's got to be in common area. It can't be, it's part of a lot.
Yeah,
So
they're
there's
using-
common area shown there, but it's undisturbed. And there's a note on the plans that it will remain undisturbed. Let me see what this,
When you say undisturbed, you're not going in there and do any.
it will
clear-
remain intact, uncleared, and undisturbed. It's going to remain natural. The landscape plan, it did show the trees. We got live oaks and southern magnolias. That's a native species.
The concern was, are they gonna clear cut them and cut them out? Are they gonna eliminate trees?
Well, it was whether we were putting invasive species in or if we were using a Florida native species on the street trees. And we are using the Florida native trees.
I do think there was a question about clear cutting, wasn't that on this project? It's been a long night, Mr. Chairman.
I did, yeah, they
Well,
did
now,
ask.
yeah, we're probably gonna have to clear most of the upland area. We've got to fill some of it, provide floodplain compensation, so you can't fill around the trees. Again, we're providing street trees, the whole, 300 feet. Let me see. We got about 1,200 feet at 4 per 100. So that's 48 trees on each side of the street. So we're replanting 96 trees, live oaks and southern magnolias.
Okay.
Did you have to get a wetlands permit from EPA?
We're not impacting any of the wetlands. The fire department has approved it. We have a cul-de-sac that meets the land development code standards for a turnaround for dimension size. There was a question if the developer was paying for the road. Yeah, he's paying for the road and the off-site road that connects to Walton Way. Two units per acre, that's what we're zoned for. That's the lowest allowable residential density, 2 units per acre in South Walton. So just to say, we can't really go any lower than that when we got the rezoning.
You did do a good job on density, I'm going to give you that.
Thank you. We do have sidewalk on both sides of the street, and it does extend out to the Walton Way connector. We have traffic signage, crosswalk, paint and everything, handicap ramp. I think that's it on that one. More about the easement, I think we covered that. Stormwater, flooding. I hear a lot about flooding. We're attenuating a 100-year storm. I mean, that's above and beyond what's required in the code.
What's required?
25-year storm.
You got the 100.
We're doing the 100-year storm. Also, the same owner owns these 2 lots and these 2 lots. There's a lot of wetlands on there. There's quite a bit of uplands as well. We've been working with the county. We met with Mac and Charlie and Chance about trying to provide some area for a stormwater pond when the county does make that stormwater improvements to the west side of Holiday Road. They've already got the design. I think they're going to bid on the stormwater and the sidewalk improvements on the east side of Holiday Road along Forest Shore Drive. They're just about to go into design for the west side of Holiday Road along Forest Shore Drive, putting in sidewalks, drainage infrastructure. And we're going to try to work together, provide some area for a large stormwater pond to help alleviate some of the flooding in the area. So that's going to help a lot with the stormwater. Now, I heard a comment that that's not supposed to begin 2 to 5 years. Well, the Walton Way connector is going to take a little while too, so we're not going to begin for a couple of years. So hopefully all this will correspond. We'll get the drainage improvements in there, which we're not really going to impact anyway, because we don't drain any stormwater out to Forest Shore Drive. But still, we have an opportunity to help solve some of the problems along there. We're going to try to work with the county.
So before we get off stormwater, this is a sensitive area because of an area we know as driftwood, and it costs the county millions of dollars in lawsuits and flooding and trying to improve problems that we created. So that's,
you want me to talk about that?
No.
That was my first job here in Walton County.
Okay, so that's one of the things that is always in the back of my mind when developments are going in, is this going to be another driftwood? So one of the things that caught my ear was when one of the residents that voiced their concerns tonight said that if you dig down like a foot, you're going to hit water.
That's seasonal high water table, and that's typically what you use when you're doing a dry retention pond. You have to stay 2 feet above the seasonal high groundwater table, so it will infiltrate into the soil. We have a different kind of treatment here. There's another kind, it's called wet detention, where you have a wet lake, basically. That's what they have at Old Florida Lakes. That lake that they were talking about, the pond or whatever, that's a stormwater pond because the groundwater's high. And so you use the normal water elevation, and it's always going to be wet. And then you get more attenuation on top of that, and then it bleeds back down.
Is it deep enough to compensate the 100-year flood?
Yeah, it sure is.
How deep is it?
Well, the depth really doesn't matter. It's the elevation above the normal water elevation, the normal groundwater elevation. You have an orifice that bleeds down, and it has to drain down and recoup that volume between 48 and 60 hours. And that's just the way wet detention is. So there'll be water in it, the normal groundwater elevation. It'll stage up. Some will overflow over a weir, and then that treatment volume bleeds down real slowly through that orifice. And that's just the way wet detention works.
And as a professional engineer, you feel confident that these neighbors will not have experienced any flooding?
No, none of the water, there's a ridge that to the north of us, it slopes down into the wetland, and it comes back up to Forest Shore Drive. We looked at where the flood elevation is. And what I say is 11.3 here and 11.9 here. And I showed that. Well, it's up 14. There's a 13, there's a 14 right up in here too. So it rises up. It's probably 15 in Old Florida Lake. So it's not going to drain that way. It's all draining down into this wetland. The wetland goes this way. It used to go out, drain out to the bay near the county line. When the DOT cut that ditch in there, that intercepts it, so now it just drains to the DOT ditch and then out. It's just the other side of
An open
Gulf.
ditch?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the question we talked about earlier. We got untreated stormwater.
Oh, no, it's in
wetlands.
the treatment, the wet detention system. Yeah. It treats it before it drains to the wetland.
You got homes there that have lots that slope down towards the wetlands.
Well, we have, all this hatched area is a vegetated natural buffer. That's part of the upland buffer that the county required.
Right.
25 foot.
Right,
Well, VNB is also, it's called a vegetated natural buffer.
yeah.
That's a best management practice that's allowed by the Water Management District. That actually treats stormwater running through a vegetated natural buffer. It has to have 200 seconds of travel time through that buffer to treat it. It's got to be at least 25 feet wide. It can't have, I think, maybe 300 feet upland area draining through it. There's certain criteria, but that is a best management practice. It's outlined in the applicant's handbook from the water management districts. And so that's what we're doing for the back side. The front side will slope to the street and be captured, the driveway, the street, and all your oils and antifreeze and that sort of thing that leaks out of the car. That'll all go to the street and then into the pond.
Okay, so the next question then is how do you keep people from encroaching onto that common area and using it as part of their backyard?
Well, that's why we had to take it, initially I had it shown in the lots and the county doesn't allow that.
Right.
And made us take it out.
Right.
So, I mean, we'll have a homeowners association and I guess we'll police them, but
You know what?
we're not gonna.
You know what people are gonna do, right? They wanna cut down the vegetation because they want that extra backyard.
Well, I mean, that's 25 feet from the actual wetland.
Mm-hmm.
We're not filling it. We're not gonna clear it.
No, but how do you,
So,
how do you
but-
protect it?
Well, like I'm saying, it's 25 feet from the wetland. It's pretty low. We're not filling any of that. It's not gonna be a very high quality backyard.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably gonna be standing in water if they clear that. So, I mean, it really wouldn't do much benefit.
Also, the declaration for the community will have provisions required by water management
Yeah.
that area cannot be cleared. Of course, when people buy the house, they're going to get a survey showing that it's not their backyard. I mean, you're absolutely right. You may have some dingbat that goes out there and is not paying attention to anything, but
Happens all the time.
I mean, well, yeah, it does happen quite often. But then I also know of associations that I've dealt with that are very strict about it. So it depends on your association. The Water Management District's not that great about paying attention to these things. But I mean, you have a valid point. It's really hard to police that.
There's
Yeah.
potentially something they could put in the association docs, though,
That's
that
right.
would penalize them for doing that.
That's
Oh,
right.
we
It
don't
would
have
be
to
a-
be in the
Can I speak to that?
association docs.
this is exactly why we made the change in 2019 to move that 25-foot wetland buffer off of lots.
Right.
Because when it was on lots, you're exactly right. It was very difficult to manage. After that first homeowner that knew he had to protect it, sold his house, next guy didn't know anything about it and didn't care.
Yeah, and
that's why we made that
no
change.
fence, there's no barrier, there's nothing
No,
that
But all
there-
surveys will
indicates.
show that they don't own it.
Yeah,
when
but
they
No,
get-
there's
so-
no fence
When they
there,
go out
but
there
it's
with
not
the-
part of their lot.
I'm just saying
Weed
that when he
whacker,
when he
they're not
sells the
gonna have
house, when he sells the house though, when you're gonna get a survey when you sell it, they'll know where the lot lines
Oh,
are. What Mac is saying is before, since there was no lot line shown there, people would clear into the buffer areas.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting, and this is not part of
not
your
perfect.
project, but should we have something in it that requires some kind of a barrier or fence or something, small fence?
No, I don't think it's anything we can address as part of tonight's project. So,
No,
mean,
I understand.
I mean,
So what I'd ask is that we keep
should
it
we
out of the
fence off the
discussion under the
vegetated
quasi judicial.
wetland buffer? I'm not sure that homeowners would like to see that. But, I mean, if that's a suggestion as an amendment to the code, I mean, certainly the board can consider that. We don't have the ability to do that right now. And one argument against that is it might impede, travel of wildlife.
Mm-hmm, right.
And that's part of what we protect.
Now, the water management district, they require your homeowner documents, your covenants and restrictions when you submit for your stormwater permit.
Right.
They send that to their legal department for review. They're very strict about the maintenance language.
Right.
And about having language in it that precludes any kind of clearing of that vegetated natural buffer.
Right.
So, I mean, there is some safeguards, and that'll be recorded, of course, in the county records.
And there could be some stiff penalties in the association
It
docs
very-
too.
yeah. Well, and with the water management district too.
Yeah.
They're policing this stuff now.
But both of those are outside of our jurisdiction.
I know. I'm just saying that, I mean, we could ask them to do that. but
They're
we
not
can't make them.
proactive, they're reactive. There has to be a complaint.
I'm talking about the association though. They're putting a penalty in their docs. I mean, we could request it. We can't make them do it, but.
At what point do you do the HOA documents? When do you do that?
We have to do them before we submit the stormwater permit.
Do you have it?
We don't have it yet, no. I haven't submitted the stormwater permit to the water management district. And now this one, you may have heard, there's different types of stormwater permits. There's what they call a 10-2 self-certification permit. You have a project that's under 10 acres, less than 2 acres of impervious area, then you basically do it online. It's a pretty simple self-certification, not a lot of checks and balances. Then there's called an individual permit. If it doesn't meet that 10-2 requirement, you have to submit documents to the Water Management District. It's a very thorough review, and all your homeowner documents have to go. And so this will have to go through that individual permit process. So it's going to be a very strict review from the Water Management District.
Okay. You got any more questions you
I
got?
think I'm done. There was some comments by Ms. Johns about Eglin, and they've approved it. The trip generation manual, we use the 10th edition. I think the land use change or the rezoning, we use the 9th edition. That's what was being used then. Now we're using the
There was
10th.
a 12th
There's an
edition.
11th that just came out, but nobody has it yet, so we're not really, Dewberry's not using it. They don't have it yet. But yeah, there'll come a time soon that, and actually, from the 9th to the 10th, it went down. I think we went down one trip because they changed the equation a little bit. So instead of 34 trips, we had 33 trips, so it actually benefited us.
I don't know how they went down on it, but it doesn't make sense.
It's just based on category, single-family residential.
What, Mac?
Yeah.
More studies? Oh, okay.
Anybody else have any questions? Up 2-story, 26 feet. I don't know.
Not relevant to this
Can't address- we
discussion.
can't- But good try. Thank you. All right, commissioners. Any more questions, discussion? Motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? That's your discussion, huh? Okay, Dan, I'm sorry, did you have something?
Mac, is every I dotted and every T crossed, and they've met the land development code, and that's,
Sir, we believe they have.
All right, anything else? All
I
right,
hate this for Miramar. I really hate this for Miramar.
all right, commissioners, how are you voting? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think we've got some other, Mike, I know we had some other stuff we needed to take care of, but it has gotten way late tonight.
I was gonna recommend, Mr. Chairman, we're past what I believe is the historic 9 o'clock deadline set for these meetings, so.
Yes, we are. Can, Mr. Hall, can we take up your issue up next month? Okay, great. I don't think you'd get a good vote anyway. Everybody's delirious at this point. We're gonna take it up at the next meeting because it's got,
That's another month from now.
yes, ma'am.
No, you're stopping people. And I don't think it's gonna take long for you to say that you want Zoom. I stayed all night so I can. I stayed all night so I can tell you how important Zoom is. And, you know, I think you postponed it last time because Steve,
All right,
all right?
we'll do it, and we'll, if you let us do it fast.
Yeah, because.
Okay, we
Steve,
gotta
can you
take
do it
one more
fast?
issue, if y'all don't mind, if you're not gonna stay for the issue, if you
I
please
appreciate
leave.
that.
Steve, we're gonna take up the Zoom issue, since
Mr. Jim, I'm sorry.
Ms. Morano
I'm
is
sorry.
quite excited about this one, so,
I'm sorry. I
People
feel bad
want
about
to
it.
participate,
no, yeah, I don't have a
you know?
problem. I'm just-
Thank you. Yes. People want to participate.
Sorry, Steve, I'm sorry.
Well, we needed a printout to know
All right,
what
see
they
you,
were.
Renee.
All right, Steve,
Such
give
an
us the lowdown.
exciting process, they just can't have enough of it.
I guess not. Nobody wants to leave.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, if she's just, she's not leaving.
She's not going in.
Back at the December meeting, at the end of the meeting, passed out a draft
Yeah.
set of procedures. Y'all have had some time to hold it. Don't know if you read it. I have written copies of the procedures with my memo on top of it. Would y'all like to see it?
Can you just give us the Cliff Notes?
I'm going to, I promise.
No, I don't, I mean,
Okay, Cliff Notes says,
yeah, what's the highlight points on the?
Cliff Notes says that the commission instructed me to bring a Zoom option for
County Commission.
for electronic participation to all of the boards who conducted legislative hearings. And
We
of
can't do
course,
this in quasi judicial because you can't swear people in, correct?
that's correct. So, the Land Development Code says that this board can adopt your own set of procedures for operation, kind of like Robert's Rules of Order that you can adopt. We do not have that in place now. What I handed out was a copy of the descriptions included in the Land Development Code for your functions, and then added what are very standard, especially based on the BOCC's approved procedures for the operation here. The last part of that document speaks to virtual public comment. You have, the BOCC said even though we're not under that same emergency option, that they want you to be able to provide that electronic access. The form, I don't know if you've seen it, that the BOCC developed and approved for you all to consider is a pre-registration kind of form
That's for people that want to speak.
that want to speak using Zoom as the way to reach you. Basically, it's a sign up through the county website, has to be completed 24 hours ahead of the meeting, has to designate what items any particular person who wants to use Zoom will speak on. Basically, then that person is sent a specific log-on for the Zoom session for your meeting. The other requirements include that the participants have to be on video, not just an audio connection, and that they're limited to the same amount of time and constraints as live speakers.
Okay.
Why is it 24 hours? Do we really need 24 hours?
That was, that was placed in the regulations by the IT department, just to allow, they weren't sure how smooth they were going to be able to transition the people signing up and get the addresses out to them to allow their participation. So they asked for the 24 hours in the process. I can't tell you based on their experience whether that could be reduced or not, but that's my latest set of instructions.
And a limit of 3 minutes per person to speak.
Yes, ma'am. That's what's included also in this set of procedures.
Right.
Is that the chairman has the ability to allow additional, but the standard speaking time, unless you're representing a group of people or an association, you're limited to 3 minutes. Total of 15 minutes of testimony as a maximum.
Okay, so if it's a group, they could go up to 15 minutes.
Or at the discretion of the chair, longer, depending on the scope of the group.
Okay. And we can discuss that per project if we need to.
But it sets some basic operational standards that are always good. Gives you all something to fall back on.
Well, we need public comments on this. I'm going to let Ms. Morano speak on it.
Thank you. I've used the system, all right? It works. Fred, it works because I think the IT, they don't know how many people are going to register. Then they have to get back to them by email. So if the public knows it's 24 hours. What's happened is at the BCC, they didn't get overwhelmed with Zoom, and I don't think you guys will either. But if you give the public the opportunity, you'll have someone who's out of state. You'll have a handicapped person. It'll work. And Ms. Brooke, it's 3 minutes for the Board of Commissioners. I mean, that's your choice. I know, you never limit the people here. You may not want to limit somebody, and that's going
They
to
have
be
to
your choice.
start the way these meetings are going, though.
Right.
Fortunately, under quasi judicial, we have some limitations on
But
our
you're not going to
ability
have
do
quasi judicial, I assume. So you don't.
That is true, so we can't ever do
We're
that.
talking about our whole process here, not just for
Yeah, the
Zoom.
process goes beyond, that's what they're saying.
Okay. Well, if you give them more than 3 minutes, that would be great. But I appreciate it if you can get Zoom in, and hopefully the next step, they'll have it at the TRC. That's what I'm hoping. Right, Meg? Great. I'll hold you to that one, too. Thank you.
All right.
All
Thank
right,
you, ma'am.
thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments. All right, Commissioners, what are your wishes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I guess Michael abstained.
Mr. Harbin unfortunately had to leave. He actually did have 5 hour
Oh, is it, was that Ms. Martini?
We're tabling the other item.
We are tabling the other item.
Which is code of conduct. We need a motion to adjourn.
Did we do pretty good tonight compared to
Motion to
last
adjourn.
night?
Yeah, there's a code of conduct
We need a
discussion.
We're adjourned.
Yeah, but we will do the next meeting. So somebody make a motion, please, for the record.
Motion.
Motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second. Yeah, let's
Gavel it.
adjourn.
I've got a prior commitment too, and it's got a pillow on it.
You right, all right. We're going to have to find something to eat between here and the house.
I got a chocolate bar to try.
We have to get something.